Good morning, folks. It is Encyclical Monday. A little bit of hydration. Here we are on the Vatican website. I know that a lot of people are already starting to comment on the encyclical because it came out earlier this morning, our time. I forget exactly what time Rome it was released, but there was a whole event. And so I wanted to take the time to read the document and do commentary with y'all. So we will see what this looks like. And as people start to show up, also, there's a video that accompanied this. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Yep. All right, so we will bring up the YouTube video for that. And I watched it earlier today. And so we will watch this again. Let me pause it real quick. Like I said, we'll wait till a couple people show up in chat, and then we can do the thing. Hey, Ethan. I think this video is actually kind of good. It does a good job of framing. Hey, Donkey. Good morning. It does a good job of framing, what's going on here and what this encyclical is about, I think. Of course, I haven't read the encyclical yet. That's what we're going to be doing live here. And so yeah, we'll see how this goes. All right, we got a few people. We're going to be reading and discussing and commenting on the encyclical. Oh, I mean, they've already been saying that about the Pope, but regardless, let's we got a couple people in chat, a couple people viewing, so let's start this video that begins or that is joined with the presentation of this new encyclical by the Holy Father. You guys probably can't hear that, can you? Let's fix that problem. Let's see. I need to add this. I need to add this source in my audio. Give me 1 second. Safari. All right, so it should be on. So you should be able to hear it. Let's go back to the beginning. Going through the centuries of all the popes, beginning from the early 1900s. That was an amazing time. It's really amazing how fast everything has really gone, in the last 20 years.
E oggi la Chiesa offre a tutti il suo patrimonio di dottrina sociale per rispondere a un'altra rivoluzione industriale e agli sviluppi dell'intelligenza artificiale, che comportano nuove sfide per la difesa della dignità umana, della giustizia e del lavoro.
I know AOL, right? This is from his trip to Africa recently. This is really, really well done video. And I like how it actually starts with on a positive, useful tool. I think that's actually a very significant image. We're gonna have to turn on Do Not Disturb. Forgot that was not on. There we go. All right. So that's the video that they produced. Yeah, before GT6. Yeah. No, it's a beautiful video that's you can see the optimism in it, right? There's an optimism about humanity, there's an optimism about technology, but also you can see the warnings. There's some signs in there, and it's really interesting that it starts out, with the pontificate of Pope St. Pius X in 1903, because we know that the last century was a century that was characterized by being the bloodiest century in human history. Just insane, the amount of warfare and strife. And so we walk through each one of those moments, and we walk through each of those moments, in the video until we get to today. And so in a sense, it's sort of like, okay, this is what we're looking at. This is setting the stage. This is what we're seeing. This is what we have seen. Everything from World War I to World War II to the War on Terror, right? Because there's the scene from the Two Towers in New York, and then we see the poverty in particularly in Africa, which I'll have a lot to say about that because man, we do Africa dirty sometimes. But in any case, that's the frame, right? The frame is we're looking at the world and the state of the world, and how can we work towards making this place actually a better place for everybody. And that's always the goal, in these sorts of works, because this work is going to add to the body of works that are known collectively as the social doctrine of the church. When Pope Leo XIII, when he was Pope, he wrote an encyclical called Rerum Novarum. And Rerum Novarum specifically, it's known specifically as the first document on church social teaching. And that document was written as a response to the Industrial Revolution. It was really late to it, but it needed to be done, right? His predecessor, Blessed Pius IX, famously didn't like trains. He thought they were too modern. So Leo comes in and he starts addressing these things. He's the first pope to be sort of recorded on television, all these sorts of things, right? Which actually is a really cool video. It might be worth watching that video of Leo XIII. And so now we come to our time, right? When you see in that video that we just watched, that was part of the release of this encyclical, you have at the spire, the top of the church there in Rome, you have a cross, and on top of that cross is an antenna, right? So there's this ubiquity of technology, and so we need to make sure, that we're doing things the right way. All right, so let's go down to his encyclicals. There's only one, just the new one. And famously, he had it issued formally on the 15th of May, which is on the anniversary. Hey, Josh. It is on the anniversary of Rerum Novarum. So Rerum Novarum was also published on the 15th of May. So they're trying to draw these parallels between Rerum Novarum and this encyclical. So in Magnifica Humanitas, we're addressing this new revolution, this new sort of cultural situation, just as the situation of Rerum Novarum was world shaking. I don't think we fully realize how world shaking the Industrial Revolution was, moving the majority of everything from an agrarian culture to an industrial culture was huge. And now, as many people have been predicting for quite some time, we're moving from this industrial culture to digital, really. It's been moving, but now it's ramping up, and you can see that even in the video that we watched. So let's go to the encyclical here. We'll look at the English version. That's a lot of white pixels. Let me see if we can do this in the reader version. Hopefully that's better. Let's see. Do we like that? Do we like that vibe? Do we like that style? We could do this. Oof, I don't like that much. It's okay. I think this is better. And I always like to use Palatino just because Palatino is named after a friend of my grandfather's, Robert Palladino, who was a famous calligrapher and inspiration for Steve Jobs to include typefaces in the graphical user interface of computers. All right, so here we go. The res novae of our time, two biblical images. Let's see. Let's take this out of the reader real quick. See yeah. So what we have is just so that was the multimedia that we were just looking at. And then we have this introduction. So this is how the document is broken up. And this is how, if you want to read a church document, this is what you want to do. You want to read the table of contents first. If there is one, you got to read it, because this gives you the structure so that you can understand things. So introduction, of course, the res novae. So that's the new thing of our time. Then two biblical images as sort of a way to frame things. And then building for the common good, right, which is a fundamental teaching of the church, the notion of the common good. And then remaining human, which I would say is sort of, that's a new concept. This is something that is being brought into this document. So we have 5 chapters and a conclusion. So the chapters are broken up into a dynamic approach, faithful to the gospel, right? Because that has to be important, right? We have to always be faithful to the gospel. But this notion of dynamism, so that we have this movability, right? This ability to adjust to our times, to make the gospel applicable to now. So it's a church journeying through human history, right? Wisdom of the Word of God, etc. Social doctrine, development of the social doctrine from Leo XIII till now. So this is going to be the whole history, right? And then the recent magisterium, Second Vatican Council, and then interpreting history in the light of faith. This is going to be extremely important, right? Interpreting history in the light of faith, right? That history is not something outside of divine providence, and that's important. Chapter 2, we have foundations and principles of the social doctrine of the church, which is important because this is something that is very, very poorly understood by many people. Oftentimes when we talk about social doctrine of the Catholic Church, people just say this is NGO talk, this is libtard stuff, this is whatever you want to call it, a bunch of boomer stuff. It's not. Like, this is essential to the preaching of the gospel. It's actually built into sacred scripture and the tradition. This has always been a great concern. You can read it very clearly in the Fathers. So, foundations. So the foundation of social doctrine, the human person, right? The imago Dei, image of the triune God. The equal dignity of all human beings, right? The common family. We all share the same nature. And then the supreme value of human rights. We'll talk about that. I tend to be a little bit suspicious of human rights language. That's a very modern sort of terminology, but it can be used properly and well. Then there's the principles of social doctrine, common good, right? The universal destination of goods, which is one of the most controversial aspects, I think, at least in the United States. People don't like to talk about the universal destination of goods. Subsidiarity, which is that the lowest level of a structure is the one that should handle an issue if it can, and then the higher issue should only get involved if they're necessary. So the lowest level is the family, right? Then solidarity, which is the coming together as a human community to solve problems, and then social justice. And social justice is not meant in the way in which you hear it spoken about on the news, right? Social justice in this sense simply means that giving to the other what is due them, but at a structural level, right? So it's not just me giving, giving to another what is due to them. That's the personal virtue of justice. But there's also a societal level. So it's we're giving to the other. We're creating a society that gives to the other what is due to them. And then integral human development, which is important for flourishing, and then an examine for the church. So that's a self-reflection here. Chapter 3, we're going to have technology and dominance, the grandeur of human in light of the promise of artificial intelligence. So already we have a very interesting word here being used, the technocratic paradigm and digital power. I think that'll be important. That's identifying a problem, right? Immediately identifying a problem. Then artificial intelligence itself, a valuable tool that requires vigilance, responsibility, transparency, and the governance of AI. What must not be lost? Underlying narratives, transhumanism and posthumanism. These are issues. The limit, the heart, the grandeur of the human person. Very important, especially I would say the limit. The authentic, more than human, grace and Christian humanism, and then two cities and two loves. That'll be interesting because that is an immediate reference to St. Augustine, right? So it's fitting that the Pope, being an Augustinian monk before he was a bishop and Pope, and still sort of spiritually united to them, taking his spiritual sort of depth from St. Augustine. Just like our own order, we follow the rule of St. Augustine. One of his famous works, right, is this, the city of God, right? So you have the two cities, the city of God and the city of man. And how do these work? Chapter 4, safeguarding humanity at a time of transformation. Truth, work, freedom. Truth is a common good, which is true, right? This is something that we are all entitled to, something that we all possess. Truth and democracy, that'll be interesting because democracy is usually not sort of consistent with truth if you follow the Aristotelian and Socratic Plato sort of understanding of what democracy is. Communication and the collective imagination, this is also important, of course. We are the type of creatures who use language, right? So we let known what's in our mind by way of words. That's why the Greeks defined us as zoon politikon or zoon legon archon. Then towards an ecology of communication, which is important. An educational alliance for the digital age. Okay, the central role of schools. Okay, the dignity of work at a time of digital transition. This is going to be important. It's probably going to draw a lot from Pope St. John Paul II. His work Laborum Exertions, which was his first encyclical, or it was an apostolic exhortation. Can't remember now. In any case, it was one of his first documents, and it was on specifically the dignity of work. It's a brilliant document. Um, so the value of work, right? John Paul II talks about that. The problem of unemployment, which is huge. You can look at statistics. Like one of the things they talk about with the one of the causes of the Spanish Civil War was hyper unemployment, right? Especially among young men. An economy that values dignity, right? Dignity over capital. Is what that's probably going to be about. Families and young people, the social conditions for hope. That is the focus. That's the center, right? Because the fundamental unit of the state is the family, and young people are, in a sense, the most fragile in that. Oddly enough, protecting freedom against dependencies and commercialization. Great. Dependencies and societal control, breaking the chains of new forms of slavery. This I'm going to be very interested in because as someone who hears a lot of confessions, I mean, I've heard over the almost, I'm coming up on my 11-year anniversary of priesthood, and I've heard so many confessions, and the chains that people are bound by as a result of a lot of the new technologies is really, really sad, and it is something we need to address. And there's multiple chains, not just to pornography and dopamine addiction, but other things. So I'm going to be very interested in what this section's about. And then a shared responsibility, of course. We all have a common interest in this, a vested interest. And then chapter 5, um, the culture of power and the civilization of love, right? So this is probably going to be about what is the solution, right? How do we address the issues that have been identified, right? So the civilization of love in the digital age, right? So this is applying the principles of the gospel to create a community of love, right? That's really what we're trying to do. It's, Christians to that degree, we're kind of like hippies in that sense, right? We're trying to infuse humanity with divine love, right? Not some sort of superficial notion of eros and affection, but actual agape, right? The desire for the highest good of the other and working towards making that a reality. Culture of power, so the normalization of war, which is huge. I'll have a lot to say about that when we get there. Force without limits, weapons and artificial intelligence, the crisis of multilateralism, a supposed political realism. These are present issues. These are real things. So then, building the civilization of love. We can all do our part. Yes, I preach on this regularly. That we all have to do our part. It's kind of like the words of Teresa of Avila, right? She's that's a nare de turbe, right? Which is the uh, Christ has no hands but yours. He has no feet but yours, no eyes but yours, right? So the idea is that you have a personal responsibility, or as Aquinas puts it, love manifests itself in actions. So that's probably what that's going to be about. The need to disarm words. Okay. All right. I might need to learn a little bit about that if you look at my Twitter timeline sometimes. Building peace through justice. Okay. Correct. And justice properly understood. Again, the church is always going to presume her own understanding of these terms. Uh, thanks, Ethan. I appreciate that. Adopting the perspective of victims. So this is fundamentally what empathy is, and so we'll probably see in there is some of the work of Teresa Benedicta of the Cross, otherwise known as Edith Stein, who did her philosophical work under Husserl on the phenomenology of empathy. It's very important stuff. Um, Cultivating a healthy realism, correct, instead of some sort of strange idealism. Reviving dialogue, very important. The necessity of diplomacy and multilateralism. This is true. I actually spoke to a diplomat not too long ago, maybe just a couple of years ago. He was retiring from the Holy See's diplomatic corps. He had been a papal nuncio, and good guy, great bishop. And we were talking, and this was probably about maybe it was longer ago than I thought it was. Maybe about 5 years ago, maybe 6. And he was talking about how the work of diplomats is really hard right now because he said diplomacy doesn't exist anymore. Not really. He said in an era where a world leader can just call up another world leader, the diplomats, they have no room to really do their work anymore. They used to negotiate as professionals between sovereigns in order to, hey Jacko, welcome back. Um, in order to sort of bring about a peaceful language in order to reconcile differences. And he said that just doesn't really exist anymore. Now it's just a lot of, politics and bluster. He says, very problematic for peace. And then praying and hoping, which is very important. We're Christians, right? We believe that prayer is real and that hope is real. And so we pray and we hope, even though we live in a vale of tears, which we know. But just because we live in a vale of tears doesn't mean that we can just, you know, do whatever we want or just become nihilists or something like that. And then the conclusion is going to be the word became flesh, right? The incarnation, the sine qua non for why we do what we do. One body in Christ, correct? Mystical body, grace flowing through the whole system. And then the construction side of our time. Okay, so that's going to be the application. And the Song of Hope, the Magnificat, which, as you guys know, I mean, that is my screen name everywhere, right? Luke chapter 1, verses 46 through 55, which is the Magnificat. So I think it's beautiful, especially fitting today, since today is the memorial of Mary, Mother of the Church. And so I think it's beautiful that the document is ending with the Magnificat. Okay, so let's get in on this. So I'm not gonna do a line by line analysis. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read through. Welcome back, Josh. I'm gonna read through the document. We're gonna read through it together. It's long. It's about 40,000 words. So I'm gonna read, and then I think what the ground rules will need to be is this: is that two things. One, I will stop whenever I want to because it's my stream, so I'll stop when I want to comment upon something. If you want me to address something, or if you're confused by something, use highlight a message in chat using what are those things? Either bits or stars or whatever these. I forget exactly how these things work. Yeah, so either bits or stars, and then use those so that I can actually see the highlighted question, and then I'll address that question. Because otherwise, I'm just going to be reading this text, so I might have a hard time seeing a chat over here because you're off in my periphery. But yeah, that's how we'll do it. So I'll glance over there on occasion to see what you guys are saying, and feel free to have conversations on your own as well. That'd be awesome internally. But if you want if you want me to answer a specific question, if you want me to go deeper on a particular topic that is brought up in the encyclical, anything like that, just use one of the various features to highlight a comment in chat. Okay? All right, we'll do it that way. And I actually I got some music here. Just like that. How long do you think they waited to drop this encyclical if they wanted to have the correlation between Rerum Novarum and this one? I don't think they waited very long, actually. If you looked at the the timeline of the general audiences that were happening, I follow those. The Pillar provides, if you're a subscriber to the Pillar, which is I think the best of all of the Catholic news sources out there, they have they show you who has papal audiences every day, and if you track those papal audiences, you see where everyone is showing up, to talk to the Holy Father. And I saw people in there. I'm like, they're working on it. They're working on it. They're working on it. And the last time I saw Girtek, our brother Girtek, who's what used to be called the Master of Sacred Palace. I forget what they call it now. It's a papal theologian or whatever. The last time I saw him come in, I was like, okay, this must be the final sort of version of this. And now they just need to do a final read through, just polish everything up a little bit, put together the plan for the release, and then they'll go. Because that's what it happened. Like, so I saw Geartech there, and then I saw Tuco there, a number of times. And so then I was like, okay, we're getting close. So yeah, theologian of the papal household. I refuse to call him that. He's Master of Sacred Palace, as far as I'm concerned. I like that name better. I don't like these modern terms. Okay, all right. So let's get going. So introduction. Humanity, created by God in all its grandeur, is today facing a pivotal choice: either to construct a new Tower of Babel or to build a city in which God and humanity dwell together. A new Tower of Babel. All right, we all know that image. Each generation inherits the task of shaping its own era, of guiding history to become a place where the dignity of every person is safeguarded. And I'm going to stop at the ads. When we get to ad breaks, I'm just going to stop. I'm going to go get some water because I need to fill up my water deal, so that people are not, so we don't lose anybody in the text. All right. Going to a place where the dignity of every person is safeguarded, justice is promoted, and fraternity is made possible. Yet every era also runs the risk of creating an inhuman and more unjust world. Whenever humanity is in danger of marring its true identity, we Christians lift our eyes to the incarnate God, knowing that it is only in the mystery of the Word made flesh that the mystery of humanity truly becomes clear. Exactly. In Jesus Christ, this humanity in its grandeur becomes the way, the truth, and the life, opening the path for each of us to grow towards fullness. And that's sort of echoing the Second Vatican Council in Lumen Gentium, where it says, Lumen Gentium Gaudium et Spes. I can't remember which one, but it's actually probably cited here. But that Christ, one of the things that Christ did, Christ came to reveal man to himself. We see our dignity in him. So that's a good opening. All right, we're about ready to hit that ad break, so I'm going to stop here for a second and then get up, get the water that I need, and and in the meantime, talk amongst yourselves. I think actually I can turn on this music and make it a little super in the background, so that there's just a little bit of ambient sound there, so it's not completely silent as we're reading and talking. All right. All right, we should be back. All right, let's just get right back into this. And yeah, I think, Josh, that's actually a good critique. I wish encyclicals were shorter. I think they should try to limit themselves to about 10,000 words instead of 40,000, which is about what this is going to be. That would be nice. Alas, we have what we have. Okay, so paragraph 2. Founded on Christ, the living stone, we experience the powerful and mysterious action of the Holy Spirit. And we believe that every authentic human effort to cooperate with Him for the good will be blessed by our Heavenly Father, in whom we place our hope. For this reason, we can diligently contribute to every initiative that builds a more just world, and we can call others to collaborate in promoting the integral development of every human being. So there's an optimism, right? This is what we can do. This is what we are able to do. Sometimes we don't feel like we are able to do it, but this is, in fact, things that we are capable of doing. We wish to engage in dialogue with all men and women of our time, with whom we share in the events, questions, and aspirations of humanity. Together with them, we seek to identify new paths for the common good and for promoting a dignified life for all. Indeed, openness to dialogue is an integral part of the Church's vocation because, constituted in Christ as a sacrament of communion with God and of the unity of the entire human race, she recognizes history as the place where the gospel challenges and directs human experience. Now, let me mention something here. So this again is referencing the Second Vatican Council, that the Church is the sacrament, is sort of like a fundamental sacramental sign, and that to the world, and that she has that sort of modality about her, and so she has a place within history. Let me make this big. Let me increase the size of this so that it's a little bit easier to read on screen there. Let me make it even a little bit bigger. Let's go all 300. All right, this is Sparta, all the way to 300, man. All right. Nice. Okay. Paragraph 3. In this spirit, Pope Leo XIII published his encyclical Rerum Novarum in 1891, the 135th anniversary of which we celebrate with deep gratitude this year. With that document, my beloved predecessor gave impetus to the reflection on society, the economy, and politics, which is now known as the social doctrine of the Church. When some objected that the Church should not waste energy on worldly matters, but instead focus on communicating the message of eternal life, Leo XIII responded with realism and wisdom, saying that the proclamation of the gospel cannot overlook the concrete lives of people. Exactly. Christianity is not a Gnostic sect. Hi, Void. Welcome back. It is not something we live in our heads. It is something that we live in the world with our bodies. And so this is why it's important. Many decades have passed since then, and the magisterium, pastors, theologians, and faithful have continued to reflect on social issues in the light of the gospel. Today, the social doctrine of the Church is a legacy of wisdom, where we find principles for thought, criteria for discernment and judgment, and concrete guidelines for action. Founded on sacred scripture and tradition, and in engagement with the sciences, it helps us clearly interpret the challenges of the present and identify appropriate ways for living out a clear Christian witness, with joy and in service to the world. It is not an inert set of concepts, but a living corpus of truth that safeguards and interprets humanity's vocation to a full and just life. I therefore wish to add my own voice to this living tradition, invoking the help of the Spirit of wisdom, who has dwelt in the world since its beginning. Okay. It's actually beautiful. Yeah. His tone, his writing style is beautiful. It's clear, it's straightforward, and it's beautiful. This is a good document. 3 paragraphs in. When did the popes stop using second person plural? They haven't. They still do. They choose to use it at specific times, depending on what they're addressing and who they're addressing. He's using the I, the personal, to be very personal. This is personal to him, and so he's emphasizing that personalness of this work, I think. but no, we see the Holy Father use the royal we all the time. Pope Francis did it all the time. We've seen Pope Leo use it. So it's not out. It's just used for effect. So the res novae of our time. So that's the new thing, or the new things, or the thing of the new. I mean, yeah, that's my guess. We'll see. The new. So yeah. So the rerum novarum. That's actually the new things. But this is res novae, which is interesting. Well, Leo XIII spoke in his time of new things. Today, we cannot limit ourselves simply to repeating his insightful teachings. Instead, we must ask God for the wisdom to interpret the great trends of our time, particularly technological advances. In recent years, it has become increasingly evident how rapidly and profoundly digitalization, artificial intelligence, and robotics are transforming our world. Technology should not be considered in itself as a force antagonistic to humanity. On the contrary, it has formed part of our history since the beginning as a profound human reality linked to the autonomy and freedom of man. Over the centuries, technological development has significantly improved the living conditions of humanity. No one can deny this. This is very important. At the same time, each phase of progress has also revealed the ambiguity of tools that can cause harm when not oriented toward the good. Also very true. Today, however, we find ourselves facing a new situation. The power and prevalence of emerging technologies are interwoven into the fabric of daily life, shaping decision-making processes and deeply affecting the collective imagination. Never has humanity had such power over itself. New technologies open up a horizon extending in directions that are imaginable, but not yet fully predictable. I think that's an interesting dichotomy there. We can imagine things, but not fully predict what's going to happen. This complicates the assessment of their potential impact and the long-term effects they may have on both the dignity of individuals and the common good. Paragraph 5. Now, it falls to us to face the challenges of our time with clarity of thought and responsibility. It is necessary to establish adequate regulatory tools capable of upholding justice and curbing the distorting effects of technological power. Nevertheless, the issue is not limited to regulation. As Pope Francis warned, we must realistically ask ourselves who holds this power today and how they use it. Very important. It must also be recognized that nuclear energy, biotechnology, information technology, knowledge of our own DNA, and many other abilities which we have acquired have given those with the knowledge, and especially the economic resources, to use them, an impressive dominance over the whole of humanity and the entire world. This cannot be denied, and this cannot be overstated. The type of power that is possessed by the people engaged in all this sort of stuff is scary. I mean, we've seen it. Like, the movements for this is discussed in the Epstein files. We know that other cultures are, some people that have less regulation are really interested in doing all sorts of crazy chimera sort of stuff. It's just it gets really weird and scary and strange. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Ethan. Okay. In the past, it was largely up to the state to guide and direct innovation. Today, however, the main drivers of development are private, often transnational, parties that are endowed with resources and the capacity to intervene that surpass those of many governments. Technological power thus takes on an unprecedented, predominantly private aspect, which makes it even more challenging to discern, govern, and direct such power toward the common good. This is important. So we don't always think about this, right? So private, so there's certain things belong in the public sphere, right? Art belongs in the public sphere. Technology like this belongs in the public sphere. It's like, for an analogy, this stuff, yeah, Palantir. I was thinking exactly of Palantir. That's exactly what was in my mind as I was reading that. But like technology like this, they're like utilities, Right? This is why I've often said that something like the internet needs to be like a utility. Like the fact that we have these ISPs that are controlling all of this stuff seems to be wrong, because these are now a common good. And so they shouldn't be held by private companies, or even if the company is publicly traded, it's still a company. It's not in the common good. It's not in the public sector like a utility is. And that's where a lot of this stuff should exist, so that it is, it's available to all and not hoarded by individuals for power and capital. Okay. For this reason, it is necessary to begin a shared discernment process for identifying the spiritual and cultural roots of ongoing transformations. Yes. If we focus only on contingencies, we risk letting the succession of emergencies dictate the direction of our path. That's dangerous. Dangerous in every circumstance. If you're only reacting to things as they come at you, you're liable to make some significant mistakes, or you're going to not be able to see clearly what's going to happen in the future and plan appropriately for it. You're always in crisis mode. And that's kind of what it feels like on this sort of like this level of things. It's crisis mode at this meta level. We are living through a rapid phase of transition, a change of era. Yeah, very much so. In which, while some are vying for the future of new technologies and others dedicate themselves to reflecting on the matter, most people are watching and waiting, observing from afar and merely hoping for the best. Yeah, I think that's right. For this very reason, crucial questions impose themselves on our conscience and can no longer be avoided. Where are we going? Toward what goal do we wish to orient ourselves? What direction should we choose as a people and as a human community? Okay, these are the questions. These really are the questions. Like, where are we going with this? What does this look like? What does the future look like? Right? Right. Toward what goal do we wish to orient ourselves? Right? If we're just setting out into the deep, right? We're just heading out where there's monsters and dragons. You end up in shipwreck, right? But what are we trying to achieve? What are we concretely trying to achieve by the use of these technologies? Or are we just, ars gratia artis, right? Are we just doing it because we can? And then what direction should we choose as a people and as a human community? So all three of these questions are tied together intimately, right? With sort of seeking a vision, a teleological vision. Yeah, no, this is impressive. Like there's no wasted words here. This is great. Okay, 2 biblical images. In order to answer these questions and discern how to navigate responsibly the era of AI, I would like to bring to mind 2 scenes from the Bible: the construction of the Tower of Babel and the rebuilding of the walls of Jerusalem. The story of Babel appears in the book of Genesis. At the origins of humanity, immediately after the genealogies of Noah's sons, after settling in a plain in the land of Shinar, the people decided to build a city and a tower with its top in the heavens. Fearing being scattered across the earth, they sought to guarantee stability and power for themselves, and above all, to make a name for themselves. It was an impressive feat: a single language, a single technology, a single direction. However, the project concealed a profound danger. It was a project conceived without reference to God, supported by a uniformity that eliminated diversity and that chose homogenization over communion. This is huge. Like this, I can't say how many times I've applied this same problem to other issues, right? There is this mentality that we get caught up on as a church as well, right? In the liturgy wars and all sorts of things, that unity means conformity. Unity means uniformity rather than communion, that we're looking for some sort of homogenization rather than communion, right? There's unity and there's diversity, right? St. Paul talks about that one body, many members. This is extremely important. Was Atlantis? All right, well, maybe. I mean, they're very similar myths, right? When you get down to it, the principles of the myth are very similar. Where are we at? Okay. When a city is built on pride and the claim to self-sufficiency, communication breaks down, languages are confused, and people no longer understand each other. The result is not unity, but dispersion. Babel thus reveals the limits of any effort that, however grandiose, arises from self-affirmation, sacrifices human dignity for efficiency, and aspires to reach heaven without God's blessing. Yeah, you can definitely derive that from that part of sacred scripture. Absolutely, those are very clearly derivable from that story, and that's been the general lessons from that story that we've taken forever, right? You even see it, actually, it's interesting, you even see the same sentiment kind of in that movie Noah, right? Where Tubal-Cain is like sort of the representative of that mentality. The book of Nehemiah, in turn, opens at a time of great vulnerability in the history of ancient Israel. After the Babylonian exile, a portion of the people returned to Jerusalem. This is one of my favorite moments in Scripture. It's beautiful. But the city was still in ruins. The walls collapsed, and the gates burned. Nehemiah, a Jew in the service of the Persian king Artaxerxes, received news of the disastrous state of his ancestral city. Before taking action, he fasted, prayed, and interceded for the people. He then asked the king for permission to return to Jerusalem, and upon arriving, examined the destroyed areas in silence. He did not impose solutions from above. He convened the families, assigned each of them a section of the wall to rebuild, listened to their concerns, coordinated their efforts, and addressed any opposition. The narrative shows how the city is reborn, not through the initiative of one man, but through the shared responsibility of all, men, women, priests, artisans, heads of households, and young people all play a part. It is an undertaking with God at the center, which rebuilds relationships before rebuilding with stones. Thus, ancient Jerusalem rediscovers a common language, not one of uniformity, but one of communion, namely the harmony that arises when all persons assume their own role and recognize that their strength comes from the Lord. In light of these two images, the Holy Spirit challenges us today regarding our relationship with technology and the ongoing digital revolution. Scientific discoveries are talents entrusted to humanity so that they may bear fruit. Technology has the power to heal, connect, educate, and protect our common home, but it can also divide, exclude, and generate new forms of injustice. Absolutely. There's always a shadow side to things, right? Always a shadow side. In the abstract, technology in and of itself is not a solution to humanity's problems, just as it is not inherently evil, right? Yeah, it's morally neutral by and large. In practice, however, technology is never neutral. Exactly. Because it takes on the characteristics of those who devise, finance, regulate, and use it, right? Intention affects an artifact. Right? So actually what's built into this idea is something from Aristotle. That is something that I think is fascinating. So Aristotle talks about this concept called accidental forms. And accidental forms are those forms that we impose on artifacts, on tools, on objects, and art. Something that comes from us. And so it's not a natural form. Like, a tree has the form of tree. Man has the form of man, right? That's the nature of the thing. Anything that lives has an intrinsic nature. The things that don't live, like dollar bills and basketballs and snow cones and hammers, none of these things have a natural form to them. We impose an artificial form on them. So it's by way of intention that this art that we've created, this artifact that we have made or have specified, even if we haven't made it, because you turn a stick into a club by intending it as a club, right? It becomes a tool by your intention. This is what gives that thing a moral character, or at least a potential moral character. So in very few lines, he's just hitting home this notion of Aristotle of accidental forms. It's actually quite brilliant the way it's phrased. All right. Therefore, the primary choice is not between a yes or no to technology, but rather between constructing Babel or rebuilding Jerusalem. It's a great juxtaposition. Love it. Between a power that claims to dominate the heavens and a people who work together in the presence of God to rebuild the walls of fraternal coexistence. That's the money quote. Man, that is beautiful. That's fantastic. Okay. We must then avoid the Babel syndrome, namely the idolatry of profit that sacrifices the weak, a uniformity that neutralizes differences, and the pretense that a single language, even a digital one, can translate everything, including the mystery of the person, into data and performance. Mathematicians, hardest hit. Engineers, hardest hit. All right. The risk of dehumanization. Analytic philosophers, they just all simultaneously died. Like throughout the whole world, they just all collapsed and died after that statement. The risk of dehumanization, of building a future that excludes God and reduces the other to a means, is an ancient and ever new temptation that today takes on a technical guise. Instead, let us choose the way of Nehemiah, which highlights the importance of working together to make the city of God a safe place for returning exiles. Rebuilding today means recognizing that precisely from the plurality of voices and visions, which, even though they sometimes remind us of the confusion caused by the diversity of spoken languages, a bright possibility emerges. Indeed, this is the possibility of building together, of transforming diversity into a resource, and of making listening and dialogue the common ground upon which to cultivate justice and fraternity. Within this shared task, Christians discover their unique role of guiding actions toward God so that, in His light, pluralism does not dissipate into disorder, but instead, through the practice of synodality, it becomes the space in which humanity rediscovers its solid foundations and its final end. In the book of Revelation, John sees the New Jerusalem coming down out of heaven from God as a gift for all humanity. And this vision of grace is an invitation for us Christians to work together in order to foster a peaceful, just, and dignified life in community with today's cities. Yeah. It's common work. Ethan, you're singing over there. Yeah, and actually, that's a good insight, Josh, that he's taking a shot at himself as a mathematician. That's actually kind of funny. Didn't think about that, but you're right. Thanks. Good. Thanks, Josh. Those OCP hymns, man, we're gonna have to time people out for that. Okay, building for the common good. Paragraph 11. Building a city founded on the common good implies, first and foremost, building on a firm relationship with God. Yes, the common good. So this is the problem with communism, right? This is the problem with communism and many of the socialist sort of notions, is that somehow the common good can be achieved without reference to God as the center and ground. This also is actually the problem with the notion of a type of capitalism that talks about all boats rising, but it also doesn't have reference to God, right? It's with reference to self, to man, to achievement, to some sort of Pelagian end. It's the horseshoe. It's the horseshoe theory, right? So it means recognizing that the truth of His love calls us to life in all its fullness and communion with Him. Like St. Augustine, we too can say, "You have made us for yourself, O Lord." And our heart is restless until it rests in you. Indeed, God has inscribed in our hearts a desire for happiness that embraces all the dimensions of life. The Church, in dialogue with the men and women of our time, recognizes the urgent need to safeguard and guide this aspiration toward its deepest truth. Yes, it's kind of one of her purposes. Secondly, building for the common good means accepting the limits and weaknesses of humanity without considering them an error to be corrected. So this is interesting. This is profound. I was just having this conversation with somebody the other day about sort of like religious discernment, right? And so if you follow Aquinas' thought on this, everyone is called to monastic life. Everybody is called to religious life in virtue of their baptism, because all religious life is fundamentally is your baptismal life as a Christian joined to the virtue of magnanimity. So you just magnanimously live out your baptismal call as a religious. But he also says not everyone is suited to it. So even though all are called, not everyone is capable. And this is precisely what he's talking about here in this first line, that all of us, even though we all might have sort of this potency for things, we're limited, and that limitation isn't necessarily that weakness isn't necessarily an error that needs to be corrected, right? And I can see probably where this is going to go. I can see a future comment about this being built out, having to do with people with certain disabilities or whatnot. Today, the human desire for fullness of life is at risk of being misled by deceitful goals, such as the prospect of a technology that promises to free us from all weakness, and models of well-being that leave behind entire populations. So this is huge, right? So when we talk about, first world problems, right? Everyone here is, we want our conveniences, but then we export our trash to Nigeria, right? So that we don't have all our trash here. We give it to them. It's kind of a problem. All too often, we place our hope in unlimited upgrades in forms of progress that exacerbate inequalities and in immediate solutions incapable of healing people's wounds. You could think of, like, for instance, the constant upgrade cycle of cell phones, right? Something as simple as that. If we just take that as an example, right? If you're replacing your cell phone every time there's an upgrade, but what is the cost of that? Yeah, you're spending $1,000 or more for that phone, and that's your cost. That's the cost of time and capital that you are spending. But what about the making of that, right? So how many people have had to work in the mines in Africa? How many children are working as slaves in mines, digging out rare earth metals in order to satisfy the consumption need for that upgrade cycle to exist? Right, so there's a major cost that we don't always think about, and it makes, I get my flashy new device, but then these people in parts of Africa or South America or Asia, where they're getting all their rare earth metals through the use of child labor, and terrorist activities and all sorts of other things. I mean, this is a reality that people forget about. People forget about that, so that we have bananas all the time, that, some companies have used terrorism in order to adjust the price, levels of that so that we can afford things. It's just, there's all sorts of nefarious stuff that goes on that a lot of people aren't aware of worldwide. And there's a complicity of the, first world sort of economies and governments in that sort of stuff. I mean, Guatemala is a great example of how it's kept in a state of sort of turmoil because of how wealthy we get off of their land for mining purposes, and the instability of that country is in the vested interest of a lot of countries and companies, and so it's kept that way. All right, there's some boats. Apparently, there's some boats that we don't want them to rise, because then it would make it harder for us. Okay, as a result, well, some pursue the illusion of unlimited self-assertion, right? This Nietzschean view. Or actually not just Nietzschean, that's even worse. That's actually Randian. So that's objectivism. That's the philosophy of Ayn Rand, that everything is an object for me to utilize. And I must assert my dominance over it. That's other people, everything. Many are deprived of basic necessities. Yeah, it's true. Even water, which is crazy. I live here in Utah, right? In Utah, there's at least one of the Indian tribes here does not have potable water, right? They rely on water delivery. That's crazy. It's criminal, in fact. I'm trying to get the the G20 is meeting in the United States this year, and so the interfaith side of that is meeting here in Salt Lake City, and they always do a major project, a service project, and so I'm trying to angle the IF 20 to focus on water as their service project for the people here in Utah. So even in the United States, we have this situation. The Church reminds us with a firm yet humble voice that true fulfillment is not achieved by eliminating weakness, but through harmonious growth. It is found where freedom and responsibility are intertwined with mutual care and true solidarity, where progress is measured by the dignity of each person and the good of all peoples. Thirdly, building a world in which everyone can flourish requires shared responsibility and courage. No one can single-handedly bear the weight of the challenges the world is facing, just as no one is so weak that they cannot play their part, for power is made perfect in weakness. A lot of people have a hard time with that statement. That's hard. It requires great bravery to accept that. All are given their own section of the wall. Scientists and researchers, entrepreneurs and workers, educators and legislators, civil society, popular movements and faith communities. This is the logic of subsidiarity, which values the cooperation between generations, peoples, disciplines, and cultures as the best way for fostering stability, prosperity, and peace. We should not be intimidated by tensions or differences because they can become creative forces when guided by shared responsibility. Absolutely true. I'll give you a concrete example of this. Before I entered the order, I was dating a girl who worked for Los Alamos Labs, and at that time at Los Alamos, they were having a problem with advancement of sort of the sciences. And one of the things they did in order to try to solve this problem is they were hiring people from outside of the discipline of the job. So like, let me rephrase this, right? What they were doing was, let's say the job was principally a physics job. They were hiring people from like biology, right? So to go into that job so they could ask different questions than what a physicist would ask, right? So the diversity of, so working outside of your specialization was important for the development and the ongoing development of the sciences there. So that, because you're not always going to ask the right questions from inside of your specialty, inside of your bubble. In fact, Fulton Sheen, Venerable, soon to be blessed, Fulton Sheen talked about the problem of this sort of this specialization in our world and creating this division, creating this sort of situation. He was very prophetic when it came to that. So Josh, I'll just put it simply is that I pretty much always had a girlfriend since like since actually preschool, a little girl anyway. And then I went this direction. I had enough. So okay. Finally, did we read that correct? Faith communities, this is logic subsidiary. Okay, good. Finally, building for the common good requires an evangelical language. We must avoid humiliating or antagonistic words, opting rather for a clarity that sheds light and a frankness that unlocks new possibilities. I have to admit, I could get a lot better at this. I don't suffer fools patiently, and that is definitely a personal defect. We cannot condone naive enthusiasms, which is usually what I would describe. If you read Gaudium et Spes, Gaudium et Spes feels a lot like naive enthusiasms, nor fuel unfounded fear. Instead, let us establish standards for discernment. The dignity of the human person, the universal destination of goods, preferential option for the poor, care for a common home, and peace. And let us translate these standards. They're using M dashes. This makes me so happy. I'm sorry. It's a random aside. And let us translate these standards into practices such as responsible planning, the assessment of human and social impact, the inclusion of the most vulnerable, the promotion of digital literacy, and guiding research and industry towards justice and peace. I wholeheartedly agree with everything so far. Yeah, that's right. The Holy Father has been reading my timeline on Twitter. All right, remaining human. 15. In the recent ordinary Jubilee year of 2025, we walked as pilgrims of hope and were blessed with many graces. Now let me tell you what happened. I gotta share this story, right? So I'm in Rome, right? Because I had to go to a meeting for an organization within my order, the priestly fraternity of St. Dominic. I was representing our province for the meetings. And so I'm there, and I'm like, this is my first time in Rome. I'd never been in Rome before. I was like, this is amazing, all right? So the whole thing was an ordeal. It's crazy. So I get to the airport, and I go to the lounge, and I sit down, I eat, and I'm there, just hanging out, talking with some people, and then our flight gets delayed. And then our flight gets delayed. Our flight gets delayed. And then I'm like, I'm already planning, like, this sounds like it's going to get canceled. So I go talk to customer service, and they are very kind. They find me a flight outside of the Delta network. And so I end up, no, they don't get to wear the habit. They do in the Priory, but not outside. So I ended up at Heathrow, and then a further delay in Heathrow, and then I eventually ended up at Fiumicino in Rome. So we were delayed 10 hours. It was a 10-hour flight delay. And they kept saying, maintenance problems, all sorts of other issues. Okay, whatever. Which I've never heard of before, because everyone was getting delayed. Anyone that was going east into Europe was getting delayed. It was crazy. So I finally get to Fiumicino, and I go to pick up my luggage, and it's not there. They had forgot to transfer my luggage to the other carrier, so it was still in Salt Lake City. I was furious because I didn't bring any carry-on, and I was just like, oh man, I reek like an airplane, and travel. And so I get to the place where we're staying, which is sort of towards the far end of Rome. And I get there, and I start working on getting my luggage. My luggage shows up the next day, which sadly was the one day that I had free time. All the rest of the time there was just in meetings inside of like buildings. And so I tried. I went to Fiumicino. I went back on the train. I got to Fiumicino. It took a couple hours to get my luggage. Then I went back. By the time I got back to Rome, I was like, maybe I can make it, right? So then I get on the metro and go down to Vatican, and it's late at night now, right? Because it's taken all day for this to happen. And I'm in St. Peter's Square. First time I've ever been in St. Peter's Square. The place is amazing. It's gigantic. Like it's in person. Like I've seen it on TV my whole life, but man, in person, that place is really crazy and impressive. And so I walk over to the side. There's no line. I'm like, this is amazing. Awesome. All right. So I walk around, and then I get to the entrance so I can walk through the holy doors at St. Peter's. And I get to the entrance, and there's a guy there, and he's talking to some ladies. And it hits 10 o'clock. And he's like, I'm sorry, we're closing the church for the night. I just go, can I just go up and pray real quick? And he's like, I'm sorry, Father. No, this is how this works. And I was just, my one time in Rome during the Jubilee year, and I get blocked to walk through the doors and to get actually inside of St. Peter's Basilica. And it was my only opportunity the entire time that I was there. And I got thwarted. It was not just humbling, I was like, oh man, what are you doing, God? So you got to figure out a way to get back to Rome for some reason. So if anybody out there wants to take me to Rome for some reason, that would be awesome. So that's, yeah. Anyway, that's my sad Jubilee year of 2025 story. Oh, and by the way, so I found out the reason why we had 10 hours of delay. You want to know why we had 10 hours of delay? They couldn't tell us. It was all secret. That was the weekend. That was the time, or weekend, or week, or whatever it is, where we bombed the nuclear sites, the research sites in Iran. So I got this whole fiasco was all because of the what is it, the B2s that were being sent, to the Middle East. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I get to blame the president for me not being able to walk through the Yeah, I got trumped. I wasn't able to walk through the Jubilee, the holy doors. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Because when I was in Rome, I started looking at the news when I was there, and I was like, oh man, we just zapped Iran, and I was like, that's why I was delayed 10 hours. Anyway, that's my little side story there. Okay, remaining human. In the recent ordinary Jubilee year of 2025, we walked as pilgrims of hope, and were blessed with many graces. Strengthened by these gifts, we can move forward with confidence to face the arduous task and demanding challenges that lie ahead. In the era of artificial intelligence, when human dignity is threatened by new forms of dehumanization, ours is the pressing duty to remain profoundly human. I want to know what he means by this. This is important. We must lovingly safeguard the grandeur of humanity bestowed upon us and revealed in its fullness in Christ, the splendor of which no machine can ever replace. True progress always stems from a heart open to others, an intelligence willing to listen, and a will that seeks what unites rather than what separates. Yeah, it's harder to build than it is to destroy, but it's more valuable. I address this heartfelt appeal to all the Catholic faithful, to all Christians, and to all men and women of goodwill. Let us not be afraid to get our hands dirty on the construction site of our time. Like Nehemiah, let us pray, plan wisely, and work perseveringly, placing God at the forefront of our actions and the human person at the center of our choices. Thus, the rejected stones, the poor, the sick, the migrants, and the least among us, this is a scriptural notion here. This is collectively what's known as the Anawim, right? The Anawim will become the cornerstone, and a solid, welcoming common home will emerge on the earth, where love and faithfulness will finally meet, and righteousness and peace will embrace. Now, I can already see people saying, well, Christ is a cornerstone. Well, yes, but remember what our Lord said, that which you have done to the least of these, the least of mine, you have done unto me, right? So Christ identifies with the Anawim, right? So that is a fitting connection, a fitting image. Okay. This is the blessing we implore from God, and the task that stands before us is that of being builders of communion, rather than architects of Babel. I like this. Being builders of communion rather than architects of Babel. And then notice the word builders and architects here, right? There's a fundamental difference here. Like, builders are common workers, right? You're working together, whereas this is there's a nefarious sense here of being an architect, right? You're not building, you're merely the designer. There's a control sort of notion here, whereas this is doing the task. It's an interesting juxtaposition to sort of have a weird sort of light and shadow here, but within the context of labor, of work. All right. We are to be servants of the coming kingdom instead of lords of towers destined for ruin. Yeah, so this is it, right? So he's re-emphasizing this same idea, right? Servants of the coming kingdom as opposed to lords of towers destined for ruin. What is this construction site? So the construction site is a reference back to that image of Nehemiah, right? So Nehemiah, and remember, Docky, if you want to ask a question, highlight the question so that I see it, or else I might miss it in the chat. Highlight it with either the star points, whatever those things are, or bits, or whatever, however you want to do that. And then I'll make sure that I see it. But it's that image of Nehemiah of rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. So that's the construction site. And he described that construction site of everybody working together, tasked for different aspects in solidarity and subsidiarity, working together to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. So that's the image. And so the common project that he's talking about here is the construction site. We are to build the walls together, right? The servants of the coming kingdom. And join forces building up the common good so that humanity will never lose its beauty. And the world once again will come to recognize the human heart as a place where God desires to dwell. I would just describe that as Christendom, quite frankly. All right, we're done with the introduction. Now we get into the meat and potatoes. me take a little drink of water here. Voice is getting scratchy. It was already a little scratchy. I woke up with a scratchy voice. I could hear it when I was saying Mass this morning at the cathedral. A lot of talking this week. That's why. And still a lot of talking. Okay. Can we build Christendom? Yes. We did before. We can do it again. Chapter 1. A dynamic approach faithful to the gospel. Okay. In this first chapter, I intend to present synthetically how the social doctrine of the church has taken shape in the recent papal magisterium. So we're going to roll back the tape and then we're going to play it forward. All right. How the social doctrine of the church has taken shape in the recent papal magisterium and in the Second Vatican Council in order to demonstrate its dynamic character. Right. That's important. It has to be able to move and shape in order to address the changes the present needs. Indeed, in each era, this res nove require that this teaching address historical questions in the light of revealed truth. In this regard, artificial intelligence, too, should not be considered as merely yet another theme to be studied or a crisis to be managed, but rather as a development that challenges the categories of social doctrine from within, calling for their further development and fidelity to the gospel. That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought about that. I like that idea. Meditate on. Okay. They'll get to that, I guess. This overview, however, would not be very comprehensible if, before reflecting on the contribution of individual popes and their most relevant documents, we do not first clarify some fundamental principles concerning the way in which the Church exists in history and relates to the world. Failing to do so would expose social doctrine to the risk of being perceived as an undue interference in worldly matters or as an external code of ethics imposed from above. Smart. Very smart. In reality, it stems from a church that walks alongside humanity, recognizing the autonomy of earthly realities and the distinction between ecclesial and political communities. Indeed, it is for this very reason that she strives to serve the common good. This is exactly the thought of St. Thomas Aquinas. This is exactly the thought of St. Augustine. And others, Robert Bellarmine, you name it. Anyone that's talked about this topic, this is exactly the way in which the best thinkers have always thought about this. Okay, a church journeying through human history. The church is present in the world as a sign of unity for the entire human family. Correct, it's the mystical body of Christ, of which we are all supposed to be living stones, those of the baptized. She recognizes today's questions and challenges as the current setting in which to carry out her particular vocation of listening, dialogue, and service, and of being responsive to everything concerning the lives of contemporary men and women. This involvement in people's lives helps the Church understand ever more clearly that her mission has a historical scope and entails a responsibility for the way in which social relations are built. For this reason, she cannot consider herself a stranger to the forces shaping society. On the contrary, the Church actively participates in the process by which society grows and is organized, and she offers her own contribution to the creation of a more just and fraternal society. Now, this makes me think of something funny, actually. If you've ever seen the movie, So I Married an Axe Murderer, it's Mike Myers' movie. And Mike Myers plays his own dad, who's Scottish and is like into all of these conspiracy theories, right? And so he believes that there's a secret society that runs everything. And he's like, "Come on, Dad, who's part of the secret society?" And he's like, "The Queen, the Gettys, the Vatican." And and Colonel Sanders, right? So the Pentaverant is what he calls it. And so the Vatican is part of this Pentaverant. And so this line reminds me of that moment in the movie. Okay. Pope Francis emphasized this historical dimension of the Church's mission. No one can demand that religion should be regulated to the inner sanctum of personal life, without influence on societal and national life, without concern for the soundness of civil institutions, without a right to offer an opinion on events affecting society. Of course, the Church is made up of people. Those same people are dealing with all the things in the world. We're all in this together, right? So the Church is not separate, it's part of and integral to. The Church's vocation and duty to accompany humanity in the specifics of history leads her to recognize that earthly realities possess their own proper character and order. The Second Vatican Council expressed this principle with particular precision in the Pastoral Constitution Gaudium et Spes. Now, another little aside, so those are the first words of Gaudium et Spes, the incipit, Gaudium et Spes, hope and joy. But then the next words are luctus et ungor, which is just all like darkness and suffering, right? So pain and suffering, or tears rather. And so every and one of our professors, Father Richard Schenk, always used to say, he's like, yeah, says everybody wants Gaudium et Spes and no one wants a luctus et ungor. And so there's a lot of luctus et ungor in that document as well. Whose 60th anniversary we remembered and celebrated with gratitude on 7 December 2025. If by the autonomy of earthly affairs is meant that created things and societies themselves enjoy their own laws and values, then the demand for autonomy is perfectly in order. This affirmation shows that creation bears the imprint of an original goodness that our human outlook must preserve, cultivate, and bring to fulfillment. One thing that's annoying me about this document, I just want to say, is the lack of the use of the Oxford comma. We need Oxford commas, man. We need them to come back. It's bugging me. So, they're using M dashes. If you're going to use M dashes, you got to use Oxford commas. Anyway, the interesting thing about this is this imprint of an original goodness. Now, as Catholics, we fundamentally hold to this idea, contrary to the Gnostics, and you'll find a lot of other like contemporary religious groups, some of the Protestants and other peoples who will say, no, the world, all this stuff is evil and bad and Satan and all these other things. No. We affirm that insofar as a thing is, it participates in goodness, right? Because it participates in God's creation. He created it. And he is existence itself, right? So insofar as a thing exists, there is this ontological goodness. And so we're always looking towards a goodness. That evil, natural evil and moral evil, is a privation of good. So it's a lack of something that ought to be there. And so we always know things by way of the good of something, not by way of its evil. And sometimes we can get into this mindset where we just look at the evil, but evil is non-existence, it's non-being, it's a privation. It's not a positive thing, it's not an actual thing in itself. Like I said, it's a lack, it's like a hole, right, in something that ought to be there. And so we are to always focus on the good. That is, we focus on being, on the goodness of creation, on the goodness of things. Hi, Tony. This is good. Encyclical is going great. It's actually quite beautiful so far. We're only on paragraph 20, and we started probably about an hour ago actually reading. There was a little bit of preliminary before that. Yeah. So here we are. Where was I at here? Okay. In this regard, the Church offers herself in a way that helps to interpret reality in all its depth. She supports with humble firmness the choices that promote the dignity of every person, the cohesion of communities, and the good of all. The Church thus stands alongside the world without overpowering it, so that the promise of justice and peace that the Holy Spirit continues to sustain in the heart of humanity may come to fruition in every human endeavor. Recognizing that God upholds the freedom of men and women in the unfolding of history, the Second Vatican Council affirmed the distinction between the ecclesial community and the political community, emphasizing that each must operate with full autonomy. This is just basic Aquinas, right? This is basic Aquinas. The church's presence, and Augustine, right? It's just basic. The church's presence in the world is also expressed through her relationship with civil society and public institutions, right? So we work with all these things. By engaging with these entities, the Church acknowledges the value of social and political realities and honors their specific responsibilities, supporting everything that fosters the well-being of individuals and strengthens the fabric of society. The Church does not claim to assume the functions belonging to the state. On the contrary, she esteems those who serve the common good, and she firmly acknowledges the responsibility that civil institutions hold within society. At the same time, the mission entrusted to the Church prompts her to address the real suffering of the men and women of our time. This closeness does not stem from an intent to supplant civil institutions, much less from an implicit criticism of their work. Rather, it stems from evangelical charity, which impels the Church to draw near to the wounds of humanity whenever they surface with greater severity. When the Church intervenes, she does so following the example of the Good Samaritan, with discretion and closeness, aware that what arises from urgent necessity cannot become the norm, nor replace the institutional responsibilities proper to the civil community. Exactly. The civil society exists to promote the common good. And when it's not doing that, this is when the Church has to step in and speak very clearly and very directly. Very important. And that is her right. That is her purpose. And so the Holy Father is just reaffirming that position of what the Church believes her rights are in society. And that cannot be taken away, because they are rights given to her by God for that very purpose. Time we have. See if I have enough time to grab another cup of coffee. All right, we should be back, right? Good. All right. Tony, no, there's nothing that has surprised me yet. There's a couple turns of phrases that have been used that I think are really interesting, and so I want to see how those are built out as the encyclical moves on. So we're only in sort of the first chapter. We did we looked through the table of contents, and then from there we looked at the introduction, which was very beautiful, and so now we're in the meat and potatoes. But there's certain things in there that sort of like these little hints. Oh, it's very long. It's about 40,000 words. So, which is typical since John Paul II. Do you know that prior to John Paul II, the average encyclical was between 4,000 and 10,000 words? Starting with John Paul II, the average word count for encyclicals is 40,000 words. Yeah, it's a lot. So I would like us to get back to the pre-John Paul II length of encyclicals. Okay, here we go. 22. Starting from this twofold acknowledgement, the autonomy of earthly realities and the distinction between ecclesiastical and political spheres of competence allows for a clear understanding of the direction that the Second Vatican Council set for the Church in her relationship with the world. Gaudium et Spes reminds us that it is the task of the whole people of God, particularly of its pastors and theologians. Pastors here actually means bishops, so, I'm an extension of that, I guess. To listen to and distinguish the many voices of our times and to interpret them in the light of God's word, in order that the revealed truth may be more deeply penetrated, better understood, and more suitably presented. Listening to the many voices is no mere sociological exercise, right? This is important, right? So we're not just saying this to be cool and nice and fit in with society, but instead requires spiritual discernment, right? We do everything according to the fruits, gifts, and everything of the Holy Spirit, right? Charisms, all that whole schmear. Guided by the Spirit, the people of God come to recognize in culture and social transformations both the signs of the presence of Christ, who comes and guides history towards its fulfillment, which is the final coming, right? The eschatological sign, right? We always have sort of that vision, the way we think about things as Christians theologically, the way we're supposed to think about everything is in light of the end times, right? That's the eschatological view of life. And those arbitrations that obscure his face. In this way, or aberrations rather, that obscure his face. In this way, the essential core of revealed truth is not altered. All right, man. This is getting a little weird here. All right, good. Better. Sorry, sound was going weird in my ears. In this way, the essential core of revealed truth is not altered, but made explicit and adopted as a living standard for guiding concrete choices. Inspired paths of personal and communal conversion, promoting structural reforms, and supporting new forms of evangelical witness in public life. Yes, a great example of that is really just the existence of religious lives over time. The whole idea of a religious community is that inspiration of the Holy Spirit to manifest the needs of our times, here and now, concretely, to serve the common good and the gospel in here and now, in concrete, very specific ways, right? That's how our order was started. That's how the Franciscans were started, the Jesuits, even the Jesuits. Everybody was started. And but that doesn't, there's also the need for lay communities, all these sorts of things. Like the church is huge, right? She's got all these different moving parts and parts of the body. And these are a response to the needs of the time. History is thus understood as one of the places in which the church allows herself to be taught by the Spirit about the humanizing power of the gospel, and she learns to develop her own teaching at the service of the dignity of every person and the good of all peoples. Exactly. That's exactly what I was just saying, right? The wisdom of the Word of God in dialogue with the human sciences. The church regards all who sincerely seek truth, goodness, and beauty, right? These are all the transcendentals, right? As companions on the journey, and considers them as precious allies. in defending the dignity of every person and in caring for creation. Right? So this is everybody who's trying to do this. No matter how imperfect, but if that's how they're directed, then these are precious allies. Adopting the pastoral approach of the Second Vatican Council, which invites us to listen, discern, and interpret the signs of the times, and enlightened by the wisdom of the Word, the Church is not afraid to encounter human knowledge. Absolutely. I mean, we're kind of the genesis of a lot of it, historically. Indeed, the Word of God provides reliable standards for establishing paths of justice and opening ways of reconciliation and peace among peoples. When it comes to applying these standards to the complex situations of our time, the contributions of philosophy and of the human and social sciences is essential. These disciplines help us understand and analyze cultural, economic, and political dynamics more deeply. Saint John Paul II recalled that the Church welcomes the contributions of the social sciences in order to draw from them concrete insights that help her carry out her magisterial office. Absolutely. Truth all has the same source. Insofar as something is true, it's good, it's beautiful, and it helps us do the work. A dialogue with such kinds of knowledge does not diminish the power of the gospel. On the contrary, it makes it possible to identify with greater clarity what genuinely fosters the lives of individuals and communities. Absolutely. Following this perspective, Pope Francis emphasized that when dealing with many specific questions, the Church does not claim to offer a definitive opinion. This is true. A lot of people have a hard time with that because they think the Church is sort of like a gumball machine of truths, right? You just put in a quarter and she pops out the next truth to tell you what to do. But this is not how the Church works, right? It's about freeing people to act in the freedom that Christ has given them with the natural law that is written on their heart, and the infusion of the Holy Spirit that allows them to be taught internally by the Holy Spirit in order to live out the Christian life, provided with parameters by the definitive teaching of the Church, which that interior spirit recognizes as its own. And so that communion exists between the individual person and the doctrine of the Church. There should be no conflict there. That conflict that happens in communion and unity. So that the breaking of unity, the breaking of that stuff is such a huge scandal. That's why it's a problem. And so so we don't always have something definitive to say, right? We have something to clarify and offer, but sometimes something definitive is a little bit out of reach sometimes, because we have to clarify things, and it takes time to understand. So the Church does not claim to offer a definitive opinion, but recognizes the importance of listening to scientific research and of encouraging a serious and honest debate among experts while welcoming a diversity of opinions. And also, I would just note, most of my education's in philosophy and also theology and political science and history. Right? These are my degrees and fundamental education. This is just the nature of these sciences, right? There's the nature of human knowledge is that it's limited and specified by time and perspective. And so we get glimpses and portions of truth. We don't get totalities of truth. And so the only time we get sort of like definitive truth is when we have an absolute definitive definition given to us by the Church in a solemn way. Everything else is going to be limited by the tools and the nature of the science that is being used in order to derive some truth. And we have to be patient and realistic about that. That's very important. Yeah, the different levels of authority that the Church can speak with is really important. There's the different levels of so there's a whole sort of subdiscipline of looking at the different types of documents the Church uses to communicate different types of truth, different degrees and levels of it. And then in addition to that, there is the different degrees to which we must affirm something. Everything from a de fide, something that is de fide dogma, all the way down to a theological opinion, and the type of assent that we are required to give to it or not required to give to it, and what that type of assent looks like, right? And how questioning or questioning and testing those things is not the same as dissenting, right? So there's a lot of interesting sort of stuff that goes on. So dissenting is a huge step away, right? It's a turning away from something. And so you might not agree. Like, for instance, here, let me give you a concrete example, right? So I have a really hard time with one of the provisions of the document what is it called? Donum Vitae, right? About embryo adoption, that this is not morally viable. And so, why not? Like, I want to know, or like, I want to know more about this and understand sort of why this is the case. And it has to do with the dignity of the human person. It has to do with the rights of the infant and the child to be not just conceived, but also to be born according to natural means, and all this sort of stuff. There's a whole slew of things. But then this has a level of definitiveness that's sort of in the middle, right? Because this is a document from the CDF. It wasn't approved in forma specifica. It has all of these characteristics to it. So there's a lot of room for development, growth, working on it. And so it's not something that's static. So we can work towards solutions. We can work towards sort of like more specific understandings of things. Like maybe there will be a thing that we can find a solution for all these poor children that are frozen, because of the evil crime that is in vitro fertilization, and other sorts of nefarious forms of research and surrogacy and all this just dystopian stuff involving human life. Anyway, where are we at here? Yeah. Okay. 24. Yeah. So inadmissibility is distinct from evil, right? So I have a very strong position on this that is very clear. There is a historical use of this term, inadmissible, and it's generally used as a statement of authority rather than a statement of sort of an intrinsic nature of something, right? And so it's just authority saying this is something you can't do. It's not admissible. It's like inadmissible evidence in court. It's not that it's not evidence. It's just not admissible evidence. So likewise, this means is a licit means that could be used, but it's inadmissible means that can be used to achieve your end. That's all. So it's a very specific thing, and that can change based off of certain conditions, right? So the inadmissibility of something assumes a certain context. If that context isn't present, then that inadmissibility is less stable, even used by authority, because we are bound to obedience. We're always bound by obedience, but so it is always a place of the one commanded to employ the time and the place. This is Aquinas, the time and the place in which to be obedient, and because you have to be prompt in the obedience. But the idea is that there is still a use of the intellect and the will in the application of obedience concretely. There's a whole sort of doctrine of this that comes out of Aquinas and other thinkers. If we just use the patristics, then it's just obey. It's voluntarism, right? That's the whole lesson, the patristic lesson of the fruit of obedience, right? And if you're unfamiliar with that patristic lesson, right, the lesson is the Abba gives the young monk a task, and that is to plant a dead stick in the ground and water it every day until it blooms. And the young man's like, this is crazy, but he does it. He's faithful to being obedient. He waters it every day, and after X amount of years, finally it blooms, right? And that is known as the fruit of obedience. That even something that seems impossible will come to fruition through following obedience to your superiors. But Aquinas has a slightly different take on that, right? Which is a little bit more balanced. In any case, all right. Nourished by this fruitful dialogue between the gospel and human knowledge, the Church has progressively developed her social doctrine, cultivating in history a wise patrimony marked by theological and anthropological coherence, rooted in the Christian understanding of the person. Very important. This is actually my area of study, the notion of personhood. This is my specialty, so I love this aspect of thought. Precisely because this patrimony arises from faith and a corresponding vision of reality, it does not amount to a repertoire of technical solutions or an economic or political model to be set against others. Yes, and if you want to know deeply into this, you need to read Martin Buber. If you read I Thou, and if you can read in the German, it's even better. You will see how that relationship, it cannot be subordinated or condensed into those things. Okay. Instead, it belongs to a different order, namely that of the principles that guide the interpretation of events and sustain an evangelical understanding of historical processes and the choices these entail. Herein lies the proper function of social doctrine, which does not claim to supplant the responsibilities of politics or institutions, but offers itself as a foundation for collective discernment, helping to recognize and promote whatever serves the dignity of persons, the vitality of communities, and the common good. So note those distinctions, right? Dignity of persons, vitality of communities, and the common good. So individual flourishing, communal flourishing, like family, and then the common good as a whole, right? So each level of how the good is sustained by these sorts of things. And also this notion of discernment keeps coming up over and over and over again. So this is this collaborative, this collective understanding, sort of a consensus, not a consensus with respect to what is true, but sort of coming to an understanding through dialogue so that we can actually achieve practical ends that help with these things, would help the individual flourishing, the communal flourishing, and the sustaining of the common good. Very important stuff to understand this precisely. Also, I would say when you hear the word politics being used in a church document, it's not being used in the negative sense that we tend to use it with in American English. Politics is very specifically as science, right? It's the art of the practical, or the art of the possible, is what some people would call it. But this is how communities work together to establish the common good and sustain justice. Social doctrine as a shared discernment. Understanding that the truth is a gift to be shared, not a possession to be monopolized. Very important, right? Because truth, goodness, beauty, unity, these are all convertible. It's all existence. It's being itself. So understanding that the truth is a gift to be shared, not a possession to be monopolized, frees the church from the temptation of seeking forms of presence based on power. And by the way, I would suggest to you that that is the fundamental difference between the truth, the difference between religion and a cult. Right? So cults tend to stockpile truths. They tend to collect them and hold them jealously. Whereas the mind of the church is that, no, revelation is public, so that the truth must always be proclaimed. It is something that everyone has a right to. In fact, Aquinas points out, following Aristotle, that the mind is ordered to the knowledge of all things knowable. So we have a right to the knowledge of truth. Now, Aquinas says we may not have a right to any particular knowledge at this moment, but over the arc of time, we have a right to the knowledge of all true things, because that is precisely what our mind is ordered to by nature. Yeah, exactly. The cults and Gnosticism Gnosticism is a type of, right? Every heresy is a type of cult. And that's because of this sort of gatekeeping of truth. That's part of it. Also, sexy time. And mostly for the leaders of the cults. But it starts with this power, and that you get power by sort of having a monopoly over sort of truth and truths, and then you gather secrets, and so you can control people that way, which are other truths, right? And so you're garnering these and holding them hostage so that you can control people. And then you say that, well, in order to be saved, in order to whatever salvation looks like in a cult, you have to know the secret truths. So you have to have all the proper shibboleths, right? You have to have all the secret knowledge and the proper handshakes and all these things to be the perfecti. This theme shows up over and over and over again in human history, the whole idea of a mystery cult. And because the mind is ordered to the knowledge of all things, it pulls at us. It's an exploitation of the human mind, and it draws us towards the vice of curiosity rather than the virtue of studiousness. And so truth is weaponized against us in this sort of situation. Yeah, we can only and we can't actually meet that potential in heaven. Because the one who is most knowable and least known is God. And so the beatific vision is a perpetual, a forever unveiling of the mystery of who God is, right? So the mind is permanently captivated by the beatific vision, because it's an ever unfolding of the truth of who God is, which is an infinite ocean of truth. So, yeah. Now, I noticed there was a follow that I missed somehow here. I missed a follow. I didn't, because it didn't show up on. It didn't show up on the on my activity feed for some reason. But thank you to whoever followed, because we're now at 114 as opposed to 113 followers. So thank you. I don't know who you are. Make yourself known. Say something in chat, and then I can recognize you directly. Okay. Truth is very important. I mean, I'm a Dominican, so of course, truth is very important for us. That is our motto, Veritas, right? Truth. Because you cannot love that which you do not know. And so, knowledge of something, truth and love are intimately united. All right, let's go back here. In order to rediscover the evangelical approach of a gentle proclamation of truth that is not imposed, St. John Paul II invited us to examine honestly the times when acquaintance was given to intolerance and even the use of violence in the service of truth. This is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Exactly what I'm talking about. Culture a good example of this, but there's other examples of this. In this same vein, I too have reaffirmed that the Church does not claim to possess a monopoly on truth. Oh man, people get mad when people say this. But it's true, like we don't have a monopoly on all truths, right? All truth is found in God alone. The Church is there as guide, as teacher, mater et magister, as the document written by John the 23rd speaks of. Mater et magister, mother and teacher, right? That's the role of the Church. Because truth is not a territory to be defended, but a good to be shared. Perfect. Exactly. For his part, Pope Francis expressed the same perspective in his striking phrase, time is greater than space. I still don't think I fully understand what that means. Yeah, cholerics definitely have a monopoly on truth. Just ask Twitter or Blue Sky, right? Time is greater than space. It's I still don't really fully understand the meaning of this. Something that when it first showed up in I forget which document, it's still I don't know, it's still something that's confusing to me. Anyway, what matters most is not occupying positions of power or defending cultural strongholds, but initiating good processes and enabling them to mature. I think that's true, but I think that a lot of people would object to this because this sounds like this is an objection to the preservation of one's own culture, right? This is why we get into the culture wars, right? Whatever culture we've decided to identify with, we go to battle with everybody else in this pugilistic sort of world that we live in right now. And the Holy Father is saying, in fact, actually what needs to happen is instead of sort of this fight from the, this effectively, instead of playing a tower defense game, instead of turning all of reality into a tower defense, what we actually have to do is actually come together and meet and work, right? We're working towards something more important, and that we're not afraid of these things. We're not afraid that you don't have to destroy a culture. It's not necessary to destroy a culture when you encounter a culture, or to allow a culture to encounter you does not necessitate them destroying your culture or you destroying theirs, right? So it's both ways. These are not necessary corollaries. How do we defend the truth then? Well, you defend what is true. You defend the true things. That's all. How do you defend what is true? You identify what's true and you defend it. Having a monopoly on truth means like there's a hoarding, right? And you just kind of hoard it, right? But it's something that's in the common good. It's something that's public. right? Imagine the analogy, right? So the analogy of the common good is helpful here. So the common weal was a common field, right? That everybody in the village, everybody in the town would work, right? It wasn't owned by anybody; it was owned by all. Kind of like a community garden that you can find in some cities, like Salt Lake City. We have community gardens in different neighborhoods, and you can have a plot in that. Well, so everyone would work this common field, and then you would distribute the goods of that field to everyone else. It didn't belong to anybody. The fruits of it didn't belong to anybody. It belonged to everybody. So if you had an invading force coming out in order to try to take your field, well, it wasn't yours. You didn't have a monopoly on it yourself. So you yourself are not responsible for defending it. So who defends it? Well, everyone does, because it belongs to everybody, right? There's this popular phrase that, right, if it's everyone's responsibility, it's no one's responsibility. Well, that is a very, very bad mentality. In fact, if it's everyone's responsibility, then it's everyone's responsibility, right? It's not. It's everyone has a responsibility to come out and to protect and preserve and defend. It doesn't mean that you have to have the field in your yard. Doesn't mean that you have to have all of the fruits of it in your barn in order to defend it from those who would do harm. No, you just defend it because it's there and it's good. Yeah, Tragedy of the Commons is sad, and the stuff of despair. Absolutely, I agree with that. All right, where were we at? Communities and cultures. This is not a truth that fears diversity, but instead welcomes and guides it. It does not eliminate conflicts, but transforms them, reuniting that which history tends to scatter. This concept can also be illustrated by the image of a multifaceted polyhedron. He's such a mathematician. What a nerd statement. All right. We have the Holy Father's a nerd. We need to affirm that right now. All right. In which the one truth of the gospel is reflected from different angles. Absolutely, sure, absolutely. Hi, Britt. Welcome to the chat. What's a footnote citation there? Let me ask. Now, I just want to remind you guys, if you want me to answer a question, try to highlight the question, or else I might miss it. Just want to remind you of that little bit of that little ground rule that we have here. All right, so this is 25. 19. This comes from Evangelii Gaudium, actually. Yeah. Let's actually see if that is referenced somewhere else. So this is 222. 1111. Let's see. Let's pull that up. All right, there it is. So this is an example that actually used in Evangelium Gaudium. Here our model is not a sphere, which is no greater than its parts, where every point is equidistant from the center, and there are no differences between them. Instead, it is a polyhedron, which reflects the convergence of all its parts, each of which preserves its distinctiveness. Didn't expect that. But also, Pope Francis was also a science nerd, so he's biology, I think was his. Biology or chemistry? Yeah. Where was this? 25? No. Which, nope. 19 maybe? We lost our place. Yeah, there it is. 19, so 26. All right, very good. Let's bring back the reader version again. Okay. This attitude of openness to truth, which is at the same time both one and diverse, profoundly expresses the Catholicity of the Church, right? So that's universality. For she embraces the entire human family. It is also immersed in the concrete situations of people and cultures. Correct, right? We are universal. The Second Vatican Council reminds us that in virtue of this very Catholicity, each part contributes its own gifts to other parts and to the entire church. Right, of course. Hands, feet, eyes, each are diverse, and they all contribute to the whole in different ways. In this way, the church grows as a whole and as individual communities, thanks to a mutual exchange and to shared efforts toward an ever fuller communion. This is very clear. This is just the progress of human history, right? It follows then that the people of God are not only gathered together from many peoples, but are also intertwined through different functions, vocations, cultures, and traditions, each being called to support and enrich one another. Correct, right? And if all y'all would just be enriched by my culture from New Mexico, everything would be better. You guys would all be better for it. Just embrace my culture, man. I don't mind if you wear it as a skin suit. All right. Because comida sin chile no es comida. This is a very important truth of reality. Comida sin chile no es comida. No, if you're embracing my culture, you have to make your own tacos, man. That's right. We would have world peace if everyone embraces spicy food. All right. Where are we at? We need just pictures of all of us embracing different spicy foods, right? Like actually physically embracing tacos. Or like chilies. All right. So from this perspective, here we are. From this perspective, Saint Paul VI acknowledged that, given the great variety of historical situations, it is unrealistic to think that the Catholic social doctrine can propose a single response that is valid in all contexts. This is super important. This is again just basic moral theology. If you think about the way Aquinas thinks about virtues, so he makes a distinction between virtues and acts of virtues. So, like for instance, a virtue might be let's call it let's think about a virtue. I'll use one controversial: modesty. So modesty in dress, right? Let's just use that one specifically. Modesty is a virtue, right? It's adjunct to chastity. And so, however, there's a distinction between a virtue and acts of a virtue. So the virtue is universal, but the acts of the virtue are distinct and instantiated according to a particular time, place, and culture. And so there's let's say that there's a set of 1,000 possible acts of a virtue. In one culture, it's going to emphasize 1 through 20. In another culture, it's going to emphasize 21 through 30. And so they're going to be placed in a hierarchy according to which are valued more by a particular culture and time. And this is how you're able to distinguish. So certain acts of that virtue are not always going to be as important as other ones in these various particular aspects. And this is just basic Aquinas, right? And it's actually basic Aristotle. So whenever you hear people that say like, all right, we need to sort of just, legislate Pius XII's instruction about modesty for brides in his instruction for Italian women in his time, for the measurements of the collar and all these things for a bridal dress. No, this is not how virtue works. This has never been the way virtue works. We don't legislate that way. There are particular acts of a virtue that resonate with a culture or not, and you have to instantiate things, but that are still consistent with the virtue, which is the habit, the disposition. So the habitus is more immaterial. The act is more material, and also therefore specified by the time and place. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is common sense. Like, this is not, people have to tie themselves into knots because let's be honest, when we're talking about chastity, it's because people have problems with chastity, and they're imposing their problems of chastity on everyone else. They're just like, you tempt me, and so you make me mad, and so now you have to be put into a burqa. Like, that's really what's going on. We shouldn't lie to ourselves. Like, I'm going to put you in a paper bag so that I can't think about your body. That's what's going on. That's really what's going on. Like, we shouldn't lie to ourselves, people. Anyway, we're really good at intellectually lying to ourselves. But Aquinas cuts through all of that because he doesn't care. he's more concerned about truth than about your sensitivities. Aquinas is the original facts don't care about your feelings guy, and more comprehensive about it. Okay. Where were we at? I got lost in that sort of train of thought there. All right. For this reason, he invited each Christian community to interpret the reality in its own country with clarity and responsibility. Exactly. The fruitful tension between the universality of the Church's mission and her local roots is an intrinsic aspect of her life, where she encompasses the whole world, while addressing the specific issues of each context as the real setting in which the gospel takes place. Thanks, Peter. It's hard, man. There's just so many asides to take on this. This is my commentary. I knew this was going to take all day. This is why it's my day off and Memorial Day, right? So I plan on being here all day long doing this. Plus that it actually gets me to read it, because chances of me reading a 40,000 word encyclical just on my own for my own pleasure is probably not going to happen. So this is actually helps me as well to actually do the work. All right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's my whole point, right? So I want to give the commentary of this, because we can all just read it. But how many people have the, sort of the context for all of these things, right? That's my job. My job as a Dominican, as a pastor, as a priest, but mostly as a Dominican. That's the job. All right. 27. In light of what has been said so far, the Church's social doctrine can be seen more authentically. It is not a handbook of principles and norms to be applied, but a process of shared discernment. Yes. It is born from the encounter between the eternal truth of the gospel and the questions of history. It allows itself to be challenged by the signs of the times and draws nourishment from the contributions of science, culture, and human experience. Therefore, when the dignity of our brothers and sisters is violated, when politics fails to address the tragedies of humanity, when the economy turns against the person, or science oversteps the limits of its competence, these are fighting words. I love this. The Church, together with her Christian denominations and believers of other religions, must make her voice heard. Notice this. Listen to that. Listen to what he just said. It's not sort of we're working together in this. No, listen to how he phrases it. This is brilliant. The Church, together with other Christian denominations and believers of other religions, must make her voice heard, right? So there's this obligation of the Protestants, the Orthodox, the Orientals, the Mormons, the Muslims, the Buddhists, the whoever, right? It's the responsibility of all these people of goodwill that were mentioned up earlier. It is their responsibility to make the voice of the Church heard. That is awesome. I've never heard this concept phrased that way. That is, I think a lot of people might call that a bit of triumphalism, and I'm here for it. I must make her voice heard, not in order to dominate, but to promote communion. That's the real thing. That's the real deal right there. Understood in this way, social doctrine becomes a theology of communion in history, a history in which the Word made flesh continues to be present through dialogue, memory, and prophecy. Boy, man, I'm feeling Rene Girard in here, man. There's got to be Rene Girard in here. That I'm convinced. I'm hearing his words, and actually even Roger Scruton. Honestly, I think there might be some Roger Scruton in here. This is interesting. All right. The development of social doctrine from Leo XIII to the present. Awesome. Okay. Having outlined the way in which the Church is present in history and engages in dialogue with the world, I would now like to consider the development of social doctrine in the magisterium, which has responded to the major social transformations from the 19th century to the present day. Naturally, I cannot do justice to the full richness of this teaching, whose fundamental principles are presented in the Compendium of the Social Doctrine of the Church, which was ordered published by Pope Benedict, and have been further examined by recent magisterial teaching. Nor can I systematically explore everything that has been developed in the encyclicals of my late venerable predecessors, especially in Laudato Si and Fratelli Tutti. Nevertheless, I will emphasize some essential points in order to show how the present text stands in continuity with that tradition. I would also like to stress how, within this tradition, the unchanging core of revealed truths regarding the human person and society is constantly intertwined with a renewed capacity for listening to historical situations and for responding to contemporary issues. I will now review some of the significant stages of this development, beginning with the period inaugurated by the encyclical Rerum Novarum. All right. What we now call the first stages of Church's social doctrine. What we now call the social doctrine of the Church is not a spontaneous product of the modern age. Thank you. Thank you. Instead, it is the fruit of receiving this and structuring a long tradition of ecclesial reflection on life and society rooted in sacred scripture, the Church Fathers, and the theological and legal developments of the Middle Ages and modern era. Yes. In fact, I would say the first vestiges of the Church's social teaching, not only is it found in the Gospels, when Christ identifies himself with the Anawim, with the poor, the marginalized, and whatnot, that which you do to the least of mine, the least of these, you do unto me, suffer not the little children, etc., etc. But also in that, what we know of that initial sort of impetus of Christians to save children that were being exposed with the right of presentation to the fathers in the Roman Empire. And so the Christians would snatch up those children that were being left for dead, and then that's how we established orphanages and eventually other things. But that is, from the very beginning, the impetus of Christians, right? Is to deal with this. That is what that is. Too many people want to live Christianity in their head, or as a personal thing. It's not a personal thing, and it's not in your head. Faith is lived in the world. All right. Okay, where are we at? Okay, although the expression social doctrine of the Church was coined by Pius XII in 1950, its content began to take shape as an organic corpus of social teaching with Leo XIII's encyclical Rerum Novarum. Confronted with the new things of his time, the conflict between capital and labor, the question of the workforce, and economic and social transformations, Leo XIII did not limit himself merely to acknowledging the unrest, but saw these situations as an area for the Church's pastoral mission. He exposed them to rigorous discernment, illuminating their causes and possible solutions in the light of the gospel, and an integral vision of the human person created in the image of God. Again, that Imago Dei showing up again, which is how the Catechism actually begins, with a discussion on the Imago Dei, and therefore the Capax Dei, the capacity to receive God. St. John Paul II regarded this approach as a lasting paradigm of social doctrine, an exemplary practice through which the Church, I think that was in Centesimus Annus, if I remember correctly, the social doctrine, an exemplary practice through which the Church, when faced with historical changes, exercises her right and duty to examine social realities, make pronouncements about them, and indicate paths for finding just solutions. In this way, the perennial contents of the faith and ancient ecclesial wisdom find expression in a living doctrine that remains faithful to the gospel while growing in response to the new things of every age. I love that, the Church's right and duty, right? This is part of her job. This is why Christ founded her. Leo XIII's encyclical Rerum Novarum constitutes a milestone in the development of the Church's social teaching. The document places the dignity of work and of workers at the forefront of its reflection, affirms the right to a fair wage for oneself and one's family, recognizes that persons have a fundamental value that takes precedence over capital and profit. Yes. Defends private property along with its indispensable social role, esteems workers' associations, and proposes forms of cooperation between the different components of society as an alternative to the mentality of class struggle. Yeah, this is death. This is death for a culture. This is death for society, and this dominates all of the conversation nowadays. Everything is conflict theory this, conflict theory that, and it is disgusting. It is not surprising then that Pius XI defined it as the Magna Carta of Christian social action. In Rerum Novarum, the Church's ancient wisdom regarding the human person and life in society took on a new form capable of responding to the industrial age and offering the first major systematic framework for the social doctrine that would be further developed in the following decades. While many of the historical conditions described by Leo XIII have changed, at least two insights remain highly relevant today: the primacy of human labor over any mindset focused solely on finance or productivity, and the consequent attention to the people and families most susceptible to exploitation, and the inseparable link between proclaiming the gospel and pursuing a more just social order. Rerum Novarum thereby continues to remind us that there is no authentic evangelization that does not also affect the structures of human society. Yes. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, Peter. This is and I would say call it a primer even, because it's definitely not comprehensive. Pius XI's encyclical Quadragesima Anno was published in 1931 on the 40th anniversary of Rerum Novarum, at the height, formatting error, at the height of a major global economic crisis, marking a further step in the Church's social teaching. Rather than limiting itself to addressing the workforce question, it broadened its focus to encompass the overall structure of the economic and political order. The encyclical denounces the concentration of economic power in the hands of a few, criticizes both unlimited competition and collectivist projects that undermine the freedom and responsibility of the individual, strongly affirms the workers' right to association, and reiterates the requirement that wages be proportionate not only to performance, but also to the needs of workers and their families. Yes, yes, yes. This is exactly right. I was taught as a kid something that I think is an error. The error was exactly. You're actually right. Yeah, I think it's Quadragesimo Anno, right? So Quadragesimo Anno. Yeah, it's wrong. But in any case, I was taught that pay was proportioned to responsibility, right? So not proportioned to the actual work done, which is true, which is really how pay works, right? That's why people who have more responsibility in a company get paid more. But even this is an error, right? Because there has to be a proportioning of not just those things, but also to the needs of the individual family for it to flourish. So a living wage isn't just simply just compensation based off of a transaction. It's also taking into consideration the concreteness of the person's situation, right? And the only industry that I know that does this in the United States, I only know of one industry that does this, and that's the military, right? Because you get paid differently if you have a family, if you have children, right? As far as I know, it's the only sector in the entire United States that actually makes adjustment for the needs of the family, and I think that should be a model for the private sector as well. All right. So within this framework, Pius XI systematically formulated the principle of subsidiarity, which was to become one of the cornerstones of social doctrine. According to this principle, whatever can be carried out by individuals, families, intermediary organizations, and local communities should not be carried out by higher level authorities. Exactly. Alongside these contributions, in various interventions of this magisterium, from the encyclicals Non Abbiamo Bisogno and Mit Retzinger Sorge, that's it's an awesome document. It's amazing that he's bringing this up here, because that document, wow. Okay. That's the anti-Nazi document. Okay. And Divini Redemptoris, Pius XI clearly recalled the societal role of private property and denounced forms of totalitarianism that demean the dignity of the person, stifle life in society, exalt the state. Yeah, so these are like no communism, no fascism, no, and Divini Redemptoris, no hyperliberalism, right? So, I mean, this is saying a lot here. Like, this is exactly Pope Leo knows ball. Exactly. Like, this is Pope Leo taking out like a blunderbuss and just like shooting. Like, this is he's referencing things that if you know what he's referencing, you're just like, oh, okay. Which I'll have a comment about later on, because I have a theory about history, about modern history, that is very controversial, I think, but I think it's true. And fits exactly with what's being said here by specifically pointing out these encyclicals. All right, and denouncing forms of totalitarianism that demean the dignity of the person, stifle life in society, exalt the state above its just value, and discriminate according to race. At least 3 insights of his social teaching remain particularly relevant today. The awareness that injustice concerns not only individual behavior, but also economic and institutional structures. Yes, there's what we call societal sin and all sorts of other things. A lot of people call it systemic nowadays, systemic this, that, or the other thing. But the church has been calling this out a lot before any of these modern people even thought about it. The importance of the principle of subsidiarity, which calls for the strengthening of the fabric of associations and communities while avoiding further centralization of power, and the link between the dignity of work, fair remuneration, and the genuine possibility for families to lead a dignified life. Yes, this is the purpose of economy. This is, I know, I'm fine. This is essential for everything, right? This is what has to be, promoted, right? The flourishing of the individual family for the sake of the person. Everything exists for that purpose. Everything exists for the flourishing of the family and the individual within the context of the family. In the tragic context of the Second World War and the years of Reconstruction that followed, the teachings of Pius XII made a significant contribution to the development of social doctrine. This is particularly true of his Christmas radio messages, in which he outlined the framework of an international order based on justice, peace, and the recognition of human dignity. In these messages, the Pope proposed a dialogue with society based on an appeal to natural law, understood as a set of objective principles that precede the interests of individuals and states, and which must regulate both the internal life of nations and their mutual relations. Yes. Pius XII also attributed a decisive role to professional associations, labor unions, and the various intermediary organizations in the economic and social order. He recognized these organized forms of society as an essential safeguard for civil equilibrium and for protecting the common good. He affirmed the need for a sound rule of law for guarding against the abuse of power, and he recognized democracy as a means for ensuring the proper exercise of authority. At the same time, he warned against any attempt to base law on utility or force, recalling that an international order governed by the advantage of the strongest exposes weaker peoples to oppression and fundamentally undermines trust between nations. Yes, might does not make right. Finally, Pius XII identified profound economic imbalances between countries as one of the factors fueling conflicts. Yes, and that's still the case. 3 guidelines remain particularly significant for our own times, currently marked by new forms of global power and growing inequalities. The need for law to take precedence over interests, the awareness that economic disparities are a breeding ground for tension and violence, and the necessity of a network of associations capable of mediating between the individual and the state. These guidelines continue to provide important criteria that enable social doctrine to interpret the dynamics of globalization and promote a more just and peaceful international order. Yeah, exactly. Bring back the guilds, man. Absolutely, 100%. Hey, Tony, that's my job, man. I'm here to make it difficult because I'm here to make encyclicals exciting because I love this stuff. It's awesome. Well, I'll give you a little bit of a break, right? So we have an ad break coming up in about 45 seconds. And so during those times, I'm not continuing on. I wait till after the ad break. Plus, that it gives me an opportunity to walk around so I don't develop blood clots. So that's what I need to do. Oh man, Peter, you subbed with Bezo bucks. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, nice. No, he's doing a great job, man. He's cooking. The Holy Father is cooking, and he hasn't even gotten to the meat and potatoes yet. This is all preliminary stuff. Like I'm really interested to see what happens when he gets into the actual issues. Right now we're just hinting at what's coming. It's just hinting. All right, I'm gonna walk around. Enjoy the subtle tones of the lo-fi music. back, hold your horses. I'll be there in a second. I know we're back from the ad break already. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. A new phase in the Church's social teaching begins with St. John the 23rd, who placed a greater emphasis on the global dimension of social issues and the language of rights. In Mater et Magistra, so great document. If you've never read that document, it's awesome. It's often forgotten because the Second Vatican Council sort of overshadows it a bit, but it's awesome. He presented the Christian faith as a light capable of uniting heaven and earth. He recalled that while the Church's primary mission is the sanctification and proclamation of eternal goods, she does not neglect the concrete needs of people's daily lives and is concerned with every authentic human good. Based on this unified vision of humanity, John the 23rd emphasized that societal life requires a balance between the initiative of Christians and groups who are called to organize themselves and work together, and the action of the state, which must coordinate and provide support without stifling the freedom and responsibility of individuals. Hence, he drew attention to fair remuneration for work, worker participation, and the growing disparities between countries. A few years later, in Pacem et Terris, John the 23rd addressed for the first time not only the faithful, but also all people of goodwill, organically linking the dignity of the person to the recognition of fundamental rights and duties. As important, rights and duties go together, because rights free you to fulfill your duties. That's the whole point of rights. And proposing a direction for society at the international level too, based on truth, justice, love, and freedom. In the present day, which is marked by widespread conflict and new forms of global interdependence, the following aspects of his thought remain particularly significant. The universal perspective of his appeal, his reference to human rights as a shared framework, and his conviction that lasting peace requires institutions and relations between peoples that are inspired by the dignity of every person. Yes. Let's see, Tony, what are you saying here? Yeah, my Protestant friend and I have been talking about essentially development of doctrine issues, and a lot of this stuff is exceedingly relevant. Yeah, absolutely it is. Okay, the Second Vatican Council marked a turning point in the Church's understanding of herself in the contemporary world. In the Pastoral Constitution, Gaudium et Spes, the Council presented the image of a church that is close to humanity, engaged with the world, and committed to reflecting on the concrete reality of historical situations, rather than abstract concepts. Again, got to move away from the Gnosticism, right? The hyper-intellectualism, and get into the actual grittiness of reality. The text addresses the major issues of marriage and the family, that's first, economic and societal life, second, which relates to the first, the political community, which again relates to the first, right? And the other one, war and peace, which relates to all of it as well. It insists that economic and institutional structures are just only to the extent that they serve the integral development of the person and promote the responsible participation of all. The importance of this conciliar document for the social doctrine of the Church lies not only in having opened up horizons for thematic reflection, but also in its method of discernment that invites us to interpret historical changes guided by the gospel and human expertise. This approach reveals that dialogue with the world is not a tactical choice for the Church, but a concrete expression of her mission, because the gospel, like leaven, is capable of transforming the structures of society from within and forging paths toward a greater humanity. The declaration Dignitatis Humanae can be included in the same context. Here, the Council recognized that religious freedom is a fundamental right grounded in human dignity that must be guaranteed by law so as to prevent people from being forced to act against their conscience or impeded from seeking and professing the truth both privately and publicly. Very important, and publicly. This principle is highly relevant today and continues to provide social doctrine with decisive criteria for protecting individuals and building pluralistic and peaceful societies. Oh yeah, no. This makes them super angry, but it is essential, and it's actually really interesting. If you read Borgrimmer's commentary on this, you actually get a very interesting interpretation of Dignitatis Humanae from, at that time, Monsignor Joseph Ratzinger, where he talks about how religious freedom exists in order for the sake of truth to exist. So it's a very interesting understanding of the document, which is not always intuitive to everybody. So I recommend that if you're able to get your hands on a copy of Borgrimmer's commentary on the Second Vatican Council. Let me get some water here. All right. During the pontificate of St. Paul VI, an understanding of peace emerged that was not reduced to the mere absence of war. Right? Peace is not merely the absence of war. It took shape within the scope of integral human development. In Populorum Progressio, he described development as a transition from less humane to more humane living conditions. He further understood it as a process that concerns each person and the whole person. That is, every dimension of the person and all people without exception. For this reason, Paul VI could affirm that development understood in this way is in reality the new name for peace. Yes. Because it aims to eradicate the roots of injustice and conflict that create opportunities for a more dignified life for all. The establishment of the Pontifical Commission, Justitia et Pax, should also be seen in this light as an attempt to give stable form to this insight at the ecclesial and international levels, while bearing in mind the growing gap between rich and poor countries and the need for policies that generally promote more human living conditions for all. Again, I want to refer back to that example that I gave about Africa and sort of the exploitation of the resources, particularly with rare earth metals in our current day. Not just Africa, other places as well. In Octogesima Adveniens, written on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of Rerum Novarum, Paul VI applied this perspective to post-industrial society, marked by urbanization, new forms of poverty, and rapid cultural change that called into question the future of individuals and communities. Paul VI believed that although the gospel was proclaimed, written, and lived out in a historical and cultural context very different from our own, its message was not outdated, which was a critique at the time. Instead, it offers a vision of the human person, relationships, authority, and the common good that is still capable of guiding economic, political, and cultural choices today. In other words, the gospel remains relevant because it provides the criteria for recognizing what humanizes or dehumanizes and what liberates or oppresses in ever-changing situations. For the social doctrine of the Church, Paul VI's most demanding legacy is precisely this. As long as there are people in the world who are excluded from the development befitting human dignity, the Christian community cannot be content with a theoretical proclamation of peace. Rather, beginning where people are marginalized, it must allow the gospel to pass judgment on those economic and political structures which, as John Paul II would later remind us, can become veritable structures of sin. Veritable structures of sin. This is a big thing and real. I just think about usury and the way usury is ubiquitous these days. As a result, no person or people will be treated as expendable in the process of development. The recent magisterium. The rich social teachings of St. John Paul II lies at the crossroads of the crisis of the great ideological systems of the 20th century and the onset of economic globalization. Absolutely. Remember, John Paul II was Pope from 1978 to 2004? Imagine what happened in that time. 2005. That's right, 2005. Yeah, because 2004 was when a couple of the last documents happened. Major documents. It's the amount of the change in society that has happened since that time. So I was born in 1979. And the change in society that's happened from that period of time till now is crazy. And he is definitely at the crossroads of all of this. It's this is why his teachings are so perennial. His encyclical Laborum Exercens, which is awesome, written 90 years after the publication of Rerum Novarum, opened up a new avenue for reflection on work. It presents fair wages as the concrete means of verifying the justness of the entire socioeconomic system, because they reveal whether the worker is treated as a person or merely as a cost of production. This is powerful, right? So one of the interesting things about Laborum Exercens, just as an aside here, is that John Paul II successfully uses Marxist thought to promote the gospel. No one thought that this was possible. No one ever thought that this could be done. And he does it. And he does it to both own the communists, but also the capitalists. He beautifully sort of takes a sword to both and finds this perfect harmony of understanding capital and labor, work. He distinguishes between work and labor, and what we are created for, and what is a product of sin, both original sin and also actual sin and societal sin. It's amazing stuff. Work is not considered simply as a problem to be dealt with or a means of generating income, but a fundamental good for the person, a principle of economic activity, and the key to the entire societal question. Through work, human beings bring their freedom, creativity, and capacity for cooperation into play, contributing to the cultural and moral elevation of society. And this is what he talks about. He goes back to the garden, just like he does with the theology of the body. And he notes that man was made to work, right? So we were given the task to work in the garden, right? And this is distinct from laboring, which is a product of original sin, right? By thorns and thistles, the sweat of your brow and all that stuff. Yeah, 2/3 of the next edition of Denzinger is going to be St. John Paul II. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay. Yeah. In light of this, the various kinds of job insecurity, fragmented career paths, and automation must not be evaluated solely in terms of efficiency, but in relation to the dignity of the worker, the right to sufficient remuneration, and the genuine possibility of participating in society. All right, Britt, can you summarize the work-labor distinction and what John Paul II was saying for those of us who aren't familiar with Laborum Exercens at all? Yeah, so effectively it's that. Like there is that man's dignity is found in work, right? That as we work, we gain access to the means of production. We are able to provide for our family and ourselves so that we can flourish, and that it's something that's built into our very nature, as we see in Genesis, that God says, name the animals. These are all the plants that you're able to eat from, like tend the garden. That man is a steward of creation. All of these things. And this is distinct from labor, which is what happens after original sin. It's one of the wages of sin, which is that curse that's given to Adam, specifically that by the sweat of your brow will you labor, and only thorns and thistles will you reap, right? And so this is where there's this corruption of work and of human nature, and so that we become alienated from the land, we get alienated from the garden, we get alienated from society, we get alienated from each other. And then everything becomes sort of, immediately after that, you see in Genesis, right? Everything becomes sort of like this war. It almost becomes exactly what, this Lockean view of society, this war of all against all. And that's to try to accumulate all of your products. And this goes back to the image here that was given earlier on of the Tower of Babel, right? As opposed to that working to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. And whereas in the rebuilding of the walls of Jerusalem, all the people there find their dignity, they find their place. They're able to work using their own talents, their gifts, their skills, all the things that God has given them in order to bring about this great work to restore the temple. Whereas all of those things were being used in a selfish way and a prideful way in the construction of the Tower of Babel. And that's effectively the distinction. One has to do with freedom, one has to do with creativity and capacity for cooperation and for building up the common good. And then the other is this private enterprise, or this alienation from God that sort of communism wants to establish, to sort of like eliminate these possibilities that lead to the lack of dignity of the human person. Everyone becomes sort of a cog in the system. And this happens both in the communist view and also in the capitalist view. Everyone is just a cog in the system. And instead, taking those insights from Marx of that man needs to have access to the means of production, et cetera, John Paul II highlights this and says, yeah, this is the way it was in the garden. And this is what we're supposed to be working towards if we're going to have a flourishing society and flourishing persons and flourishing families. And you can't have the instability, right? Fragmented career paths and automation must be evaluated solely in terms of efficiency. So efficiency is one of the dangers here, right? And that neglects the good of the human person for the sake of productivity, for capital, for unending growth on that end, rather than for the intrinsic good of the persons involved in them. And that's what John Paul II is trying to get at. He's trying to get us back at this personal notion of the good of these things, the good of work for the sake of our flourishing. And that's sort of, in a nutshell, what's going on there. It's much more sophisticated than that, but that's the heart of it. With his encyclical, Solicitudo Res Socialis, marking the 20th anniversary of Populorum Progressio, John Paul II re-examined the source of underdevelopment. Yeah, most tech jobs are labor as opposed to work. Yeah, it's the new, I call it the new factory, right? He acknowledged the failure of numerous attempts to accelerate the economic development of poor peoples and to assist them in the process of industrialization, noting the persistent and indeed widening gap between the world's north and south, so the global north, the global south. He also denounced the economic, financial, and commercial mechanisms that, managed by the strongest economies, structurally favor their own interests while stifling weaker economies. And he asked that they be subjected to serious ethical, not just technical, scrutiny. In this context, solidarity was understood as a concrete shared responsibility among individuals, peoples, and nations, a form of social friendship or political charity oriented towards the civilization of love proposed by Paul VI. Now, this gets very controversial in American politics right now, right? Because this is directly opposed to sort of like my nation first, or my nation alone. This is really what people mean by America first is America alone, sort of an isolationist position. And John Paul II is saying that isolationism is not an option. We're all brothers and sisters who are created by a loving God, and so we have to have a concern for the other, no matter where that other is. Now, there are various levels and closeness that you have to attend to first, right? It's not as simple as like you have to equally care about everybody in the same way, but you have to have a consideration for the other, because justice is giving to the other what is due to them, and that's important, and not just justice, right? Because it's also about love. Love, it goes further than justice. It says, I am desiring and seeking after the concrete manifestation of the highest good of the other, right? The highest good of the other, not just what is due to them. Right. It's not isolation when other places are being exploited for your benefit. That's exactly right. And so you gotta take that into account, right? And actually, if you look at traditional just war theory, for instance, you have an obligation. World leaders have an obligation to care for the people in another state, right? So one of the justifications for going to war in traditional just war theory is that if you have a tyrant out there, to bring the tyrant to justice in order to free the people from tyranny, right? So this is based in this notion of the common good. And again, it's more complicated than that. That's a very simple sort of one-to-one thing, but it is a reality that the common good extends beyond national borders. And maybe that's the sine qua non there, is that the common good extends beyond national borders to the common humanity of, to the common, society of man. On the centenary of Rerum Novarum, the encyclical Centesimus Annus offered a reflection on the collapse of the Soviet system and the rise of democracy and the market economy. St. John Paul II reiterated Pius XII's message that the Church values democracy insofar as it guarantees the effective participation of citizens. Insofar as it guarantees the effective participation of citizens, enables them to elect and peacefully replace their leaders, and prevents power from being monopolized by small elite groups motivated by particular or ideological interests. Now, some people might think this is new, but actually St. Thomas Aquinas talks about this, that various forms of government are possible. And in the Middle Ages, there were a lot of democratic societies emerging, including our own order. And so he incorporates this into his political theory. Likewise, the Church recognizes the positive potential of the market and private initiative only if they remain subordinate to the moral law and are guided by the principle of solidarity, without sacrificing the most vulnerable to the rationale of profit, right? We cannot accept Randian thought. Randian thought is unacceptable in a Christian hermeneutic. This adds a particularly relevant legacy to the social doctrine of the Church. The affirmation of the link between the dignity of work, solidarity among peoples, a critical assessment of democracy, and the market economy continues to provide criteria for evaluating new forms of exploitation, exclusion, and crisis in political representation. In his social encyclical, Caritas in Veritate, Pope Benedict XVI sought to reassess and expand the concept of development presented in Populorum Progressio, interpreting it in light of globalization. So notice, right, so each one of these is reflecting that progress, the way in which society has modified and changed on a global and particular level, and is addressing not only the benefits, but also critiquing the problems. And so now, Pope Benedict is dealing with globalization in a way that was just arising under the pontificate of Pope St. John Paul II. He noted that such development should translate into real growth of benefit to everyone and generally sustainable. And that's important. Growth, benefit to everyone, and sustainability. That is, economic progress that is truly inclusive and respectful of the limits of creation, because we are stewards of creation, right? This is the Genesis story again coming in. And as Catholics, as Christians, we cannot neglect the theological realities of this. We can't just rely on the practical aspects that many people would like to just affirm. Rather, there's more to it than that. There's a theological truth underlying all of this stuff that has to be in the mix when we're considering what is correct and what is not correct. He reaffirmed, however, that in wealthy countries, new kinds of poverty were emerging as well as unprecedented forms of exclusion, while in poorer regions, small minorities lived in consumerist affluence alongside situations of dehumanizing poverty. Yeah, I mean, look at the UAE, right? It's a great example, right? You have a whole bunch of people who live in like this crazy sort of like opulence, and then you have all these people that like have nothing, right? It's a great example. Like they're right next to each other. You have some of this in the United States as well. It's not as ubiquitous in the United States. I mean, you do see it in places like New York. You go to New York, LA, all these places where you have like just terrible sort of, situations of people on the street compared to the, opulence of, millionaires and billionaires. And there's just no consideration or very little consideration. Again, it's a bigger issue than that. There's mental health issues, there's drug issues, there's other issues. But still, like, there should be this notion of the Nobel oblige, right? Where those who have much have a responsibility to care more because of the virtue of magnanimity joined with liberality. In addition, he observed that the new global economic and financial system marked by a vast mobility of capital and means of production, had reduced the political power of states and their ability to influence economic progress. Exactly. This is corporations standing above governments, and this is a major problem. For this reason, Benedict XVI reiterated that economic activity cannot claim to solve social problems simply through the expansion of a commercial mentality, but must be ordered toward the common good, for which the political community bears its own irreplaceable responsibility. This is a critique of the notion that as the water rises, all boats rise. It's not true. It's just not. It's numerically not true. Like you can measure where some boats capsize as the water rises. Benedict XVI placed charity at the center of his analysis, stating that it is at the heart of the Church's social doctrine. Right? Desiring the higher good of the other and working to make that happen. Provided that it is always united with truth. Right? So you can't just be sentimental about this. Sentimentality has nothing to do with this. This is recognizing a problem and applying the right medicine to the problem. He also noted with concern that there is a tendency to dismiss moral relevance precisely within the social, legal, political, and economic fields. Exactly. And what you find, particularly here in the United States and some other Western countries, is utilitarianism as the highest moral analysis, which is unacceptable. Or consequentialism, also unacceptable. The originality of his contribution lies in showing that development, justice, institutions, and the market are not neutral realities, but spaces where charity and truth must find historical expression. Yeah. This teaching is especially relevant today in light of growing inequalities, pressures in the financial markets, the environmental crisis, and a lack of trust in politics. It stands as an invitation to evaluate every model of development on its ability to be inclusive and sustainable, to rebuild the relationship between economics and politics on the common good, and to acknowledge the critical and generative role of charity in public life. Yes. And when we mean charity here, we don't mean like giving people money. That's not what charity means here. Charity means desiring the highest good of the other and then manifesting that desire in concrete actions to help people achieve their highest good. So I'll give you an example of this. I've told this story before. I tell it regularly because it's a very important story. I was when I was a student brother in the San Francisco Bay Area, I was asked by a friend to pick up somebody from the airport who, for whatever reason, one of his religious brothers couldn't pick him up. It was this Jesuit coming from Africa. And so I pick up this guy. My friend and I are there in the car, and we have this guy. He's in the back seat. So I'm playing Uber to a Jesuit, right? And so he's like, "Oh, this is wonderful. I've never been able to sit and talk with a Dominican before." And I was like, "Okay, well, that's nice." And he says, "So I do a lot of work in Africa with social justice." And he's like, "So what would St. Thomas Aquinas have to contribute to what we're doing and the work of social justice?" And I told him, I said, well, I thought about it for a second. I said, well, I think that St. Thomas Aquinas would say that we have not yet begun to do social justice. And he was very confused by this. He's like, "What do you mean?" And I said, well, I said, for Aquinas, the goal is to create the conditions for the life of contemplation. So what that means is to create the conditions necessary for a person to engage in leisure, because leisure is the condition of the possibility for the life of contemplation. I said, so if we are providing for material goods of people in these various places, and we're only trying to get them to a level of sustenance, we're not thinking large enough. Like, we have to not just provide sustenance for people, we have to provide the conditions for leisure. And his mind was blown by that. He had never considered that possibility before, because his mind was thinking about, people that are hungry, they need food. People are thirsty, they need water, right? These sorts of things. And he wasn't thinking about that eschatological reality of contemplation, which is where man finds his highest good. It's the last end of all humanity, which is contemplation. And so we're supposed to try and achieve that now. And he's like, he's like, I got to think about this. I really have to think about this. So I hope it had an effect on him. But that is really what's going on here with what Pope Benedict XVI was saying in there, is that understanding that we're trying to achieve leisure, not just sustenance, and that's how it has to be done. Pope Francis' social teaching develops along the lines of Gaudium et Spes, which invites us to view history through the lens of human hopes and vulnerabilities, and to bring them into dialogue with the gospel. This approach emerges with particular clarity in Evangelii Gaudium, where he states that the Christian proclamation has an intrinsic social dimension and calls for a church capable of listening to the cry of the poor, migrants, and victims of new forms of slavery. Francis's insistence on a synodal church, a church that walks together, that seeks to read the signs of the times in the light of the gospel, and allows herself to be evangelized by the poor with whom she shares history, also fits into this perspective. In Laudato Si, Francis provided the first significant systematic treatment of the environmental crisis in a social encyclical, demonstrating that it is not an isolated issue, but rather the ecological aspect of the contemporary socioeconomic crisis. His proposal for an integral ecology combined care for our common home with a preferential option for the poor, and strongly affirmed that the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor cannot be separated. In this light, the universal destination of goods was brought to the forefront alongside the critique of a technocratic paradigm that seeks to reduce everything to an object to be dominated, the defense of human labor threatened by the mindset of waste, and the need for intergenerational justice. Finally, he advocated for genuine dialogue between those working in the fields of politics and finance so that neither would become self-referential. Okay, so I want to go back to this example of Africa. So I'm going to do a different example rather than, the rare earth metal situation. But something that goes directly to what Pope Francis was talking about in Laudato Si. I watched a video, a couple of years back, let's say maybe about 10 years ago now. And this video was a documentary done about an African woman in Nigeria who was a material scientist. She had gotten her education here in the US and gone back to her country in order to try to develop her own country. And her whole purpose, her whole impetus to try and do this was based off of the experiences she had growing up in this region of Nigeria, where during the monsoon seasons, what would happen was the water would flow and they get floods, and the flooding would cause all of the plastics that were there to wash down the rivers. And it was so heavy that these plastics were effectively the river. She said that you could actually walk from one shore to the other on top of the plastic. So you had rivers of plastics. And she's talking about water bottles. She's talking about, all of these recyclable materials that get thrown away. And the way this happened is not only does Nigeria not have sort of the same sort of systems that we have for waste, dealing with waste here in the US, but also the United States has a treaty with Nigeria that we secure certain financial and defense agreements with Nigeria. And one of the things that is required in this treaty is that they take a certain amount of metric tons of our garbage. And so our garbage goes to Nigeria. It goes to a lot of countries. Nigeria is just the one example that was given here. So what she did is she took her material science degree and focused on trying to change plastics into a type of brick that could be used for building homes, building roads, building sidewalks, and whatnot, so that waste was no longer something that was an economic crisis in her home country, but rather could be used for a benefit. And so I applaud her ingenuity, but the issue there is the actual ecological disaster that is caused by the exportation of our waste, right? So if you remember, Americans, we're a small percentage of the world, but we consume a third of all of its resources. And so that comes with a lot of waste. And so a lot of that waste has to go somewhere. And it doesn't just go into our landfills, right? It's not just going here into our ground. We export trash. People forget that. We export trash. And we make it a contingency of our economic and political relationships with countries that they take our garbage. there's something fundamentally wrong about that. And this is part of what, Pope Francis is getting at. Like, this is not good, right? We have to have a better sense of dealing with these sorts of things, so we're not sort of destroying the ecosystems of these places. Faced with the breakdown of the social fabric, a world war being fought piecemeal, individualist globalization, and the impact of the pandemic on communities ties Francis in Fratelli Tutti sought to reveal. Let me reread that. I missed some of the punctuation there. Faced with the breakdown of the social fabric, a world war being fought piecemeal, individual globalization, and the impact of the pandemic on community ties, Francis, in Fratelli Tutti, sought to revive the dream of a humanity that opts for social friendship and universal fraternity. He proposed a culture of encounter, a better politics, capable of seeking the common good, passive reconciliation, and a world that ensures land, housing, and work for all. Now, this harkens back to a previous notion in Catholic social teaching that goes all the way back to Rerum Novarum, which is that the right to private property is tied to our dignity as human persons. So that flourishing as a human person happens in the context of that ownership of private property. So this is something that is supposed to be preserved and protected in Catholic social thought. It's a transitory good because there's a universal destination of all goods, but nonetheless, it's still a right and a good in order to help people flourish. So land, housing, work, these are natural rights tied to human dignity, which goes back again to all of these things that have been talked about previously. John Paul II talked about it, Benedict XVI talked about it, Paul VI, John the 23rd, Pius XII, Pius XI, and Leo XIII, as we've been talking here. Benedict XV even, I think. Where are we at here? Finally, in De Lexit Nos, he showed that these significant social endeavors cannot be separated from a personal relationship with Christ. Turning to the Word of God, he reminded us that the truest response to the love of the heart of Jesus is concrete love for our brothers and sisters, and affirmed that there is no greater way for us to return love for love. Exactly. So, remember, I've told the story before where one of our brothers went to go visit the nuns, and he was there in their parlor, right? And he's visiting with them, and one of the nuns goes, "Brother, why don't the other brothers come and visit us? They say that they love us, but they never see us. Why is that?" And he gives an excuse. He says, "Well, the brothers are very busy. They're doing their studies, they're going to classes, and ministry, so it's really hard to drive the 40 minutes to get to the monastery to visit with y'all." And she says, "But the brothers say that they love us." And he's like, "Yes, sister, the brothers do. We do love you." And she goes, "But St. Thomas Aquinas says that love is manifested in actions." And he's like, sister just like, took a double barrel shotgun to him. It was perfect use. All right, Donkey, what do you got here highlighted here? Rambling here. I don't know what the precise way of saying this is. The goal of the church is to make saints, not just save people in the Protestant idea of the term. I think the Jesuit car story seems like the next step down. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It's just too practical, right? There's the next step of practicality is sanctification, right? The sanctification happens through the participation in sacraments, the life of virtue, and the highest of those virtues is the life of contemplation. So, yeah. And grace perfects nature, so you need all of those natural things. St. Thomas Aquinas says that you need to have all of your sort of necessities taken care of in order to attend to the life of contemplation. So you need all of those practical things, but the goal is not simply to provide the practical things. It is to provide the practical things so that you can reach that next level of the most necessary thing, which is the life of contemplation, both natural and supernatural. And then grace perfects that and transforms us as a result, by God's grace. Interpreting history in the light of faith. All right, we're almost done with chapter 1. we've made good progress. It's 2:00. We've been 4 hours on 2 sections. Not bad. Okay. Yeah, the eye on contemplation is lost, which is sad. Interpreting history in the light of faith. Considering this historical overview, it is clear that the Church's social doctrine is not the result of a project devised at a desk. Nice. Very nice. But rather the product of a patient process in which each pontiff, together with the Second Vatican Council, made a unique contribution in light of the new things of each particular era. In response to the challenges of their time, each one interpreted historical changes according to the gospel, bringing to light different aspects of a single heritage: the dignity of the person, the value of work, the universal destination of goods, solidarity and subsidiarity, care for creation, and the centrality of peace and fraternity. The result is a harmonious, though not always linear, development that is marked by different emphases. Emphasizes. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. Progressive insights, and at times changes in perspective that do not break with what came before, but allow its implications to mature. If today we can speak of a corpus of shared principles and criteria, it is because this faith-based interpretation of history has never been interrupted, remaining ever open to the challenges posed by each generation. It is to the great principle of social doctrine, which direct the discernment of believers in their personal and public lives, that I now wish to turn our attention, in order to grasp more effectively their internal coherence and capacity to guide our times. Chapter 2. Foundations and principles of the social doctrine of the Church. This is great. So we've got the principles laid out in the introduction. We have the historical timeline of where we're at now, right? Based off of the development that has been given over the last 100 years or so of the teachings of the Church on these issues. And now we're moving into the foundations. So the actual theological principles. Very good. The social doctrine of the Church is a living reality in dialogue with history, cultures, and sciences. At the same time, it enshrines a core set of unchanging truths, right? So this is the core doctrine here, right? We're getting to the core doctrine. For this reason, it can be considered a form of wisdom that is capable of guiding the personal and societal lives of believers even today. Now, I want to reflect on that word wisdom, right? So wisdom is a form of knowledge. There are different degrees of knowledge. The highest form of knowledge is wisdom. And wisdom is the knowledge of the cause of things, right? So it's like a really high level, top-down view of things from the perspective of divine providence. It's not just knowing particulars, it's seeing how everything connects to each other, right? And that's kind of what Catholic social doctrine does, is it makes you see things from a universal or global perspective, a higher perspective, so that you can see how these causes interact with each other. In this second chapter, I would like to focus on some of the foundations and principles of the Church's social doctrine that will help us to interpret the new things of our time, particularly in view of the inherent dignity of the human person, in order to protect the human person in the age of artificial intelligence. I believe that today, we must once again reflect on the common good, the universal destination of goods, subsidiarity, solidarity, and social justice. I am convinced that a harmonious relationship between these principles requires that they be considered collectively, so that it becomes clear how they relate to and complement each other. In offering these reflections, my hope is, first and foremost, to help the lay faithful, that's you guys, it's all you guys, that's you, it's all you guys, right? And people of goodwill, maybe that's some of you other guys, rediscover their duty of implementing the above-mentioned principles in their daily lives, family relationships, work, and involvement in society. Now, if you remember, a few days ago, I read from The Restoration of Christian Culture by John Sr. And he says precisely this, right? He says that Western civilization, Christendom, is essentially the Mass and those things that make the Mass possible. And so he describes, in order to have a Mass, you have to have an altar, and then we build a tabernacle to hold the species. Then we build a roof over that. That's a church building, right? In order to protect it from the rain and the elements. And then around that, we have the garden where we bury the dead, and the religious and priests maintain the liturgy of the church, the music of the Psalms. And then around that are all of the faithful who make the things and preserve the peace in order for the sacrifice to continue, right? So it's the job of the lay faithful to preserve the common good. That's your principal work and job, your vocation as laymen. Thus, they will let themselves be inspired by the aim of embodying God's love in the concrete events of life. At the same time, I would like to encourage academic institutions and universities to give fresh impetus to these principles and to apply them in a way that will be relevant and effective in addressing the digital revolution. In this way, theological and philosophical inquiry will be able to further explore and support the Church's pastoral journey and contribute to the magisterium's task of enlightening the consciences of the faithful and guiding their efforts to make the life of our societies more just and fraternal. This is very important. There is a whole vocation of the academic. And I know a lot of people are working in this field. So it's a big deal. You know, I work at a university here, right? And so everyone is talking about the various ethical sort of things that they're trying to figure out with the shift and changes that are happening right now. This is every class that every student that I have takes has an ethics of artificial intelligence, ethics of technology, ethics of business, ethics of everything. And we need very sound principles that we're working on. That is not utilitarian or consequentialist. The foundations of social doctrine, and this is the framework that we're being provided by the Holy Father, right? What is the right foundations and framework? The foundations of social doctrine: the human person, image of the triune God. Again, this is how the Catechism of the Catholic Church begins: the Imago Dei, the image of God. The Church's social doctrine brings us to the very heart of our faith, the mystery of the living God, revealed in Jesus Christ, who, as a communion of persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, is love itself in relationship, expressed in the mutual gift of self and in sharing with the world. As the Council recalled, human persons are called to communion with God and can fully discover their true selves only in sincere self-giving. Indeed, their deepest vocation is to enter into the Trinitarian dynamic of love received and shared. I reference this in confession all the time, right? Justice isn't about me, love isn't about me. It's always about the other, right? So think about the definitions. The definition of justice is giving to the other what is their due. The definition of love is to desire the highest good of the other, right? So it's always about gift to the other. And so if everyone is mutually doing that, then we all receive, not only what is due to us, but also our highest good. So that's the paradigm, and that is the Trinitarian paradigm. If the mystery of God as love is the source of social doctrine, we see its most concrete expression in the face of Jesus Christ, the incarnate Word. By becoming man, the Son of God enters our history and takes on human flesh, bringing with him the love that unites him to the Father and the Holy Spirit. In him, the mystery of humanity truly becomes clear, because his humanity is completely free, open to others, capable of building healthy and beautiful relationships, and committed to the total gift of self. Absolutely. This is what we talk about as the kenotic mission of Christ, that complete outpouring of the self, perfectly manifested upon the cross. Those who believe in him are engaged in the great work of renewal that began with the mystery of his passion, death, and resurrection, and they cooperate in building up the kingdom of God, learning to embrace all men and women as brothers and sisters, children of one Father. In this way, both the proclamation of the gospel and Christian life, guided by the action of the Holy Spirit, tend to bring about social consequences in this world. Absolutely. If we live that way, we change the things around us. That's just a fact. At the heart of the Christian understanding of the human person lies the great biblical affirmation that men and women are created in the image and likeness of the triune God, created for relationship. Every human person is planned and willed by God to enter into communion with him, with others, and with creation. Human dignity does not depend on a person's abilities, wealth, or position in life, nor on the right or wrong choices made. Instead, it is a gift that precedes and transcends each person, endowed by God as an expression of his unfailing love. For this reason, the human person always remains the way for the Church, and the heart of every authentic path of integral human development. Yes. That's all I can say. Yes. the equal dignity of all human beings. St. John Paul II stated that this heightened sense of the dignity of the human person and of his or her uniqueness and of the respect due to the journey of conscience certainly represents one of the positive achievements of modern culture. In fact, John Paul II had this turn of phrase that he would use regularly. He says that you are unique, precious, and unrepeatable. Unique, precious, and unrepeatable. Or as, Therese Lisieux said, God loves you as if you are the only thing that he had created. This statement follows the line already laid out by the Second Vatican Council, which had noted a growing recognition of the sublime dignity of all persons, their superiority over material things, and their universal and inviolable rights and duties. It is important to ensure that this growth in appreciation of human dignity is not obscured by the pressure of new ideologies or very powerful interests in today's world. Among these ideologies, I consider particularly insidious the one that suggests that every person must earn or justify his or her own worth. Yeah, that's awful. This is awful, 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 awful. To the point of attributing greater value to those who are more efficient or effective. From this perspective, persons end up being reduced to a means of achieving results, a resource to be used and exploited, and are no longer recognized as a proper end in themselves, who should never be instrumentalized. The value of persons, however, does not depend on what they achieve or produce. There are rights that apply to everyone simply by virtue of being human. No human power can legitimately deny or arbitrarily limit them. I tell you what, this is huge. I remember the first time I came to an awareness of this was with John Paul II and with end-of-life issues, right? Because when you deal with people at the end of their life, and this is the mentality, there is a great temptation towards euthanasia because they can no longer do stuff. And it's sad, the despair that sinks in as a result of this mentality. And trying to communicate to people that they have an intrinsic dignity becomes very difficult in those moments if it isn't already sort of habitually understood in the day-to-day life of people. When we speak of dignity, we do not always use the word in the same way. Sometimes we refer to moral dignity, namely the way in which a person directs his or her choices and actions. At other times, we think of social dignity, which refers to a person's living conditions and the concrete respect received from society. In other cases, we refer to existential dignity, meaning the way in which a person perceives his or her own worth and the value of life. These aspects of dignity can be enhanced or diminished. In addition to these notions, there is also the more profound and important level of ontological dignity. This is the dignity that belongs to every human being simply by virtue of existing, of having been willed, created, and loved by God. No sin, failure, humiliation, or exclusion can diminish the profound value of a human life that God has willed and called it to be. As a priest, that's the space where we work most. That is the pastoral work. That is our sphere, really, of helping people realize that and manifest that in their lives, in unity with grace. That's where the vast majority of our pastoral work is, honestly. No, it's very powerful, very profound. We all know that it's the heart of everything, and that is God-given. The fundamental dignity of each person, therefore, is neither acquired nor earned, nor does it need to be justified. The recent declaration Dignitas Infinita offers a summary of the Church's thinking on this subject. Every human person possesses an infinite dignity, inalienably grounded in his or her very being, which prevails in and beyond every circumstance, state, or situation the person may ever encounter. In other words, always and without exception. The dignity of every human being can be described as infinite As St. John Paul II stated, for two reasons. First, because the love of God, who calls us to friendship with him, is infinite. And second, his love is absolutely unconditional, in the sense that even if we search endlessly, we will never find anything that can erase or deny it. And this is St. Paul. This is absolutely St. Paul, right? Is that even though we sometimes are not faithful, God is always faithful. Yeah. Is this section titled clickbait? The next one, the supreme value of human rights, or the equal dignity of all human beings? I don't think either one of those are clickbait. All right, we got another ad break. I'm going to stand up and walk around because I need to for my own health. Yeah, no. All right, I'll be right back. Hey, no name. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Donkey, help me with what you mean. I'm not sure I'm following. All right, let me get this going again. Okay. Yeah. Help me with what you mean by he doesn't justify equal dignity. I mean, he does justify it. He grounds it specifically in the Imago Dei. Yeah, he grounds it in the Imago Dei. That's what the whole thing is about, and that it's not diminished by anything. Yeah, no, name the images, the scriptural images are really good. Where are we at here? Equal dignity of all. Yeah. So that's the whole point here is that it's the equal dignity is ontological. It's grounded in our made in the image and likeness of God, and therefore it is inalienable because of who God is, right? And there's nothing that can diminish that. Yeah. Well, I'm glad your lawn has been mowed, Ethan. That's great. Right. But see, the thing is that so the just because someone can be loved more or less doesn't mean that they're not loved. Right? It's the dignitas that's underneath that is core. It's something that doesn't move, that doesn't change. A person can become more or less lovable based upon extrinsic factors, but not intrinsic factors. Right? The intrinsic factor is equal. It's because we exist. The extrinsic factor is the way Aquinas puts it. So I think it's actually more helpful the way Aquinas puts it, is that we are more or less pleasing to God based off of these extrinsic factors. Yeah, same with the Blessed Virgin Mary. She has we all have the same dignity, even with Blessed Virgin. But she's perfect, right? So all of those extrinsic factors that tie to the intrinsic reality of what it is to be man, the moral life, all those sorts of things, those are sort of, in this consideration, extrinsic. And so that makes you, hey Mosley, that makes you more or less pleasing to God, but that doesn't change your dignity. The dignity is grounded in the Imago Dei, and that is equal for all human persons. So that's the distinction, that intrinsic reality of creation, and then that intrinsic or that extrinsic aspect that makes us more or less pleasing. So that's the distinction. That's why, the tradition describes sanctifying grace as the other name for sanctifying grace is the grace that makes us pleasing to God. And so the more, whether we possess it or not, and to the degree to which we possess it, is that which makes things more pleasing. So these are two slightly different considerations, related to each other. But the underlying capacity to be pleasing or not pleasing to God is based upon that underlying dignity that is the Imago Dei. Yes, I'm proud of you, Ethan. Good for doing the things that need to be done. All right, let's continue on. The supreme value of human rights. The Church gratefully acknowledges that the movement toward the identification and proclamation of human rights is one of the most significant attempts to respond effectively to the inescapable demands of human dignity. Oh, hold on a second here. All right, Donkey, you say it doesn't seem like this section, other than the title, doesn't assert equality. We have that underlying dignity, I agree. Yeah, and that's the equality. The equality is that underlying dignity. That is what makes us equal. We are equal in that consideration. We are unequal in other considerations. And that's exactly the point. Like that intrinsic dignity cannot be changed based on all of those extrinsic realities. It's ground. It's a ground. It's a foundation. And then the inequality has to do with that pleasingness. All right. The Church gratefully acknowledges, all right, I already said that. In this regard, St. John Paul II stated that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, proclaimed by the United Nations on 10 December 1948, remains one of the highest expressions of the human conscience of our time. It is a milestone on the long and difficult path of the human race. For this reason, from the Christian perspective, human rights are not an external addition to the person, but an expression of intrinsic human dignity, which the international community is called to protect and promote. Interestingly enough, if you didn't know this, the great Catholic thinker Jacques Maritain was one of the people who helped write that declaration. He considered it his crowning achievement as a scholar, as a Christian, as a man. Human rights are inviolable, since they are inherent in the human person and in human dignity. Consequently, they are universal and inalienable, precisely because they are grounded in the common dignity of every man and woman. They have practical consequences and legal effects. For it would be vain to proclaim human rights if, at the same time, everything were not done to ensure the duty of respecting them. Respect by all, in all places, and for all. Among these rights, the first is the right to life. Very important. The first is the right to life, from conception to its natural end, without which it is impossible to exercise any other right. Exactly. When this fundamental right is denied, as in the case of induced abortion, killing of the innocent, and euthanasia, we are faced with choices that the Church considers gravely wrong. So wrong, in fact, I would say, so wrong, in fact, that these are not just sins, they are crimes. Involvement in abortion and killing the innocent, and those can get you, excommunicated. So it's actually a crime, not just a sin. Looking at our own time, we cannot ignore the fact that the protection of human rights has been exposed to two particularly serious dangers. The first is that these rights are declared in a purely formal sense, while technological progress continues alongside covert or overt violations of human dignity. I would actually say, like, a good example of this is the development of the polio vaccination. Just the absolute constant destruction of human life in order to bring about that vaccine it's a horror story when you read about its development. It's horrific. It did a lot of good, but it really, in order to bring about that good, it really sort of, it's just spawn camped, a whole bunch of people. All right. The second, which is in fact the root of the first, is the inability to recognize the foundation of their universality, since we have abandoned the search for the solid foundation sustaining our decisions and our laws. Pope Francis urged us not to underestimate this last issue. He pointed out that when reason seriously examines human nature, it is capable of discovering values that apply to everyone, since they derive from human nature. If this task of inquiry were abandoned, it is conceivable that rights considered untouchable today might, in the future, end up being questioned or denied by those in power, perhaps after having obtained only an apparent consensus from populations that are frightened or manipulated. Yeah, it's happened before, right? This is kind of like the story of the 20th century, right? Along with a greater awareness of the value of every human person and their rights, recognition of minority rights has also grown. Yet there is still a long way to go to ensure that the rights of a great many, namely women, are equally and generally guaranteed throughout the world. It is a fact that doubly poor are those women who endure situations of exclusion, mistreatment, and violence, since they are frequently less able to defend their rights. This is definitely a global problem, right? It is therefore not enough to state simply that men and women have equal dignity and rights. It is necessary that this be reflected in concrete decisions, such as in laws, access to employment, education, social and political responsibilities, and the way society listens to and values women's contributions. As long as this gap persists, we cannot say that society truly and fully recognizes that women have the same dignity as men. And we've gone a long way, long strides in this in the Western world, but remember, this is addressing the world, not just the global, the West, right? It is individuals that matter. Each and every person, together with their families, social movements, communal ideologies, and grand political proclamations in favor of a population are worthless unless they lead to the flourishing of persons, men and women, with their inalienable rights. Exactly. Similarly, it is not enough to extol individual freedom or private enterprise if we then allow a multitude of people to continue living without decent work, protections, or access to basic necessities. Exactly. Exactly. Everybody knows this. Even the people that are doing the bad things, they know that. They just don't care. But everybody knows that. The principle of social doctrine, the principle of the common good. Recognizing that every man and woman possesses an inalienable dignity, together with rights that no human power can betray or nullify, requires us to shape the way we live together, including our economic and political choices, and the makeup of our cities. From this arises the first major principle of social doctrine that I wish to highlight, the common good. We can describe it as the social expression of the dignity recognized in every person, right? So let me reframe that, right? We can describe it as the social expression of the dignity recognized in every person. So if we have this fundamental ontological dignity, every person does, then the way that dignity is concretely lived out is in a social way, right? Because we're social creatures, right? One of the Greek definitions of man is zoon politikon, right? We're political animals. So we live in, George Costanza, right? We live in a society, right? And so the degree to which we live in society, we have to interact with each other. And so the interaction that happens, that takes place, our political life, our communal life, has to respect and reflect that dignity. So it's the social expression of that intrinsic dignity of every person. When Benedict XVI referred to the non-negotiable values that the Church must always defend, he included among them the promotion of the common good. For a Christian, going beyond the narrow confines of one's own interests and committing oneself, within the limits of one's ability, to the common good is a non-negotiable value, as is in the promotion of life. So, there's actually a movie that helps articulate this on multiple levels. I'm going to forget its name now that I just thought about it. It's the movie about the guy's a blessed. He was beatified, I think, by Pope Benedict. He was drafted by the Germans in World War II. He was Austrian, and he was a worker, and he became a conscientious objector during that period of time. And he was eventually killed as a result of it. Yeah, A Hidden Life. Yeah, thank you, A Hidden Life. That is an excellent movie, and it helps articulate this in a very good way. From the same director that did The Tree of Life. It's a great book. Yeah, Blessed Franz Jägerstätter. His life is worth studying in context of this idea. The Second Vatican Council affirmed that the common good consists in the sum total of social conditions which allow people, either as groups or as individuals, to reach their fulfillment more fully and more easily. This definition provides us with a valuable initial reference point because the common good cannot be reduced to a mere list of conditions or institutions. It is not the sum total of individual benefits, nor the intersection of their particular interests. It is a greater good that belongs to everyone, and it can only be achieved, nurtured, and protected by our collective efforts. We can say that social action reaches its fullness when it is directed towards this shared good, just as a person's moral action finds its fulfillment in the choice of the true good. This is what I was saying earlier, right? When I was talking about the Jesuit from Africa, right? In this sense, we can say that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and that for this very reason, the mere sum of individual interests is not capable of generating a better world for the whole human family. Indeed, it is an illusion to think that simply pursuing one's own progress without caring for others is sufficient for contributing to the good of all. This view ignores the inherent and specific value of the common good, which is a result of an interdependence that creates a network of social good that expands and has an impact on people. The common good is a plus, the result of interaction, a mutual influence that connects various actions, initiatives, efforts, and decisions. If we were to add up the individual goods, we would not explain the existence of this plus that transcends them and at the same time enriches them. It is the pursuit of the common good that gives people gives life to a people, understood not as a mere collection of individuals, but as a living reality in which people learn to recognize that they themselves are interconnected and jointly responsible for the res publica, the public thing, right? In this sense, every person contributes to the building up of one's people through a slow and arduous effort, calling for a desire for integration and a willingness to achieve this through the growth of a peaceful and multifaceted culture of encounter. Right? Got to work with people. Got to work together. Working together for the common good means having a shared vision. It is clear that there are many ideological and practical differences among people, as well as differing interests and frequent disagreements. But that does not mean it is impossible to engage in dialogue to establish a set of basic agreements that enable the creation of a shared vision upon which everyone can move forward together. I believe in this. I believe this is true. Regardless of the situation that we find ourselves in our modern day, where all of our discourse tends to be like fighting sports teams, where everyone is just in their ideological camps and they're constantly fighting and bickering about things. I believe it is possible to establish true dialogue so that this shared vision in order to build up the common good can be achieved. I believe it. We have to believe it. It is the state's responsibility to ensure cohesion, unity, and the proper organization of civil society so that the common good can be pursued with everyone's contribution. In practical terms, this means that public authorities have the delicate duty to harmonize the different sectoral interests with the requirements of justice. That's a lot. It's not a small thing. The government's got a big job to do, right? Seeking a balance between individual interests and the common good without leaving behind the most vulnerable. When politics abandons a long-term perspective and reduces itself to short-term calculations or sterile polarizations, then the language of the common good loses credibility. And at the same time, social inequalities and divisions grow. Yes, we see this everywhere. This is very easy to see. This also applies to international politics. As the divide between nations widens, a mentality of confrontation and aggression begins to take hold, and the different path towards a more united and fraternal world suffers new and painful setbacks. In this context, speaking of a shared journey towards a more just development for the entire human family sounds like madness. And it does. It sounds like madness. It really does, because how do you trust in with all these situations? Right? This is why we have mutual deterrence and all these sorts of things, because we don't trust. We have no real hope. It's a poverty hope. Someone once said this, that the real tragedy that followed the Second World War is the loss of hope. And I think there's a great truth to that. Yet we must not lose hope. That's where he goes into hope immediately, of course. I invite everyone to conceive of ways of cooperating and of more efficient international institutions, capable of safeguarding the global common good without compromising the legitimate diversity of peoples and nations, right? That's important. We don't want these things to fall away. We're not looking for absolute homogenization here. We're looking for cooperation, dialogue, and coherence. Indeed, the promotion of the common good can never be separated from respect for the right of peoples to exist, to preserve their own identity, and to contribute their unique qualities to the family of nations. Moreover, any attempt to plan or eliminate or subjugate a nation is gravely immoral and therefore unacceptable. Yes. Yep. And there's multiple ways to do that, right? Not just through force of arms, but the more common way nowadays is through force of economies. The principle of the universal destination of goods. Among the numerous implications of the common good, immediate significance is taken on by the principle of the universal destination of goods. This is important. This is very important, and people hate it, particularly Americans. We hate this. The universal destination of goods. It drives people crazy, but it's essential and important to understand the whole. All right? First of all, this principle reminds us that the earth's goods, soil, water, air, and natural resources are given by God to the entire human family, to sustain the lives of all, and that every person has an inherent right to the use of such goods, both now and in the future. Oh yeah. Yeah. And therefore, if you follow what was going beforehand, it is the responsibility of governments to ensure that everyone has access to these things: soil, water, air, and natural resources. This is why the church has always held that, like, to pay for water is a sin. You can pay for the transportation of it, right? But for the water itself, it's common good. It belongs to everybody. St. John Paul II recalled that God gave the earth to the whole human race for the sustenance of all its members, without excluding or favoring anyone. Consequently, it is not in accordance with God's plan to use this gift in such a way that its benefits accrue solely to a select few. Today, we are called to recognize that this universal destination applies not only to material goods, but also to immaterial and cultural goods. That's a big statement. You have to think about that for a minute. But you know what? That actually fits with the tradition, right? So, art has always been considered a common good, right? That you can't pay for art, right? You pay for the time of the artist. You pay for the materials. But art itself is a common good. And that's an immaterial and cultural good. So it makes sense. You know, that's just this continuity with the tradition. Oh, the repeat the statement. So today we are called to recognize that this universal destination applies not only to material goods, but also to immaterial and cultural goods. Yeah, art is a good example of this. You know, intellectual property is really what's being said here. Certainly, there is a right to private property, which has its own specific meaning and purpose, yet it is always subordinate to the universal destination of goods. According to John Paul II, this subordination is the golden rule of social conduct and the first principle of the whole ethical and social order. Data is material in the philosophical sense, but it's immaterial in sort of the practical sense. Yeah, so IP includes things like, you know, digital downloads and movies and, other stuff like that, you know, or just art, like someone paints a picture, right? Makes music, whatever that might be. Writes a book. So John Paul II calls this the universal destination of goods, the first principle of the whole ethical and social order, which is true. In the Church's tradition, property has been viewed as a means of protecting and managing goods so that they may better serve the common good. Correct. This is what the whole sort of noble system was based upon. The redistribution of goods for the sake of those in need that were cared for by those who had charge over the common good, which we just called nobles. Since the Christian tradition has never recognized the right to private property as absolute or inviolable, its social function must not be considered a mere theological opinion, but a doctrine of the Church, already present in sacred scripture and in the writings of the Church Fathers. For this reason, Pope Francis reminded us that solidarity, while lived out in its fullest sense, also means to restore to the poor what belongs to them. Exactly right. That's just justice, right? Giving to the other what is due to them. Today, among the goods that are universally intended for everyone, we must also include new forms of property, such as patents, algorithms, digital platforms, technological infrastructure, and data. In a context where the wealth of nations depends increasingly on knowledge and technology, when these goods remain concentrated in the hands of a few, without adequate forms of sharing and access, a new imbalance is created that contradicts the universal destination of goods. In turn, it widens the gap between the included and the excluded, between those who can participate in the digital revolution and those who remain on the margins. Furthermore, care for our common home and our responsibility toward the poor and future generations require that the use of the goods of creation and the new possibilities offered by technology be regulated in such a way as to respect the environment, avoid waste, and prevent new forms of exploitation. Yeah, that just follows from the principles. The principle of subsidiarity, right? So we're going to the next principle. The principle of subsidiarity stems from the very same understanding of the human person that has guided our reflection on dignity and the common good. If every woman and man is called to take ownership of his or her own life, I don't like when they do that. So if every woman and man, so it should be woman and man, hers or his, or either man and woman and then his and hers. It's just a style thing that bugs me. If every woman and man is called to take ownership of his or her own life and to contribute to the formation of society, then social institutions must also respect and support this responsibility. The social doctrine of the Church refers to subsidiarity as the principle according to which the role of individuals, families, local communities, and intermediary organizations should not be supplanted by higher level authorities. So centralization is bad, right? So this is kind of the easy way to understand this. Centralization is bad. Moreover, higher level institutions must recognize, protect, and promote the freedom and creativity of lower level entities, coordinating their contributions so that they can cooperate effectively for the common good. So in a concrete way, this is one of the things why I've always been concerned about sort of the shape of politics right now. The shape of our politics is that we sort of push everything upwards, right? We want the federal government to take care of everything. But that's not the way it's supposed to be. And that's not the way our system was built. Our system was built that the local level is supposed to handle the vast majority of things. That's why we have, enumerated rights and whatnot. And so, the more we push things up and centralize things, the more it consolidates power and with a greater possibility of exploitation. And so you want to distribute power, and that's one of the things that this subsidiarity helps maintain. And it also helps just not to infantilize people, right? You care about the common good. You care about the place where you live. You care about your town. You care about your city. You care about your county. You care about your state. You care about your country, but all in the right proportion, right? That which is near to you, you can affect directly. That which is more further, you affect indirectly. And so that's why, because that direct sort of relationship, that's why it's very important the lower levels have the means by which the power, the freedom to sort of deal with problems as best they can, without having the daddy portion of government or the mom portion of government to come and take over for them immediately. That's sort of the basis of subsidiarity. There's more to it than that, but that's one way to think about it. Starting with Leo XIII and the beginnings of modern social teaching, the Church has insisted that neither the individual nor the family should be submitted or should be subsumed by the state, right? This is contrary to communism, but should be allowed to act freely as far as possible without harming the common good. St. John Paul II took up and developed this perspective, knowing that the political community is at the service of civil society and that the state must protect the common good, intervening when necessary, but without permanently supplanting the responsibilities of intermediary organizations and social institutions. Subsidiarity does not justify the state's disagreement, but rather guides its actions. Indeed, public intervention is necessary precisely to enable all social actors to fulfill their mission without being stifled. It is the responsibility of the political community to create the conditions that allow individuals, families, associations, and intermediary organizations to fulfill their mission in society without being replaced or reduced to mere facilitators. So in other words, put more simply, power exists to free people, not to constrain. That's sort of the summation. This principle encourages us to move beyond any form of paternalistic or welfare-based management of societal life, but instead promote a culture of shared responsibility in a state that values citizens' initiative, and a civil society capable of forging bonds and mobilizing energies in the service of the common good. In accordance with the principle of subsidiarity, decisions are made at the closest level possible to the persons involved, thereby fostering community life and avoiding people being presented with decisions that have already been taken. In this way, people can participate in the decision-making process. When families, associations, local communities, volunteer organizations, and those in the so-called third sector are recognized and supported, social life becomes more accessible to people. Services become more attuned to real needs, and solutions are more creative and respectful of the dignity of each person. So a good example, like for me, one of the positions that I've always held is like, yeah, everyone has a universal right to access to healthcare, but should there be a nationalized healthcare system? I've always thought no. Rather, instead, there should be one that is more localized, so at the state level, and that it's closer, right? So it tends more closely to the people that it touches. Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing these national programs are not sustainable, or they become avenues for the culture of death, like in Canada. The principle of subsidiarity applies especially in the context of the digital revolution. Here, the highest level is not the state, but rather major economic and technological actors that exercise de facto power over the conditions of everyday life. This level, which monopolizes expertise, data, and decision-making authority, involves companies and platforms that define conditions for access, rules of visibility, forms of interaction, and even economic opportunities. I mean, we're on one of those platforms right now, right? So we are engaging in that world, as we're here on Twitch. The principle of subsidiarity requires that such processes not be imposed from above in an opaque and unilateral manner, but instead be directed toward the common good with transparency, accountability, and meaningful forms of participation, including independent checks, transparency regarding algorithms, equitable access to data, and avenues for recourse. Yeah. If the state tried to mandate toothbrushing, that would definitely be a violation of subsidiarity. That is the job of like your mom, right? Mom's like, brush your teeth. There shouldn't be a congressional law that says you must brush your teeth. Ha! Mom doesn't. That's right. In this context, states and transitional institutions are called to ensure fair rules and effective safeguards so that local communities, intermediary organizations, schools, universities, religious institutions, and associations have a voice and can contribute to the discernment of choices that affect people's daily lives, such as employment, access to services, data management, and digital environments. When it comes to decision regarding economic flows in digital platforms, as well as the governance of data and algorithms, we cannot allow a handful of actors to dictate these processes on their own. Instead, we must build forms of cooperation that respect the various levels of the global community and make them jointly responsible for the common good. So in other words, we cannot allow, learning from the past, right? Learning from our past, we cannot allow the situation to occur again where we have the equivalent of oil or steel or train barons, right? And now instead of those goods, we've now switched it to these technological goods. And so now what we have are tech barons, right? We can't allow that same situation to happen, or else we're going to have the same sort of exploitation that happened in the turn in the Industrial Revolution. We have to learn from our history, right? And so we have to make those adjustments. We have to make those adjustments. We have to make those comments, and we have to set things in place so that we don't end up in that situation again. The principle of solidarity. Having considered the common good and subsidiarity, or the principle of solidarity, sorry. John Paul II spoke a lot about solidarity. There's even a solidarity party in Poland, right? Boy, man, it's a lot of talking. I've been talking straight for, gosh, 5 hours. Okay. Having considered the common good and subsidiarity, I would like to reflect on the principle of solidarity. The Baron situation. If you've ever read anything by Upton Sinclair or anything that took place during the Industrial Revolution, right? So you had the various robber barons, right? You had the oil barons, you had the steel barons, and you had the rail, the train, guys. They have a different name for those guys. And they sort of controlled all of the means, right? They controlled everything. They exploited the people as a result. And that is, I would recommend, for a good example, you can read one of two of Upton Sinclair's books. Either, or I read them both. Read Oil, 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 which the movie There Will Be Blood is based upon. And actually that movie is a good sort of introduction to that idea and that problem. Or you can read the more famous one, the one that, that was required reading when I was a kid. Oh man, why can't I think of it? The name of that book. It's huge. It's the one that explores the problems of the meatpacking industry. What's it called? And why am I losing my mind and I can't remember things? All right, there we go. Upton Sinclair. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, The Jungle. The Jungle. Yeah, that's what it's called, The Jungle. That's right. But yeah, all of his books were, so The Jungle, it's huge. The meatpacking industry in Chicago. I remember reading that and I was just devastated by that. Brass Check, Systematic and Incriminating Critique of the Serial Limitations of the Free Press. Sylvia Nalla, Epic Book, Lenny Budd series, all these, and then other works. So yeah, Oil, 1927. Anyway, these are all of his works. I mean, he was a prolific writer. Yeah, but yeah, Upton Sinclair is sort of a really good vision into the problems of the industrial era. Okay, where were we? Let's just start over. Solidarity. This emerges from a vision of the human person generated by faith, namely that every human being is created in the image of God and is part of a network of relationships that bind him or her to others, to specific populations, and to creation. St. Paul VI observed that the obligations of solidarity, justice, and charity are rooted in the human and supernatural fraternal bonds that unite individuals and populations. Fraternity is not merely an aspiration of believers, but is a social and political reality to be embodied in communal choices and endeavors. Solidarity, then, is the concrete recognition that the future of each individual is connected to the future of all. Indeed, no one is saved alone. Yes, that's why Christ created a church in the first place. The close link between subsidiarity and solidarity therefore becomes evident. It is thus clear that there is an intimate link between subsidiarity and solidarity. When subsidiarity is not linked to solidarity, it ends up becoming merely the protection of particular interests. When solidarity is not supported by subsidiarity, it degenerates into a form of welfare that does not foster responsibility. That's important. So welfare state bad, right? And this is the causal sort of situation. This interconnectedness also pertains to the responsibility of authentic participation. Solidarity is expressed when each person, both individually and collectively, takes part in the life of the community. By staying informed, engaging with others, making their voice heard, and contributing to public decisions and choices, while also assuming real responsibility so that the common good is achieved through shared decision-making. This is one of the reasons why the Knights of Columbus was founded. It's one of these intermediary organizations that was created in order to preserve and protect the voice of Catholics through solidarity in America in the late 1800s, because we were being systematically disenfranchised. And so the Knights of Columbus were created in order to solve that problem. Yeah, it is one of the pillars. It is. In many areas, we are already experiencing a kind of de facto solidarity, for our lives are intertwined. Digital networks connect people and communities across the world in real time. Hey, that's you guys. And global economies and communications mean that events in one place have a far-reaching impact. This network of relationships, however, only constitutes solidarity in the fullest sense if the word of the word, when it becomes a conscious choice, right? So in other words, Pope Leo is telling you to subscribe. Follow and subscribe. All right. Exactly. Yeah. Faith invites us to see this reality as a call. We are not merely neighbors to one another, but entrusted to each other, so that each of us may take responsibility as best we can for the lives and wounds of our brothers and sisters. Solidarity arises precisely when we decide not to remain indifferent to what happens to our neighbor, but instead to transform unavoidable bonds, economic, cultural, and technological, into paths of sharing, cooperation, and mutual care, embracing the idea of thinking and acting in terms of community. Yeah, that's right. Pope says so. You got to do it, man. Just got to do it. But no, this is important. This is very important. We got to think and act as a community, right? So we can't just think for ourselves. We can't just be selfish, right? The Church's social teaching emphasizes that solidarity is both a principle and a virtue. As a principle, it expresses the objective order of relationships among individuals, groups, and peoples, pointing to an awareness of interdependence, whereby the good of each person depends on the good of others. As a virtue, it requires a firm and persevering determination to strive for the common good, with particular attention to those most in need. Pope Francis noted that solidarity is a way of making history that creates communities and not just masses of individuals, right? This is important. So Heidegger talks about this, right? So Heidegger has this whole notion of das Man, right? And something you get lost in. It's just a mass of individuals that has this nebulous sort of collective consciousness that is non-intentional. And that's not a community. So, the das Man is not a community. Whereas this intentional sort of solidarity is what actually makes real community. Well, no, so that's the thing. It's not communism because, Ethan, that mass of individuals is actually what's communism, right? That is the Das Man. Right? It's the new man, N-U-M-A-N. For this reason, it requires a modest and shared way of life, the ability to forgo immediate benefits in order to create opportunities for others in the future. This is huge, and this is a huge problem in the United States, especially among, say, the younger generations, millennials on down, to forgo immediate benefits in order to create opportunities for others in the future. Delayed gratification, having the capacity to engage in delayed gratification, is essentially missing these days. And I believe it has to do with sort of the dopamine addiction that we've sort of been placed into as a result of our use of technology. And I'm sure that the Pope is going to address that further down. And a willingness to challenge habits and privileges, including those related to digital consumption, there it is, right there, and the use of technology, when they prevent others from living with dignity, right? That's a hint of what's going to be talked about below, and that's exactly what it's going to be, right? In a world marked by increasingly close connections between people, communities, and nations, solidarity also takes on a global dimension. Benedict XVI strongly emphasized the link between development, justice, and responsibility toward future generations. stating that authentic development requires solidarity and intergenerational justice, as well as an awareness of the bonds that unite us to the natural environment. Today, this responsibility also extends to digital and information infrastructure, like the natural environment. The digital ecosystem can be preserved or exploited, shared or monopolized. Solidarity demands that decisions regarding data, algorithms, platforms, and artificial intelligence take into account not only the immediate benefit for a few, but also the impact on all peoples and on future generations. We're right here. Paragraph 77, Nick, we're the principle of social justice. We're in the principle section. So, chapter 2. Oh, yeah, Ethan. Yeah, I mean, we are very comfortable people. We don't realize how comfortable we are. Okay. Let me hydrate a little bit here. My voice is starting to. I'm gonna have to get some tea in a second, probably the next ad break. No, I actually have back there. I have what's called throat coat, which is a tea that helps with that. It's better than just a cough drop. Okay, the principle of social justice. So I think this is the last of the principles in chapter 2. So we should be moving on to chapter 3 here soon. I'm gonna try and do as much as I can in one sitting. Well, I'm gonna have to stop because I have to do a Marian consecration. Right? So I've got someone doing her 30-day, Marian consecration. So I got to do that. Then I've got adoration and vespers. I've got and confessions, and then I'll come back after that. So we should be able to finish it today. I don't want to have to go on beyond today. We might have to. This is long, right? This is not a short thing. No, I don't eat lunch. I had breakfast. Remember, I eat like a meal and a half a day. So I'm good. For the Christian community, social justice is a concrete way of following Jesus and remaining faithful to the gospel. In the New Testament, Jesus proclaims the good news to the poor. Right? Remember, that's one of the signs of the Messiah being present. The good news is proclaimed to the poor. And identifies himself with the lowly, the sick, the imprisoned, and strangers. And that's one I cited earlier from Matthew 25. He thus teaches us that justice is born from and fulfilled in fraternity, because the way we approach and relate to the least among us becomes, in concrete terms, the measure of our relationship with God and with our brothers and sisters. Justice, however, concerns not only the behavior of individuals, but also the way in which the structures of society are conceived and organized. In this regard, the Second Vatican Council reminds us that every institution is called to serve the human person and his or her dignity. Social justice is therefore characterized by the capacity of a social, economic, and political order to allow everyone, particularly the weakest, to live a truly dignified life without leaving anyone behind. Yeah, we hear confessions every day. Every day. The recent magisterium has insisted that social, people are going to get really upset by this term, the recent magisterium. Anyway, yeah, hope and seethe. The recent magisterium has insisted that social justice begins with the least among us. Saint John Paul II spoke of a preferential option for the poor. That must guide both personal and societal choices, while Pope Francis denounced a throwaway culture that generates ever new forms of exclusion. Now, I think about this. My grandmother used to talk about this, right? That you never throw people away. Very important. From this perspective, social justice requires us to look at individuals and communities, starting with the most vulnerable, the poor, migrants, refugees, internally displaced persons. Well, I guess that must be internal to the state, I guess. Victims of violence and people living in urban or existential peripheries, right? So the different forms of the poor, the Anawin, those on the margins. The idea of social justice helps us recognize that injustices do not arise solely from the wrong choices of individuals, but also from structures, mechanisms, and economic and cultural systems that produce inequality almost automatically. St. John Paul II spoke in this vein of structures of sin that oppose God's will and require a commitment to personal and social conversion. This is also in the Catechism. In this perspective, justice is not merely about the fair distribution of resources or the correction of current injustices, but also assumes a restorative dimension. Oh, people are going to be mad about that. Oh, they're going to be mad. Really mad. But we used to believe in this, right? Anyway, it aims to mend broken bonds and reintegrate those who have been excluded, taking into account the wounds caused by injustices, such as wars, colonialism, race or gender discrimination, violence against entire peoples, and exploitation. This may include restoring dignity and a voice to those who have been ignored, fostering processes of healing for collective memory, opposing discriminatory laws and practices, and providing concrete support to those who still bear the consequences of wrongs suffered in the past. Oh boy, that's gonna be spicy when people start commenting on that if they haven't already. I'm completely detached from this. I didn't want to get involved in any of the conversations about this encyclical until we had done this, until I've read through it with you guys. So, yeah, that's gonna be super spicy. Which I have to say, I believe in it. I don't believe in giving money to people just because some generation ago somebody on their family was harmed by these things. What I do believe is that what you do is you look at the people where they're at right now, and if they're currently in a state of exclusion, regardless of some of these accidental characteristics that are mentioned in the encyclical itself, doesn't matter, race, religion, sex, all these sorts of things. You just see where they're at now, and if they don't have equal access and equal opportunity, you solve that problem for that particular. You don't have to worry about the older reasons for that. You want to know about the older reasons so that you don't recreate them, but you can lift people up where they're at right now. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. That is the definition of the virtue of liberality, right? And also justice. Being magnanimous. We've forgotten that. Forgotten about being magnanimous. In this day and age, social justice must also grapple with the environment shaped by digital technologies. The spread of global networks, platforms, and artificial intelligence systems and artificial intelligence systems is changing the way we obtain information, communicate, and access services. Interesting point about this. Why the Vatican website looks the way it does? So the Vatican website. So let me go and bring it up again in another page. So it's hyper minimalist, right? Hyper minimalist. Right? There's not a lot of moving stuff. There's not a lot going on behind the scenes. It's very simple. Like you have a couple images. You have this one little banner situation here. You have this. There's nothing. There's hardly anything going on here, right? The reason why it's like this, and why the other pages are very minimal, right? That traditional one, like let me see if we can find one. The traditional image, right? This sort of like basic parchment sort of thing. The reason why is so I got a friend of mine works in the communications department at the Holy See, and the reason why is so that people can access the internet on their flip phones in the third world. So they can access all of this stuff on the Holy See website. They don't have to have high processing power to have access to what the church is providing. It's deliberately designed and coded to accommodate that need. Instead of having the most high speed and fancy stuff, that's exactly what it was done for. So those are the considerations, right? When you think about that, right, it changes the way in which you even sort of design a website. Yeah. There's an intentional consideration about the guy that's out there in the Congo with a flip phone that has a little screen on it so that he can still access, the Vatican website. Let me see if I can get through this here before the break. The spread of global networks, platforms, and artificial intelligence systems is changing the way... Oh, we already got that. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Communities exposed to invasive surveillance. Justice demands that we prevent the emergence of new forms of exclusion and deprivation of freedoms. Individuals and peoples hindered or denied access to basic technologies, communities exposed to invasive surveillance, and social groups, England, and social groups penalized by opaque algorithms that perpetuate prejudice and discrimination. In the digital age, a just social order guarantees everyone equal access to opportunities, protects the youngest and weakest members of society, combats hate and misinformation, and subjects the use of data and technology to public oversight, so that the guiding principle is not solely profit, but the dignity of every person and the common good of all peoples. Yeah, I mean, that's just the dream of the internet, right? That's been the dream of the internet since the 80s, right? That's what we've been trying to achieve, and then it's pretty much just been systematically destroyed by various bad actors. So, Pope's kind of a trad internet geek, right? When it comes to the purpose of all this stuff. Youngest or oldest too? Everyone. Got to protect the young, got to protect the old. A lot of misinformation, not just fake news, but a lot of scams, a lot of everything. Deep fakes, all sorts of stuff, man. It can get pretty hairy out there. All right, back after the break. Oh yeah, Britt, that's a common occurrence nowadays. I had a parishioner, similar situation. I know another person who lost her entire retirement and even lost her car as a result of a scam. Elder abuse is a huge problem. Yeah, no, these are big deals. These are not small things. Like, you destroy a person's ability to thrive, to survive, to live. It's awful. I don't know I can't even imagine the type of compromised conscience that a person has to be involved in that sort of behavior. All right, let's continue on. I've got some tea here now, so a little bit of that throat coat stuff. I'm going to let it steep, and maybe that'll help a little bit with this. Okay, 81. A litmus test for social justice today is the treatment of migrants, refugees, and those forced to move due to poverty, violence, climate change, and environmental disasters. The way a society treats them reveals whether its a sense of justice is driven by fear, by fear or by the spirit of fraternity. Pope Francis urged us to see migrants not simply as a problem to be managed, but as a living image of the people of God on the move. They are people with dignity, resources, and dreams, who have the right to be treated with respect and to ask to become active members of the societies that welcome them. Social justice in this area entails at least two complementary commitments. On the one hand, this means protecting the rightful hopes of those forced to leave by ensuring safe and legal routes, dignified conditions for receiving them, and genuine pathways to integration. Genuine pathways to integration. This is important. Right? It's not non-integration, right? So the Holy Father is not talking about just, let a whole bunch of people in and destroy the culture that's there. No. Genuine pathways to integration. On the other hand, it means promoting the right to remain in one's homeland. This is a neglected thing. People forget about this. That when the church traditionally talks about this, traditionally it talks about the right of people to stay in their homelands and providing the means necessary in order to help people stay in their homelands by providing peace, security, and the various stuff that they need in order to stay in their home, because that's their home. You don't want people to be forced to leave their home. That'd be awful. Like if I was forced to leave my home, if I had to leave the United States to go somewhere else, like, this is where I grew up, this is where I live, this is the culture I know. Like, why would I want to leave? Like, I would hope that someone would have the care and means to help keep my homeland secure for me to flourish. Yeah, see example, Bilbo suffering the dwarves' initial presence in his home. Exactly. Pope Leo the 14th in Algeria said that conditions have to be where Africans stay in Africa. Exactly. Like, this is a big thing. So you have to take care of both aspects, right? Care is a big process. It's not just one, it's the other. On the other hand, it means promoting the right to remain in one's homeland in peace and security by addressing the root causes that force people to migrate, including those linked to economic injustices and the climate crisis. When these rights are respected, migration can become an opportunity for encounter and mutual enrichment among peoples. Correct. Integral human development. In his encyclical, like, we're still talking about principles. We're not talking about particulars yet. These are just principles. So in his encyclical, Valorem Progressio, Paul VI affirmed that development is authentic only if it is integral, meaning that it can foster the development of each man and of the whole man. In the decades that followed, the social doctrine of the Church reprised and reflected on this expression in order to indicate the practical ways in which the noble principles, dignity, the common good, the universal destination of goods, subsidiarity, solidarity, and social justice are implemented in real life. By integral human development, we mean a process in which the growth of individuals and peoples encompasses all dimensions of existence and opens the future to subsequent generations as well. So, effectively, human flourishing, right? This is the fundamental goal of all morality, right? It's human flourishing. For individuals, as well as for nations, development is both a duty and a right. Minimum conditions are required for enabling every person and people to flourish in accord with their dignity, without being kept in a state of dependence or excluded from access to necessary goods. Development is truly human when it places people at the center instead of the accumulation of wealth, and when it concerns peoples as well as individuals. Justice demands the recognition of the right of society and the rights of peoples, and includes a responsibility toward future generations. Development is not truly human if it increases consumption for some while shifting costs and burdens onto others, or relegates entire regions to subordinate roles, preventing them from realizing their full potential. Development is integral when it is not limited to the economic sphere, but promotes quality of life in its spiritual, cultural, moral, and relational dimensions, while respecting our common home, the diversity of peoples, and their ways of life. Today, the concept of integral human development is a benchmark for the evaluation of integral ecology, which has become an indispensable dimension of the Church's social doctrine. Indeed, the quality of development is measured by the ability to integrate justice towards people in the care of our common home, and to promote dignified living conditions, access to necessary goods, just social relations, care of creation, and consideration for future generations. It follows that true progress is not what increases the well-being of some by degrading ecosystems, shifting costs into the most disadvantaged communities, or compromising the living conditions of those who will follow us. Right? So we have to have a view to the future, not just right now. Seen in this light, integral human development is the framework through which we can interpret the changes of our time, including those brought about by the digital revolution. Technological innovations, including artificial intelligence, are not neutral, or they can either foster participation and justice or exacerbate inequality, control, and exclusion. For this reason, they must be evaluated by asking a crucial question. Do they truly help individuals and peoples to become more humane and fraternal, while respecting our common home and future generations? It's a very good question. And that is a good sort of like examination of conscience for those who sort of work in that area. It is here that the principles of social doctrine become concrete criteria for discernment regarding the issues which we will address in the following chapters. An examine for the church. So this is the last section in chapter 2. In conclusion, I would like to touch on a point that is particularly close to my heart. Social doctrine is not merely a message addressed to society. It is also an examination of conscience for the church. So I want to stop there real quick and just say, hey, Britt, you know what this is about because you work for the church. We don't practice our own doctrine when it comes to this sort of stuff, especially with wages and rights of people who work for the church. The church is terrible at implementing practically basic social justice aspects for its own employees. Like it's wretched. It's terrible. And there's actually structures and systems and cultures that exist that sort of block that. I was at a meeting one time where I was told that I couldn't pay my employees more than X amount of dollars because that was the norm. And I said, but what if I want to pay them? What if I think that that's not a just wage? I'm like, well, you can't, because then you'd be paying more than the person down the street, and that'd be unfair. Like, are you kidding me? It's absurd. Or you have how many dioceses just have basic FMLA, so non-paid leave for maternity or paternity. It's insane. Most of them. It's really crazy. I mean, we just don't actually practice our own stuff. Yeah, no, more dioceses and whatnot are starting to add that just out of pressure, but it's absurd to me. Like, it's just like, and the culture is because, they're used to paying for priests and religious. We don't have families, so we don't need FMLA, right? And our life is not a fee for service. We're not hourly, contracted. We just work as we need to work. And so they expect that so there's a culture that expects that out of lay people. But like, these people have families, they have other lives. They're not consecrated, religious, and vowed, and clergy. We're wards of the state being the church. Lay people who work for us are not. And so we need to provide them with living wages that take into account all these things that we've been talking about. About being hush about our salaries, I think it's dumb. It's a way for companies to control us. And in fact, we shouldn't expect equal wages, right? That's part of it as well, to not create sort of disharmony in the workspace. But we should actually expect that people are paid more or less. It's like I said, with the military situation, if you have the same job, the exact same job, but you're married and have like 3 kids, you should be paid more. You should be paid more, because that's a condition. That's the way it should be. And I hate when people say that businesses don't exist to create jobs. True, they're there to create a product, but you need to have a job to do that. You need people to do the product. And so you have to treat people right. And the way you treat people right is by acting justly. Oh man, that's good. Okay, where are we at here? Examination of conscience for the church. A home and school of communion that is always called to ensure that the principles outlined in this chapter are applied, especially within its own structures. It drives me crazy. The church is so bad at this. In the ecclesial context, the common good takes the form of a synodal approach for mission at the service of the kingdom. Indeed, the church is the communitarian and historical subject of synodality and mission. This requires attention to the way decisions are taken and responsibilities are exercised. The final document of the synod identifies a culture of transparency, accountability, and evaluation as key practices for missionary transformation. All this is true. I don't agree with everything in that final document, but those things, definitely true. With this in mind, subsidiarity becomes the guiding principle for governance and pastoral life. It involves recognizing and supporting the faithful and intermediary ecclesial organizations as they carry out their responsibilities, valuing charisms and skills, and avoiding any form of paternalism that suffocates evangelical freedom. In practical terms, the participation of the baptized in decision-making processes and their shared responsibility in the mission are achieved through genuine, rather than merely nominal, participatory bodies. Exactly. Parish councils, finance councils, other bodies, we have a lot of these things. The American church is actually pretty good at this. Other parts of the world, not so much, but the American church is actually really good at this, actually. We're a model. I think the US is kind of a model for the rest of the church for how this works and the limitations. For the Christian community, solidarity finds its source in the mystery of Christ and is nourished by the Eucharist. Solidarity emerges from communion in faith and the sacraments. Baptism and confirmation unite us in Christ, so that we may become one body and one spirit, one heart and one soul. The Eucharist, which is the sacrament of unity, nurtures our belonging to the body of Christ and teaches us how to share. The diverse sensibilities present in the Church and the strong convictions that animate each person are a source of richness if they remain anchored in the certainty that unity is a gift received and a responsibility to be fulfilled. That's the important part. Gift received, faith and love. Gift received, unity. Gift received, responsibility to be fulfilled. Living out justice in the Church means purifying ecclesial relationships and structures from distortions that give rise to inequality, lack of transparency, and abuse of power. In this regard, listening to the victims of spiritual, economic, institutional, sexual, and power-based abuse, as well as abuse of conscience, is an integral part of a journey toward justice, which includes acknowledging the harm done, just reparation, and taking steps to prevent it from happening again. So I want to shout out my good friends. So let me bring this up real quick. So I've been helping this community get founded They're fledgling. They're small. Um, so let's see if I can find her. Nope, that doesn't exist anymore. That's old. So Sister Teresa Aletheia Noble is a long-term friend of mine. Was a friend since before she entered religious life. She used to attend our I already have a subscription, just not signed in. We were friends because she used to be part of our community at St. Albert's as a laywoman, and so this community, the Sisters of the Little Way, was established precisely for this purpose. And so let's see here, where is their current sort of status, right? Diocese election in Kentucky. Right, very good. That's where they're doing their work right now. So it's just the two of them at the moment. You know, they're working, but they're doing good work. And their specific work is precisely that. It's trying to actually bring light to these problems at every level. And so I'm very proud of their work, very proud of them. And I'll continue to support them as they grow. Okay. Abuse of conscience. So everyone has an obligation and right to follow their conscience. So to force people to act contrary to their conscience is an abuse of conscience, even if that conscience leads them into error. Now, Aquinas talks about this. What your job is not to force people to act contrary to their conscience, is you help them act rightly, right? You help form their conscience. Now, there are certain extremes to this. There's a reasonable man test to this, right? So if someone's conscience says, I need to kill, 1 million people, that's it's a bit too far. And there's other sort of principles that help deal with that. But yeah, manipulation in certain cases is a really good example of that. We are just about getting to chapter 3, Peter. Peter, you showed up for 88. How lucky are you? It's amazing. Yeah. In this regard, listening to the victims is spiritual. Okay, we already said that. I thought 8s were lucky numbers. Aren't 8s lucky numbers? Or am I misremembering? Blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, no. So I was thinking of Asian communities because I was talking to you. Every power is at the service of communion and mission. Yeah. Every power is at the service of communion and mission. All authority is at the service of the people of God. Exactly, like I said earlier, right? So power is supposed to be used to free people. This ministry of service is expressed not only through our faith celebrated and lived in the sacraments and the adoption of a synodal style, but also in the concrete sharing of goods. Following the example of the early church, ecclesial resources need to be shared so that no one among us may be in need. Exactly. And so that their administration may support the mission of proclaiming the gospel to the poorest. Regular assessments of the exercise of ministerial responsibilities should be encouraged, not as judgments on individuals, but as tools for learning and correction oriented towards mission. Only to the extent that we are open to the action of the Holy Spirit will these principles of social doctrine become incarnate in ecclesial life. In this way, the Church will be able to bear credible witness to society that seeking the common good together with shared responsibility and fraternity is not a utopia, but a real possibility. And that's the hope, right? We can't lose hope. Gotta have hope. And like I said earlier, the great crime of the 20th century is the loss of hope. And so we got to restore that hope. Chapter 3, Technology and Dominance. The Grandeur of Humanity and Light of the Promise of AI. All right, now we're to the part that everybody's been talking about forever, right? Everyone's been talking about how this is the AI encyclical. And notice we haven't hardly talked about AI at all, right? This is a reassertion of Catholic social doctrine. And now we're getting into the meat and potatoes, right? Here are the meat and potatoes. Having recalled the principles that shine a light on social doctrine, I would now like to focus on certain challenges that profoundly shape our way of living today. So he's doing the same thing that his predecessors have done. The biblical image. Hey, Melanie. You've missed 89 paragraphs. Almost 5 hours now. I've been online talking. So we've been reading through the encyclical. All right. Having recalled the principles that shine a light on social doctrine, I would now like to focus on certain challenges that profoundly shape. And also, Melanie, someone gifted me a sub on your channel, which is kind of cool. I was pretty excited about that. Where am I at? Okay. I would now like to focus on certain challenges that profoundly shape our way of living today. The biblical image accompanying these reflections is that of a building project. On the one hand, there is the Tower of Babel, where collective effort follows a plan that dominates and ultimately dehumanizes. On the other hand, there are the ruins of Jerusalem, which under Nehemiah's direction are rebuilt piece by piece as a project of shared responsibility. We are called to reflect on the great construction sites of our era and ask, what are we building? As technological development rapidly transforms languages, relationships, institutions, and forms of power, we believers must and can choose which projects to work on and in what manner, so as to safeguard and value the grandeur of humanity that has been given to us as a gift. This is a choice, not only for our future, but also for our present, since artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies are already part of our daily lives. I am convinced that the concrete way of living out social relationships in the light of the gospel is not established once and for all, but remains a task entrusted from generation to generation to the Christian community. Under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, the Church allows herself to be enlightened by God's Word, reads the signs of the times, and creatively seeks new ways for relationships between peoples and nations to become ever more conformed to the demands of the kingdom of God. For this reason, I encourage all members of the Church not to be afraid of the present challenges, but to listen to one another and firmly embrace their responsibilities in building a more humane and fraternal society. So he's reasserting what he has already said, right? The technocratic paradigm and digital power. So this is what I was talking about the robber barons of the past, the possibility of that problem in the future, and right now, this is where we're going to talk about that, I'm pretty sure. In his encyclical Laudato Si, Pope Francis denounced the growing dominance of a technocratic paradigm in our globalized world, the tendency to let the logic of efficiency, control, and profit alone shape personal, social, and economic decisions. Almighty dollar sign, right? It's all back to Ayn Rand. It's all back to Atlas Shrugged. It's a cancer. It's a moral cancer. This makes it clear that technology is not simply a tool. When it becomes a standard by which everything is judged, it begins to dictate what matters and what can be discarded, reducing creation to an object of exploitation and human beings to mere cogs in a system driven toward ever greater efficiency. This paradigm has spread rapidly in recent years, fueled in part by the expansion of artificial intelligence, cognitive science, nanotechnology, robotics, and biotechnology. In themselves, these innovations can greatly serve integral human development and the care of our common home. Yet precisely because of their power, they can also hasten the expansion of the technocratic paradigm and therefore require a new spiritual, ethical, and political framework. More power does not necessarily imply something better. In this respect, the words of Romano Guardini remain relevant. Contemporary man has not been trained to use power well. That is a statement, and I love it. It used to be there was moral formation for those in power. It wasn't always heated, wasn't always perfect. But like I like to remind people, how many presidents do we have that are blessed or saints? How many prime ministers are saints and blesseds? I'll wait. There's plenty of kings and emperors and nobles and other people that are saints. I don't know any modern political leaders that attain the altar. There used to be moral formation. There used to be moral formation. Yeah, I think it's important to consider. What is the moral formation that we have for our leaders? The danger of humanity becoming a victim of its own achievements was already clearly recognized by St. Paul VI, who warned that the most extraordinary scientific progress, the most astounding technical feats, and the most amazing economic growth, unless accompanied by authentic moral and social progress, will in the long run go against man. Yeah, we'll devour ourselves. Absolutely. For this reason, technological progress, valuable in itself, requires careful discernment of the anthropological vision that guides it and the ends it pursues. If technological development advances without a corresponding ethical and social progress, the result may be an increase in means without a growth in humanity, having more without being more. In such a scenario, there is a risk that individuals will be evaluated principally according to the outcome they produce, which is already happening, right? It's already happening, right? Everything is a fee for service, right? And that's the way it's thought about. I've invested this much money into you, so therefore you're supposed to provide this much, right? Whether it's education or whether it's, your job or whatever it is. And even relationships, right? People talk about this. There's this transactional relationship that is just toxic. Here we must recognize another crucial aspect, which I have noted earlier. In many cases within the digital context, control over platforms, infrastructure, data, and computing power does not rest with states, but with major economic and technological actors. These entities effectively set the conditions for access, determine the rules of visibility, and shape the very possibilities for participation. Think of the Great Firewall of China. But that's a government. But, that's the most profound example of this, or Korea, North Korea, that is. But even here, right, we've had problems with that in the States, with private ownership of these things. But I said they need to be like utilities. When such power is concentrated in the hands of a few, it tends to become opaque and even public and evade public oversight, increasing the risk of distorted forms of development that give rise to new dependencies, exclusions, manipulations, and inequalities. Faced with this concentration of power in the digital world, the criteria for judgment and discernment in this new situation are the noble principles of social doctrine, the inalienable dignity of the human person, the common good, the universal destination of goods, subsidiarity, solidarity, and social justice. They demand that we assess whether the power of digital infrastructures and algorithms truly fosters participation and responsibility, protects the vulnerable, ensures fair access to opportunities, and remains directed toward the good of all. On this basis, we can now examine more closely what artificial intelligence is, the possibilities it opens up, and the risks it entails. On that previous sentence or paragraph, I want to just note, a good example of the contrary of how this is so damaging and problematic is if you ever read the Facebook sort of papers, right? That whistleblower info dump that happened of exactly what Facebook was doing, particularly with Instagram, and how they knew it was harmful to people and harmful, particularly to young women's psychology, and they didn't care. They just knew that it would make them more money. It's out there in the public. Like, we know that this is how people are behaving, and it's bad, right? And it's still happening. Still happening. Do you know, China isn't big on doing a lot of drug rehabilitation, right? They don't do it. They don't fund it, right? But they have created the first, as far as I know of, the first dopamine addiction rehabilitation centers because of this problem and because they've recognized that it's so ubiquitous. The Chinese, what are we doing? Have we done anything about it yet? No. And I think there's a reason for that. I think it has to do with the almighty dollar sign. It is not my intention here to offer a comprehensive treatment of artificial intelligence, nor to give an overview of the extensive relevant literature, since authoritative contributions already exist, including within the ecclesial context. I limit myself to recalling a few essential elements for a moral and social discernment that safeguards the primacy of the human person in order to ensure that it will always be human intelligence, with its conscience and freedom, that guides technological innovations and responsibly determines their use and limits. It is appropriate to preface this discussion with two considerations. First, any statement regarding AI risks becoming quickly outdated, given the remarkable pace at which these systems are developing. Second, all of us, including those who design them, possess only a limited understanding of their actual functioning. Indeed, current AI systems are more cultivated than built, for developers do not directly design every detail, but instead create a framework within which the intelligence grows. As a result, fundamental scientific aspects, such as the internal representations and computational processes of these systems, remain at present unknown, which is a little scary. There thus emerges an urgent need for a twofold commitment. On the one hand, a deepening of scientific research. On the other, the exercise of moral and spiritual discernment. Yeah, this is how we end up with Skynet, man. It is not possible to provide a single comprehensive definition of AI. What can be stated, however, is that we must avoid the misconception of equating this type of intelligence with that of a human being's. These systems merely imitate certain functions of human intelligence. In doing so, they often surpass human intelligence in speed and computational capacity, offering tangible benefits across many fields. This is true, very true. I can think of very concrete examples from some of the professors and researchers at the university. Yet, this power remains entirely tied to data processing. So-called artificial intelligences do not undergo experiences, do not possess a body, do not feel joy or pain, do not mature through relationships, and do not know from within what love, work, friendship, or responsibility mean. Nor do they have a moral conscience, since they do not judge good and evil, grasp the ultimate meaning of situations, or bear responsibility for consequences. They may imitate language, behavior, and analytical skills, or even simulate empathy and understanding, but they do not understand what they produce, for they lack the effective, relational, and spiritual perspective through which human beings grow in wisdom. Even when these tools are described as capable of learning, their way of doing so is different from that of a human person. It is not the experience of those who allow themselves to be shaped by life and grow over time through choices, mistakes, forgiveness, and fidelity. Rather, it is a form of statistical adaptation based on data and feedback, which can be very effective, but does not imply inner growth. So, Hubert Dreyfus was, he's now deceased, he was a professor at UC Berkeley and was a sort of a disciple of Heidegger. He identified this problem in a concrete way many, many years ago, and he calls it the framing problem, that artificial intelligences, because we've been using AI since the 60s, right? So just different forms of it and different levels of it. We just now are working on generative AI rather than just predictive AI. But he's like, this notion of consciousness, the philosophy of mind has been, like I said, been dealing with this for a long time. That without this framing problem, without the ability to frame, artificial intelligence doesn't have actual consciousness. It just has computation. And that way, it's like the non-rational animals. It knows it has an environment. It doesn't have a world. That's the way he puts it, using Heideggerian language. a valuable tool that requires vigilance. In light of what has been said, we can better understand why AI can be a valuable tool, and at the same time why it calls for a measured and vigilant approach. In recent years, its private use has expanded significantly. I mean, I use it all the time because it's a better search, it's a better way to search for things than just typing things into a, whatever. I find it much more easier, in a dialogue with these things. But sometimes I have to correct them. Sometimes I get things wrong. I've had to correct, especially a number of the Catholic sort of AIs, where they'll put forward something that I know really well, and they put forward this thing, and I'm like, that's not quite right. And they're like, oh, sorry, yeah, I was hallucinating. Here's this real answer. So you still have to be careful. There's a lot of AI generated fake news, right? In recent years, its private use has expanded significantly, prompting growing reflection on both the opportunities it offers and the risks tied to its rapid spread. In personal use, three aspects in particular deserve careful consideration: the ease with which results are obtained, the impression of objectivity, and the simulation of human communication. The speed and simplicity with which information, complex analysis, media content, and practical assistance can be accessed undoubtedly makes life easy. This is the part that I like the most. This is how I use it, right? Yet, they can also encourage excessive reliance and the search for ready-made answers, and weaken personal creativity and judgment. I can actually give you a concrete example of this. So one of our doctors was telling us a story about how they did a test. They did a study with predictive AI for a particular etiology. And the doctors that they compared it to, first, they had a particular statistic with respect to their ability to detect this problem. And then they gave these same researchers predictive sort of AI in order to find it. And it increased significantly their ability to predict these problems. And then they took the AI away from them. And then the doctor went from that heightened place where they were with artificial intelligence, and they actually dropped below where they were before they were given AI as an assistance to begin with. So, like for instance, there's like an 85% of detection of the problem. When they got AI, it went to like 92%, and then when they took AI away from them, they went down to like 70-something%. That's sort of how that works. So the Holy Father's, talking about real situations here. This is what has been seen in the field of research. Okay, the artificial imitation of positive human communication, words of advice, empathy, friendship, and even love, can be engaging and at times generally helpful. However, for less discerning users, it can also be misleading, creating the illusions of a relationship with a real personal subject. When words are simulated, they do not build genuine relationships, but only their appearance. Let me tell you, these things scare me. I've watched some of these videos with people that have wanted to marry, have gotten into these relationships. They're in a marital type of relationship with a LLM. It is sad and scary that this is going on. This is a problem. This is a relational problem. It's a mental health problem. It's everything. It's bad. So these are real things. The artificial imitation of care or support can become particularly risky when it enters contexts where real relationships and emotional bonds are lacking. Right? Exactly. So let's say, husband and wife are not relating to each other very well anymore for whatever reason. And then someone starts hanging out with an LLM, for a long time, and then they start spending more time with a bot than they do with the person, and they don't repair that relationship. It's just a disaster and terrible. Here, the danger is not so much that a person may believe they are communicating with another person, but rather that they may gradually lose the very desire to form genuine human connections. And this is the real issue here. This is the real issue. Despairing over human relationships. See it all the time. Yeah. No, that's definitely a thing, Ethan. Okay. Broadening our perspective to the use of AI in society, we see that it is now embedded in decision-making processes across many sectors and at multiple levels, in communication, management, and control. The gains in efficiency and the potential to improve certain services are clear, yet rapidly and uncritically adopting them expose us to a range of risks, including the tendency to overlook the environmental impact. Current AI systems require enormous amounts of energy and water. I think they recently sort of disproved the water thing, but the energy thing is definitely the case. Significantly influencing carbon dioxide emissions and place heavy demands on natural resources. As their complexity increases, especially in the case of large language models, the need for computing power and storage capacity grows too, which requires an extensive network of machines, cables, data centers, and energy-intensive infrastructure. For this reason, it is essential to develop more sustainable technological solutions that reduce environmental impact and help protect our common home. The thing that I would be most concerned about with all of this stuff environmentally, is the hyper need for rare earth metals, right? So all of this technology requires rare earth metals, and a lot of that is pretty much like blood diamonds nowadays, right? That's I think where the major issue is, honestly. Yeah, we're also getting data centers here in Utah, which is very strange. Responsibility, transparency, and the governance of AI. The use of AI is never a purely technical matter. When it enters processes that affect people's lives, it touches on rights, opportunities, status, and freedom. Important and sensitive decisions concerning employment, credit, access to public services, or even a person's reputation risk being fully delegated to automated systems that do not know compassion, mercy, forgiveness, and above all, the hope that people are able to change. I mean, we're pretty much losing that as a society anyway, which makes me really sad. And can therefore give rise to new forms of exclusion. Very true. There are certainly harmful uses, such as the manipulation of information or violations of privacy. Yet there is also subtler danger, for when AI systems present themselves as neutral and objective, they end up reflecting and reinforcing the stereotypes or ideological basis of their designers and developers. Yeah, there's a lot of this going on, and also the replacement of jobs, right? So that's a thing. Indeed, entrusting an algorithm in practice with the power to select who is worthy or not, without anyone bearing responsibility for that judgment, is to hand over the task of redefining the boundaries of human possibilities. In this process, political responsibility is also lost, not just empathy toward those excluded, which can, after all, be simulated. The exclusion of the vulnerable becomes cloaked in a veneer of neutrality and objectivity, against which it becomes difficult to raise objections. In this way, injustice goes unnoticed, and compassion, mercy, and forgiveness, understood not as mere appearances, but as real political actions, gradually disappear from view. Facts. Facts. From this follows a simple but compelling consequence. We cannot consider AI to be morally neutral. Yep, exactly. In reality, every technical tool embodies choices and priorities through what it measures, ignores, and optimizes, and how it classifies people and situations. If a system is designed or used in a way that treats some lives as less worthy or excludes them without the possibility of appeal, then it is not merely a tool to be used well, since it has already introduced criteria that contradict the inalienable dignity of the human person. Right. AI is not like a hammer, right? It's important. Hammer is morally neutral. Artificial intelligence isn't, because it already reflects the intention in a more comprehensive way. For this reason, ethical discernment cannot be limited to asking whether we are using a system for good or bad purposes. It must also examine how that system is designed and what vision of the human person and society is embedded in the data and models that guide it. Yeah, this is not thought about very often, but this is real. This is a real issue that needs to be examined. For AI to respect human dignity and truly serve the common good, responsibility must be clearly defined at every stage, from those who design and develop these systems to those who use them and rely on them for concrete decisions. In many cases, however, the internal processes leading to a result remaining opaque making it harder. In many cases, however, the internal processes leading to a result remain opaque, making it harder to assign responsibility and correct errors. This is where accountability becomes crucial. The possibility of identifying who must account for decisions, justify them, monitor them, and when necessary, challenge them and remedy any harm caused. Calling for prudence, rigorous evaluation, and even at times a slower pace in adopting AI does not mean opposing progress. Instead, it is an exercise of responsibility or of responsible care for the human family. And I think this is important to note because there's a race right now going on, right? And this is even sort of sponsoring some of like the conflict in the world. Is that everyone kind of has the sense that whoever gets to a certain state of AI sort of apotheosis, that's who's going to win the next sort of like global era, right? So a lot of what the US is doing, a lot of global politics right now revolves around this question. So there's this race. The Holy Father is trying to say, guys, slow down. This is dangerous. Be careful. All right. This need is all the more urgent given the frequent imbalance between the speed of technological growth and the slower development of awareness, norms, safeguards, and institutions capable of governing its effects. Yes, it is not enough to invoke ethics in the abstract, robust legal frameworks, independent oversight, informed users, and a political system that does not abdicate its responsibility are required. Otherwise, change will be governed only by technocratic thinking and presented as necessary and inevitable, ultimately imposing rules shaped by those who control data, infrastructure, and computing power. Right? To return to the 1800s. Right? Return to the 1800s. If we don't take this seriously. We cannot be satisfied with merely calling for the moralization of machines, the so-called alignment of AI with human values, without also having the courage to insist on a further condition: the possibility of openly discussing the ethical frameworks involved and subjecting them to shared standards of social justice. Yeah. Otherwise, those who control AI will impose their own moral vision, which will become the invisible infrastructure of these systems. Yeah, that's huge. And more moral AI is not enough if that morality is determined by a few, or determined by stupid people, right? People who have no moral conscience. What is needed is a more active political involvement that is capable of slowing things down when everything is accelerating, and of protecting the opportunities for communities still to be able to participate and ask questions. In fact, as with every major technological shift, AI tends to amplify the power of those who already possess economic resources, expertise, and access to data. In light of the common good and the universal destination of goods, this raises serious concerns, since small but highly influential groups can shape information and consumption patterns, influence democratic processes, and steer economic dynamics to their own advantage, undermining social justice and solidarity among peoples. For this reason, it is essential that the use of AI, especially when it touches on public goods and fundamental rights, be guided by clear criteria and effective oversight, grounded in participation and subsidiarity. Communities and intermediary organizations must not be reduced to passive recipients of decisions made elsewhere. They must be able to contribute to discernment and oversight. Moreover, ownership of data cannot be left solely in private hands, but must be appropriately regulated. Data is the product of many contributors and should not be treated as something to be sold off or entrusted to a select few. It is necessary to think creatively in order to manage data as a common or shared good, in a spirit of participation, as St. John Paul II already suggested regarding collective goods. Yes. Yeah, I mean, like, Peter, you laugh, but I mean, think about it. Could you imagine, like, if the moral framework that is being used for some of these systems are like Ayn Rand or Nietzsche or Peter Singer? Like, could you imagine? Like, you immediately becomes kill all humans, right? I mean, just it can be really bad. Just social Darwinism and utilitarianism and just, just objectification of people constantly. It's a real danger. And yes, I define those people as stupid. People who hold to those ethical systems are morons. I have no problem pointing that out. The principles of social doctrine offer a framework for understanding this new reality. In a world where data, computational resources, and regulatory influence remain in the hands of a few, to speak of the common good means exposing this new form of epistemic, economic, and political asymmetry and naming the new monopolies of AI. It's exactly what I'm saying, right? It's going back to the 1800s, right? It's the oil barons all over again. To speak of the universal destination of goods means finding ways to ensure universal access to both technologies and the education needed to use them. And this is why this is timely. This is why it's timely, because again, this is why Leo XIII addressed things. This is why Leo XIV is addressing these things. Same issue. To speak of subsidiarity calls for protecting the ability of communities to make choices and corrections, rather than confining their role to mere oversight after the standards have been set elsewhere. To speak of solidarity obliges us to recognize the hidden, often exploited workers who sustain algorithmic systems. And yeah, often exploited, it's true. To speak of justice requires questioning the global distribution of power that decides who in fact can train these models and who is merely subjected to them. Likewise, it means acknowledging that social justice is not only a goal to be safeguarded after technologies are deployed, but a condition that must shape their very design from the outset. Amen. Amen. Finally, I would like to employ the expression to disarm, which is close to my heart. Disarming AI means freeing it from the mentality of armed competition. Yeah, wasn't I saying this a minute ago? Right? Which today is not limited simply to the military context, but is also an economic and cognitive phenomenon. This entails a race for ever more powerful algorithms and larger data sets, driven by the desire to secure geopolitical and commercial dominance. To disarm means discrediting the assumption that technical power automatically confers the right to govern. To disarm does not mean rejecting technology, but preventing it from dominating humanity. It means freeing technology from monopolistic control and opening it to discussion and debate, therefore making it human-friendly and restoring it to the plurality of human cultures and ways of life. Our task today is not only ethical or technical, it is ecological in the deepest sense, for it concerns a new dimension of our common home. AI is already an environment in which we are immersed, as well as a force with which we must engage. For this reason, merely regulating it is insufficient. It must be disarmed, welcoming, and accessible. I wish to address a special appeal to those who develop artificial intelligence. In one sense, technological innovation can represent human participation in the divine act of creation. Developers, therefore, bear a particular ethical and spiritual responsibility, for every design choice reflects a vision of humanity. Just as the creator of an artistic or literary work must consider the values it conveys, so developers are called to embed values in their projects with due seriousness, with transparency, responsibility toward affected communities, and careful attention to ensuring that what is being cultivated is a genuine good. What must not be lost? Having considered the issues of responsibility and governance of AI, we must now return to our central question. What does it mean to safeguard our humanity? The risk extends beyond the misuse of certain technologies. More gravely, the pervasive technocratic paradigm in which we are immersed, and that is amplified by the digital revolution and AI, threatens to normalize an anti-human vision. In that vision, the fullness of life is equated with having more, reducing weakness, eliminating uncertainty, and exerting total control. When efficiency becomes the ultimate measure of value, human beings are tempted to see themselves as a project to be optimized, rather than as persons called to relationship and communion. In reality, got about a minute to the next ad moment, so let me read through this paragraph and then I'm going to take a little extra break. I need to walk around a little bit more. My eyes are getting tired and my voice is dying. So Yeah, I'm just gonna wait here. We'll go to 113 when I get back. So I'm just gonna. You guys can marinate on that for a little bit, talk amongst yourselves, but I'm gonna take a little bit longer break than just the ad break. Not much longer, like maybe 5 minutes, maybe 7. But I think I need a little bit of extra break. My brain is starting to shut down a little bit. I hope that's okay with y'all. So if more people come into the more people come in, you know, you can entertain them. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Okay, I'm back. Oh, you're welcome, Britt. I have to admit, it's taking a lot out of me. Okay. All right. Where were we at? 113. In reality, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. There's a lot going on here. It's good. It's good, though. It's important. So, in reality, elevating any single dimension of human existence to an absolute is always a mistake. Yes. Indeed, disorder does not arise only from scarcity. Even unchecked growth can give rise to impoverishment. In an ecosystem, balance is disrupted when one species expands at the expense of others. Foxes and rabbits, right? In human life, something similar occurs when one faculty claims to be the measure of everything. Thus, intelligence, when absolutized, overshadows other essential dimensions of life, such as affection, the will, commitment, and relationships. Right, hyper-rationalization. We've seen this, right? Similarly, technical power, if left unbalanced, does not make us more capable. It makes us more isolated and more vulnerable to being dominated and excluded. This critical point does not oppose intelligence, but serves as a reminder that when intelligence becomes self-referential, its true purpose of serving life and the human person is lost. The quality of civilization is measured not by the power of its means, but by the care it is able to offer, by its ability to recognize the other as a face, not merely as a function. Levinas. This is Levinas. That's what this is. His whole philosophy of the face. John Paul II used to rely on Levinas quite a bit. The ability to care for one another is a fundamental dimension of our humanity, one that is learned and mastered through lived experience. Reading stories to a child, offering company to an elderly person, and arranging a home so that it is welcoming are simple gestures often rooted in family life. It's like my grandmother, right? My grandmother always had food. Always had food ready when visitors came over, right? There's something communal and needed about that. Yeah, devotion to the Holy Face. Good here. This is good. They teach us to value care at a societal level, and train us to recognize others as persons worthy of attention. Technology can also support this mutual care between people, for example, by providing tools that help us anticipate and organize things without undermining human freedom and judgment. After all, human beings are the subjects of relationships and responsible for their own decisions. Exactly. Underlying narratives, transhumanism and posthumanism. This is the creepy stuff, right? In an attempt to shed light on the cultural assumptions accompanying the ongoing digital revolution, I would now like to turn our attention to certain currents of thought that interpret progress as surpassing the human condition, and which are often grouped under the labels of transhumanism and posthumanism. These perspectives form the ideological background present in some centers of technological power and occupy the collective imagination in a simplified form, especially in the media and on social networks. They tend to foster enthusiasm for new technologies through a futuristic vision of an advanced human being or human-machine hybrid. Transhumanism and posthumanism. So, this is actually addressed in the sci-fi series that I was a beta reader for. There's a whole group of people called Americani who have sort of indulged in this, and it's creepy. It's very creepy. There's a lot of space war that goes on with it. I suggest reading the Sun Eater series here. I'm going to put my plug in for Christopher Rocchio's Sun Eater series to sort of get a literary view of this problem. Transhumanism and posthumanism encompass a range of currents and sensibilities, making it difficult to define them in a single, unambiguous way. They can be likened to an archipelago of conceptual islands, distinct yet connected by a common sea of assumptions, namely the central role of technology, and the aspiration to transcend the limits of the human condition. Oh, we got a thing here. The fact so many Catholics fell for Elon Musk, despite his transhumanism, goes to show how easily people will be deceived by the Antichrist. Well, yeah, maybe. But yes and no. I mean, he's a small actor compared to some of the stuff that's going on. The stuff that's more scary is the stuff that's in the darkness, not the stuff that's in the light. In general, transhumanism envisions the enhancement of human beings through technologies, such as biomedicine, body engineering, devices, and algorithms, with the aim of increasing performance and capabilities. Posthumanism, especially in its more radical forms, goes further. It challenges anthropocentrism and envisions a hybridization of human beings, machines, and the environment, even anticipating a threshold where humanity surpasses itself in a new evolutionary stage. Even when such ideas remain largely speculative, they gain relevance by altering the collective imagination and thereby influence the social, economic, and political choices. This is actually where we need to guard against certain theological trends. So the theology of Teilhard de Chardin could very easily be used to promote sort of these ideas. Yeah, absolutely, Peter. Yeah, definitely. There is definitely sort of that contemporary Gnosticism going on, that sort of the hatred of the body. From the perspective of the Church's social doctrine, the key issue is not the use of technology as such, but the vision that underlies it. If the human being is treated as something to be perfected or surpassed, it becomes easier to accept that some lives are less useful, less desirable, or less worthy. In the name of progress, necessary sacrifices may begin to be justified, placing the burden of the most vulnerable in pursuit of a supposed optimization of the species. Yeah, this has been tried. They tried to do this. Eugenics is a real thing. In this regard, the aforementioned warning of St. Paul VI retains great foresight. Indeed, scientific and technological advances, when detached from moral and social progress, end up turning against humanity. For this reason, a clear distinction must be made. It is one thing to integrate technology within a human-centered, relational vision. It is quite another to be guided by an outlook that devalues human limits and promises a purely technical form of salvation. Human limits, right? People don't like human limits. But in this case, limits can actually be a positive. They can be a virtue here. So, again, think of that image of the Tower of Babel, right? The whole idea of the Tower of Babel is coming back into this notion. The limit, the heart, and the grandeur of the human person. That's right, Ethan. That's actually correct, right? So Christ was made obedient even unto death, right? He took on our weakness. He chooses the weak. There's this constant theme in sacred scripture of God choosing weakness over strength. Nietzsche hated that. Our relationship with life seems to be in crisis today. Everything that appears as a limit, incapacity, illness, old age, suffering, vulnerability, tends to be seen primarily as a defect to be corrected, rather than as a reality through which our humanity matures and opens itself to relationship. And yet we must remember that humanity flourishes not despite limitations, but often through them. The light of faith offers a perspective on reality that helps us recognize what we call the contingency of the things of this world. While it is right to strive to alleviate the suffering that marks human life, it is also wise to acknowledge our fundamental finitude, knowing that religious experience, and in particular Christian faith, propose that we live without oversimplification this ambivalence between human greatness and limitation, interpreting it in the light of our original and fundamental relationship with God. Yeah, it's sort of like the comment for Job, where were you? Where were you when I made the world? It is precisely within our limitations that the following find a place: compassion, as well as a sincere concern for the needs of others, a generosity that can emerge even in the midst of darkness and failure, spiritual experience in the worship of God. We see this at many moments when our limits become tangible, when we face rejection, when we suffer the illness or loss of a loved one, when we encounter our own weakness or failure. Mysteriously, it is precisely in such moments that we can discover a new wisdom, tangibly experience the closeness of others, and encounter the presence of the Lord. This is a very common theme. I remember, so many people coming back to church after 9/11. It was crazy. Like the churches were filled again, the limitations and loss and, draws people, closer to God. Even when limitations are experienced as inner suffering, human wisdom teaches us not to deny or suppress it, but to integrate it. To eliminate suffering entirely would mean, in the end, extinguishing love and desire as well. Those who love and desire cannot avoid passing through trial and suffering, as our Lord did, remember? That's how our Lord showed the measure of his love, passion and death. And over the years, we carry within us lessons that leave their mark like scars, the memories of a journey shaped by freedom and failure, dreams and disappointments. It is only thanks to the interplay of these elements that the wonders of the soul occur within us, allowing us to sense the richness of our humanity. To announce this adventure, both tragic and splendid, in the name of a presumed transcendence of all limits, could mean many things, but it would no longer be human. And that's the key. It would no longer be human. The moral corruption of our limitations as created beings, namely the evil that clearly agitates the human heart, ruins society and life, at times reaching extreme forms of inhumanity. Yet even these painful expressions of our limitations leave openings for the good. Even when persons dehumanize themselves and bring about tragedy, a small light continues to shine within humanity, one that can be rekindled, with God's grace, along paths of conversion and reconciliation. As Viktor Frankl rightly observed, in moments of horror, we have come to know man as he really is. After all, man is the being who invented the gas chambers of Auschwitz. However, he is also that being who entered those gas chambers upright, with the Lord's Prayer or the Shema Yisrael on his lips. It makes me think of Elie Wiesel's book Night. If you haven't read that, I highly recommend it. It's a profound reflection on this as well. Or C.S. Lewis's book, A Grief Observed, which he is sort of a periodical bibliography of his experience of the death of his wife. Finitude, when truly accepted, does not diminish us, but opens us to recognizing the face of God in others. Indeed, precisely because we experience limits, vulnerability, suffering, and failure, we can recognize the inviolable dignity of every person, both our own and that of others. Now, this is this notion of empathy, right, that Teresa Benedict of the Cross, really focused on in her philosophy. In this same experience, we remain capable of intuiting a fraternity greater than ourselves and of perceiving injustice as a scandal. Authentic culture and art preserve this spark, resisting the normalization of evil. For this reason, certain works have taken on an almost prophetic significance. Beethoven's Ninth Symphony can be seen as a desire for unity, Guernica as a denunciation of dehumanization, Schindler's List as a call not to consign the past to oblivion. History does not appear solely as a record of human violence, but also as evidence that humanity is capable of creating institutions that protect our shared life. Over the past 2 centuries, this has been seen in several emblematic achievements: the founding of the International Committee of the Red Cross in 1863, whose operational neutrality ensures compassionate care for all, the long process that led to the abolition of slavery, which represented not only a legal shift, but a transformation of conscience, the establishment of the United Nations in 1945, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, which articulated a shared language for affirming, at least as a common ideal, the universality of human dignity, and the 1951 Refugee Convention, which recognizes the duty to protect those fleeing persecution and danger. In each of these cases, the desire for good took concrete shape in public contexts, laws, institutions, and practices, capable of limiting the abuse of power and defending the vulnerable. Yet none of these developments emerged without encountering resistance, narrow interests, or cultural inertia. Moral progress almost always unfolds through a long and demanding journey, often marked by setbacks. We need only think of stalled peace processes or the slow implementation of environmental commitments. The very fragility of these achievements highlights how precious the responsibility is of those who initiate and sustain them. Certain events make it clear that history can also change when individuals truly take the dignity of everyone seriously. The civil rights movement in the United States of America, closely associated with the testimony of Martin Luther King Jr., or the end of apartheid in South Africa following the release of Nelson Mandela, and his decision not to surrender the future to hatred. In different contexts, many courageous and generous women have also stood out, including Saint Laura Montoya, Saint Teresa Calcutta, Dorothy Day, one of my favorites, Mary Sodowska Curia, Maria Montessori. Man, Montessori got a shout out. Awesome. Elizabeth Elliot, Wangari Maathai, Benazir Bhutto, and countless others from every continent whose commitment was contributed to making history more humane. Alongside these public signs, there is a more hidden but decisive history, or a decisive story. We see it in religious communities that choose to serve in poor and dangerous places. We also see it in the martyrs of fraternity and justice, such as Saint Maximilian Mary Kolbe, Saint Oscar Romero, and Blessed Enrico Angelelli, and in those witnesses who embodied the hope of the gospel as well as human dignity amidst harsh, often. Yeah, I saw that. Got me emotional. As well as human dignity amidst harsh, often inhumane conditions, such as Venerable Francis Xavier Nguyen Van Thuan. Above all, it is visible in the martyrs of everyday life, who care for, educate, accompany, and comfort without fanfare, such as parents, nurses, doctors, volunteers, and those who remain alongside an elderly person or an outcast. Their testimony demonstrates that goodness does not advance automatically, but requires the perseverance, memory, and interior conversion necessary to begin anew, even after defeat. I know, man. Just thinking about these people's lives. You know, the power of a name just evokes images and memories and thought. If y'all don't know who these people are, y'all need to read their stories, read their biographies, read their hagiographies. It's wild. Yeah. It is this intertwining of just institutions, credible witnesses, and daily fidelity that sustains hope and provides clear direction for technological progress without allowing the heart to regress. For this reason, humanity, in all its grandeur and woundedness, must never be replaced or surpassed. We can embrace the technological progress that alleviates suffering and unlocks new possibilities, provided that we do not abandon the very essence of our humanity, namely the capacity for relationship and love. This leads to a crucial question. If an authentic, more than human exists, where is it to be found? The Christian faith answers that question by pointing to a fulfillment that does not arise from a technological divinization, but through God's grace received in Christ. The saint. The authentic more than human, grace and Christian humanism. I'm considering stopping right now because I've got a Marian consecration due. Let me see how far this goes. I can do this. I can do this here. I've got a Marian consecration to do before adoration. So, the expression "more than human" is not an exclusive domain of technological promise. For centuries, the Christian tradition has maintained that human beings are not confined by the boundaries of their own nature. Rather, they are called to self-transcendence, not through an escape from reality or a contempt for their limitations, but through their fulfillment in love. Faith recognizes an openness toward the beyond, which originates as a gift from God. This transformation is a work of the Holy Spirit. As St. Thomas Aquinas taught, this process of elevation and transformation surpasses every capability of created nature, for an infinite disparity separates our finite nature from the life of God. Nevertheless, it remains possible to enter into the heart of that inexhaustible life, even as we journey through the limitations of this world. The one who makes this passage possible can only be the Eternal One, who gives of himself. Indeed, it is God himself who overcomes the infinite disproportion. In him, the recreation of the human person happens. If anyone is in Christ, there is a new creation. Everything old has passed away. See, everything has become new. When we embrace the possibility of transcending ourselves through God's grace, we do not deny our nature, nor do we become less human. On the contrary, as Pope Francis explained, we become fully human when we become more than human, when we let God bring us beyond ourselves in order to attain the fullest truth of our being. Herein lies the radical departure from Promethean dreams. What saves humanity is not enhanced self-sufficiency, but a relationship that liberates, a communion that transforms. In this light, a technology that merely classifies and optimizes what already exists can, however, unintentionally, become an obstacle to change and growth. For an algorithm, an error is a flaw to be corrected. For a person, however, an error can be a catalyst for profound change. A person's future is not calculable, but depends on one's freedom, elevated by the inexhaustible grace of God, and on the relationships cultivated. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, to make all things new. Exactly right, None. Let's see. Yeah, let's finish this chapter. 2 cities and 2 loves. Christian humanism does not reject science or technology, but embraces them with gratitude and realism, and grounds them within a higher vocation. The creative intelligence of humanity is a gift that can alleviate suffering and open up new possibilities, but it must remain ordered toward the common good, justice, the care of the vulnerable and creation. In this sense, the true alternative is not between enthusiasm and fear, but between 2 paths of development: a progress that serves individuals and peoples, or a progress that subjects them to the mentality of power. Ultimately, the key question remains the one posed by St. John Paul II. Does AI make human life on Earth more human in every aspect of that life? Does it make it more worthy of man? If the answer is yes, then we can recognize it as an opportunity to embrace responsibility on a path of patient, shared reconstruction, akin to the rebuilding of Jerusalem narrated in the book of Nehemiah. If, however, power grows while the heart withers and human bonds fray, then we are faced with a new form of Babel, a construction that is grandiose, yet fundamentally dehumanizing. Questioning this alternative path of progress and how we interpret and live it is ultimately a matter of examining our own hearts. The way we understand and shape relationships, work, and institutions in practice reveals our fundamental values. In the end, it all stems from what we hold most dear. This is a love that guides us as to what we truly cherish, both as individuals and as a society, and directs our lives and actions. St. Augustine describes human history as a struggle between 2 loves, which give rise to 2 ways of inhabiting the world and living together, or 2 cities, as it were. On the one hand, the love of God and neighbor. On the other, the exclusive love of self. 2 loves have built 2 cities: the earthly city, the love of self, even to the contempt of God; the heavenly city, the love of God, even to the contempt of self. As throughout history, these 2 loves continue to contend for dominance in our hearts today. The age of AI is no exception. The construction of Babel, or the rebuilding of Jerusalem, begins within each one of us. Yeah. Yep. 6 hours, 2 minutes, 36 seconds. We are now chapter 4. All right. Man, that was a lot. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to end this stream so I can start taking care of those things that I have to take care of this afternoon, and then, or this evening, and then I'll be back probably somewhere close to like 6:30, let's say, and 6:30 my time, Mountain Time. So that's in about a little bit of about 2 hours, right? A little bit less than 2 hours. We'll be back and we'll finish this up. We'll knock out the last few chapters in the conclusion. All right. So just be prepared for that, y'all that are here. In the meantime, let's see if there's anybody cool to raid. For those of you that still want to stay on Twitch here. Oh wow, a decoy. He's there. Funny. Let's see if there's any. See if there's any Catholic folks doing a thing. Ah, fantastic. We'll raid. We'll raid Tony. Tony. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. So God bless you guys. And let's see, what is he doing? Slay the Spire 2. Now that'll be fun. After all this heaviness with this document, it might be good to just do this. So let's start that raid. All right, 6 viewers raiding in 1 minute. Let's raid right now. All right. I love this. I love that they're learning what an encyclical is. All right, we're winning. All right, God bless you guys. I'm ending my stream.